Chapter 305. The old man was stunned for a long time. His daughter was lying on his beloved desk, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan. She was holding a book and rocking it back and forth. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. His son was lying on his daughter's body and was moving vigorously. His daughter said loudly, "No, no." She was resisting with all her might. Ah! Oh my God! A surge of energy surged from the old man's body. His blood was boiling. Wait! It looked like they were fighting for something. That thing looked very familiar. What are you doing? The old man shouted angrily. The brother and sister trembled and looked over at the same time. Their faces were full of fear. This was definitely not an act. Dad, he wanted to peek at your diary. I held him down for you. Qin Bao Bao accused her brother loudly. Dad, I didn't look at it. I just happened to pick it up. Then Sis came in. Qin Zai said, I was afraid that she would look at it, so I kept trying to grab it. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment his father pushed the door open, his heart still skipped a beat. Then, he restrained his killing intent and calmed down a lot. The only question was, would this stimulation leave any terrible side effects in the future? Nonsense. I didn't want to look at the diary. I was afraid that you would peek. Qin Bao Bao's face was still a bit red. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. Oh, then I might have misunderstood you. We didn't mean to look at the diary. Qin Zai's waist was still pressed against his sister's. The old man stood at the door, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then put the diary back, Qin Zai said. If I put it back, what if you peek again? I won't put it back, Qin Bao Bao said. Put it back. I won't put it back. The brother and sister talked nonsense, trying to buy time. Then, they exchanged glances. Why is your killing intent still not cooling down? Sis can't act anymore. How would I know? I can't control it. Humph, it's all your fault for having such disgusting thoughts. Annoying. It's all your fault for having such a domineering body. You little devil. The old man's mouth twitched. His daughter and son's posture was too much for his eyes. Qin Zai said loudly, Dad, don't misunderstand, yes, I really didn't peek at the diary. Before he could finish his sentence, old Master Li had already sliced his scalp off. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she quickly sat up and threw the diary on the table. She acted like a spoiled child and said, Dad, the little red guy didn't have a chance to read it. When I came in, he just picked it up. As she spoke, she hugged the old man's arm, giving her younger brother a chance to shrink his waist and adjust. How old are you? You even fooled around with your younger brother. The old man poked her head, and then his eyes fell on the diary. Using the rhetoric of martial arts novels, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, the hair on his back stood up, the breath in his dantian surged, and his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, this diary was a diary from many, many years ago. It was placed at the bottom. Now that the diary at the bottom had been searched, who would believe that he hadn't read the diary at the front? I'm not a university professor if I believe you. The old man exploded. He felt that all his little secrets had been spied on by his son. When a cultured person flew into a rage out of humiliation, it was even more terrifying. At this moment, he had never felt such a strong urge to clean up his house. I'll beat you to death, you little red guy. The old man took out his belt and whipped Qin Zai hard. Who taught you to be so sneaky? Are you trying to rebel? He got beaten again. Qin Zai bared his teeth and didn't dodge. He let his father whip him with the belt, just like how he used to be beaten by a feather duster. He was no longer the child he used to be, but when his father taught him a lesson, he still subconsciously stood at attention. When he was in middle school, he also thought that if this man hit him again, he would beat him back. However, it was just a thought. He didn't dare to hit his father. Today, he was in the wrong. He had peeked at the old man's diary and exposed his little secret. Anyone would be furious. Besides, compared to being found out by the old man that he had exposed his murderous intent to his sister, being beaten up for peeking at the diary seemed easier. "Dad, don't hit him." Qin Bao Bao went forward and hugged the old man's arm to prevent him from hitting her brother. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and heartache. "If you don't hit him, he'll rebel." The old man was flustered. Anyone would be flustered. Qin Zhe thought, "You're indeed taking this opportunity to take revenge on me for taking away your position as the head of the family. Mom is mine, and so is sister. I won't let you hit him." Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qin Ma, who had heard the commotion, happened to hear this. Mother Qin stood at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her was so thrilling that she felt her soul being shaken. The father took out his belt and pretended to hit his son. The son stood at attention without saying a word. However, there was stubbornness and a hint of disdain in his eyes. The panicked and helpless beautiful daughter hugged her father's hand that was holding the belt and shouted, "I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him." Qin Ma, who had watched a lot of family dramas over the years, instantly filled up all kinds of melodramatic plots in her mind. Could it be, had the two of them finally taken that step? Old Qin caught them red-handed? What should I do? Should I confess? Should I tell the truth? Otherwise, my son will be beaten to death. Life is so hopeless. Qin Ma's body swayed and she lost her balance. She leaned against the door and tears of sorrow flowed down her face. "Oh, why is Mom crying?" Qin Zhe was facing the door and was the first to see his mother crying. He was startled and hurried over to comfort her. Mother Qin grabbed her son's hand and was overcome with grief. Suddenly, she heard her daughter's voice. "Dad, look. I only took a few glances at the diary and you're hitting me. You're hurting me so much that I'm crying." "Qin Ma. Diary?" Qin Ma looked at her son. Qin Zhe nodded. "Mom, don't cry. I'm thick-skinned. It's okay." Qin Ma looked at her husband again. The old man said angrily, "This grandson. Ah no, this kid sneaked into the study and peeped at my diary. I'll beat him to death." So it was just a diary, the world suddenly became beautiful and life was no longer hopeless. Qin Ma wiped her tears and said, "Sneaky. Who taught you to peep at Dad's diary?" She looked at her husband again. "Don't hit him so hard. There's not enough food at home. There's nothing Bao Bao and A's like. I'll go out and have a look." Qin Ma turned around and walked away. The family of three? Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Mom. Isn't she crying because I was beaten up?" Qin Bao Bao thought, "What's going on? Is Mom finally going through menopause?" The old man thought, "Is Xiaolan being sarcastic? If I hit her again, will she sleep in the living room tonight?" The three of them were confused. "I'll teach you a lesson later." The old man pointed at Qin Zhe and kept the diary. "Get out now." The siblings slipped out of the study. They felt that from now on, there would be something called a hidden compartment in the study. "Host, your mom's mental fluctuations are very intense." The system suddenly said. "Your mom's mental fluctuations are intense." Qin Zhe didn't react. He subconsciously retorted, "Wait, you said my mom's mental fluctuations are intense?" "Yes." The system said, "The intensity is not weaker than the host's just now." Mom's emotional fluctuations? She was very calm just now. She didn't feel sorry for her son at all. "I don't want my mom anymore. I only want my sister. A good mom and dad are not as good as a big sister who can kiss me." If you can read my mother's brain waves, then can you analyze her thoughts? It's like reading her mind. Qin Zhe asked in his heart. Sorry, I can't. The system doesn't have a language conversion function. The system said regretfully. It's okay. I'm already mentally prepared. Qin Zhe comforted. That's strange. I was frightened just now. Frightened that I might lose my life. No matter how much Mom loves me, she wouldn't be so frightened when she saw me being hit. What's the reason? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Could it be that his dad's diary was hiding some unknown secret? The scene just now replayed in his mind frame by frame. Mom's heartbroken tears. Mom's sigh of relief when she heard about the diary. Mom turned around and left. Her light footsteps. There was also her father's angry expression as he waved the whip, his trembling cheeks revealing his anger. Her sister's panic as she hugged her father's arm, her delicate brows furrowed in distress, and her sister shouting, "I won't allow you to hit him." This was definitely her true feelings. Idagawa Qin Zhe thought that he had figured out the truth after careful and high-speed brain waves. He stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with fear. Mom must have noticed that something was wrong with him and his sister. The system said, yes. It's the intense brain waves that the host is experiencing now. Ouch. Sister bumped into him. She staggered a few steps back. The fat on her chest shook. Why did you suddenly stop? Sister hit him angrily. Suddenly stopped, but I won't do it. Qin Zhe swallowed. I suddenly felt weak in my legs. At the end of the corridor, Teddy was happily licking the table leg. It turned its head and saw Qin Bao Bao. It seemed to smell the scent of love again. Its black button-like eyes were shining. Teddy moved out. Teddy rushed over at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Teddy launched an attack on Qin Bao Bao's thigh. Teddy flew out. What kind of dog is that pet shop raising? It's so horny. Qin Zhe took back his foot. I've never seen anyone else's Teddy like this. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone to check. That pet shop is quite famous. But the owner seems to be single. No wonder his dog is like this. Teddy launched another attack. Qin Bao Bao flashed behind her brother. Qin Zhe kicked it again. After walking through the long corridor, Qin Zhe and his sister sat cross-legged on the sofa. Teddy anxiously turned around a few times and ran back to licking the table leg. Qin Zhe was deep in thought. He and his sister were already very careful. They never kissed each other or had sex at home. Oh, he spanked his sister's butt. Even Sister Ziwei, who lived with them day and night, was still in the dark. Why did Mom know? From a normal parent's point of view, he and his sister were clearly a pair of loving siblings. Look, Dad didn't know anything at all. Could it be that a pervert saw something perverted? Bah, that's not right to describe Mom. Anyway, Mom must have a guilty conscience. There was another question. Was the other child mine or his sister's? In fact, a paternity test would be enough. His sister could have sex with him and would know immediately. But these days, everything was formal. A paternity test couldn't be done as he wished. All kinds of evidence had to be complete, and the parents had to be present. This was no different from a direct showdown. At that time, his sister couldn't have sex with him. This small family would definitely be in trouble. It was urgent. Chapter 306. This neighborhood was neither old nor new, but the overall layout was very imposing. It was not as flashy and fashionable as the new neighborhoods, nor as old as the old ones. The greenery was done very well, and the structure of the houses was also grand. It was the kind of neighborhood that the locals liked. Yesterday, a film crew came to the neighborhood. It was not a rare thing, and it was not the first time. A few years ago, a very popular family ethics drama was filmed in this neighborhood. In the drama, the parents of the male lead lived in this neighborhood. This time, the film crew was followed by a few big stars. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood looked around excitedly for a while, but soon dispersed. The older generation did not chase after stars, and they were purely there to join in the fun. Moreover, there was also a big star in the neighborhood. The daughter of the Qin family was very famous. The few female stars in the film crew were far inferior to her. In the morning, the film crew had a conflict with a property owner in the neighborhood. Although most of the scenes were filmed indoors, there were definitely scenes in the neighborhood. However, one of the property owners happened to be renovating, which hindered the film crew's filming. The two parties had a dispute in the neighborhood. It was the scene that Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao saw when they came in. After the property management mediated, the film crew spent some money, and the property owner agreed to renovate another day. At this time, there was a visiting reporter outside the neighborhood interviewing the property owners one by one. A well-dressed woman in her early 30s was followed by an uncle carrying a camera. It was a very standard configuration. It seemed that there should be a big shot in the film crew. "Hello, can I do a simple interview?" The woman caught an auntie wandering in the neighborhood. Usually, entertainment reporters would only interview the film crew. They would not look for the bored bystanders. However, today, the film crew had a slight conflict with the property owner, and this matter could be written another article. Therefore, after leaving the film crew, she conveniently interviewed the bystanders. "Yes, yes." The auntie spoke in Mandarin with a local accent, and her face was full of a reserved smile. "Just now, the film crew had a conflict with the property owner in our neighborhood, right? What do you think about it?" After the woman finished speaking, she put the microphone in front of the auntie. "Just to join in the fun. It's rare to have a film crew. Everyone, don't be too curious." The auntie stuttered. Everyone would be very nervous in front of a microphone or in an eye-catching situation. The female entertainment reporter was a little disappointed. She wanted to hear a sharper answer, so she said, "Will it cause any trouble for you? For example, if it's inconvenient for you to travel, or if fans come over and cause inconvenience in your life?" "No, no." The middle-aged woman waved her hands and smiled brightly. "Didn't someone come to film a few years ago? They left after a few days. Many people came to watch the show." The auntie thought for a moment. "We have a celebrity in our neighborhood." The female reporter was stunned. She thought to herself, "What do you mean? There are celebrities in your neighborhood too?" She searched her memory for a moment, but she could not remember any celebrities living in this neighborhood. There were only a few A-list and B-list celebrities living in Shanghai. Moreover, a celebrity of that status wouldn't live in such an old neighborhood. Perhaps she was a C or D-list celebrity. "Which celebrity lives here?" the female reporter asked. At the mention of this question, the woman seemed very happy. She said, "That old Qin in Unit 2 of Block 9, an old man carrying a baby came out from the unit next door and complained loudly, 'You've been crying non-stop. Maybe you pooped. Come back and change your diapers.'" He spoke in Shanghai dialect, and the female reporter could only understand half of it. The auntie hurriedly said, "I'm going to change my granddaughter's diapers." She smiled embarrassedly at the camera, greeted her husband, took her granddaughter, and entered the unit together. Halfway through her sentence, the entertainment reporter was very anxious. She looked around and fixed her eyes on another auntie. This auntie's grocery bag was broken, and apples were rolling all over the floor. She was bending down to pick them up one by one. Her other hand was holding her phone, and she was making a call. The female reporter walked over and bent down to help pick up the apples and a few bags of vegetables. But the rope was broken, and the auntie could only hold it with difficulty. "Mom is downstairs. The bag is broken. Help me get a new bag down." Yes, there's a new bag in the second cupboard in the kitchen. Thank you. The auntie hung up and said with a smile. She looked at the female reporter and the man holding the small camera. Are you filming TV? She asked. Just by looking at her appearance, one could only guess that she was in her 40s or 50s. She took good care of herself and did not have the puffy eye circles of an ordinary auntie. The crow's feet at the corner of her eyes added some charm to her. A very beautiful auntie. We're here to visit the set, from Beluga Entertainment Weekly. The female reporter said, can we interview you for a few questions? The auntie smiled and said, go ahead. The female reporter asked the same question again. The auntie's answer was very well behaved and harmonious. She did not complain or complain. The female reporter thought to herself that the editor's article was probably useless. It was a waste. Then she asked, I just heard from an auntie that there's a celebrity living here. Is it true? She was just asking casually. Anyway, even if there was, it was not a very famous artist. She might not even be considered a celebrity. The general public often mixed the concepts of celebrities, and internet celebrities. When the beautiful auntie heard this, she fell silent and hesitated. Is it inconvenient to say? The female reporter asked. If you broadcast it, will there be paparazzi waiting here every day? What if someone knocks on the door and asks for an autograph? The auntie said hesitantly. The female reporter was speechless. What was this? It was hard to say whether the paparazzi would be waiting or not. Knocking on the door and asking for an autograph was too funny. I didn't ask you where the celebrity lived. Moreover, which one of the A-list or B-list big shots did not have paparazzi waiting for them? No, don't worry, the female reporter said. If there was a celebrity living in this area, the editor could add a few hundred more words when writing the article. It should be my daughter, the beautiful auntie said. But I'm not sure if my son is considered a celebrity. I heard that he's quite popular. The female reporter was speechless. Did she hear wrongly? She could understand every word the auntie said, but why did she feel that she did not understand at all? The female reporter asked, your daughter, is a celebrity? The female reporter was in disbelief. Oh, my daughter and son, the auntie looked over the female reporter's shoulder and behind them and said happily. The female reporter subconsciously turned her head to look. The man holding the small camera also turned around and turned the lens. A young couple walked over. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very handsome. He had short hair and was wearing a black leather jacket, dark-colored casual pants, and sneakers. The young woman held his arm. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and a pair of tight pencil pants. Her long legs were straight and well-proportioned, paired with a pair of white snow boots. The woman was wearing sunglasses. The female reporter, who was slightly short-sighted, could not see clearly, but the man looked very familiar. Qin Zhe, the female reporter stammered. As a qualified entertainment reporter, it was impossible for her not to recognize Qin Zhe. This Qin Zhe, even though he was not from the entertainment industry, was more famous and exposed than some small celebrities. Not even ordinary third-rate celebrities could compare to him. Just his title of fast shooter was already well-known and well-known. Then the woman beside him was undoubtedly Qin Bao Bao. The sister was awesome, and so was the brother. The combination of the siblings was even more awesome. The female reporter ran over excitedly. Miss Qin, hello. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Qin Zhe blinked. Hello, you are? I'm a reporter from Platinum Entertainment Weekly, Li Ru. The female reporter was so excited that her face was red. Can I do a simple interview with you? The female reporter was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a good figure and was between 25 and 30 years old. As long as a woman of this age knew how to dress up, she would exude a mature charm. Qin Zhe did not have any complicated thoughts and looked at her a few more times. His arm was secretly pinched by his sister. How ruthless. Qin Bao Bao was not a magnanimous woman. She had a small temper and was also very narrow-minded. She was gracious and well-educated outside, and it was not an act. The main reason was that there were not many people outside who were worth her being calculative and throwing a tantrum. His sister's world was not big, and Qin Zhe occupied a large part of it. She regarded her brother as especially important. Qin Zhe hated all the flirtatious sluts who threw flirtatious glances at Qin Bao. Similarly, she did not like Qin Zhe staring at other women. "I can, but it's not convenient for my sister," Qin Zhe said. "Then, thank you." The female reporter nodded. "Do you live here?" "My parents live here." "May I ask what the recent work schedule of Tianfang Entertainment is?" "There are no special plans for now." "When is Qin Bao Bao's next album?" "Wait until next year." "Does Qin Bao Bao have a boyfriend?" "You said you would only answer my questions." "Do you have a girlfriend?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister and shook his head. "No." The female reporter asked a few more questions and left in satisfaction. This content was enough for an editor to write 2,000 words. Today's task was more than completed. Entertainment reporters like them ran around every day. In fact, the things they took might not necessarily be published as articles. However, if they were liked and published as entertainment news, they would get a commission. She could cut today's things into 2 news articles. One article would become 2 articles, and she would have an extra income. Qin Ma carried the grocery bags and walked over in small steps. "Is it okay? Will someone come and knock on the door? Or paparazzi in the neighborhood?" As she spoke, Qin Ma glanced at her daughter's hand that was hugging her son's arm. Her liver hurt. Which family's daughter hugged her brother's arm like this all day? She was too embarrassed to say it. "They won't. The paparazzi are waiting at my place." "It doesn't matter. I don't have a boyfriend. They can take whatever photos they want." Qin Bao Bao sensed her mother's gaze. She calmly let go of her mother and ran her fingers through her hair. "Mom, let me do it." Qin Zhe took the vegetables and fruits from his mother's hands. They were quite heavy. After returning home, Qin Ma washed the apples, cut them into pieces, inserted toothpicks into them, and brought them to the living room. On the way, Teddy was pestering her calf. "Mom, this dog is so annoying." "Let me tell you, hurry up and send it away." Qin Bao Bao frowned. "Wait for your Aunt Zheng to be discharged," Qin Ma said helplessly. "Pancreatitis is very torturous. At least 10 days to half a month. In serious cases, it can be months," Qin Zhe said. "No way." Qin Ma was stunned. She searched on her phone and said gloomily, "It's true. Then we won't come back this month." Qin Bao Bao's voice was tinged with a little happiness. "I'll pretend that I never gave birth to you," Qin Ma said angrily. Then she changed the topic. "By the way, the movie you made is going to be released. Is it today or tomorrow?" Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe looked at each other and thought, "It's finally here. Today." Qin Bao Bao pretended to be relaxed. "Mom, there's nothing to see. I'm not the lead. I'm just a guest star. Ace is the lead. I heard from your dad." Qin Ma smiled. "It's my son's first movie. Of course, I have to watch it." "Of course not," Qin Zhe said. "Why?" "I don't have any acting skills." "Mom, you don't know. I'm the kind of awkward little fresh meat with no acting skills. It's a trashy movie for fun. There's nothing to see. There will be people in the theater who will scold me for my bad acting skills. You'll feel uncomfortable when you hear that, right?" Qin Zhe said. The director would cry if he heard that. The movie that he worked so hard to prepare for 2 years became a trashy movie for no reason. It's okay. Bao Bao, I didn't feel angry when you scolded me a while ago. Can it be worse than scolding her? Qin Ma didn't care. It was the absolute truth. Some time ago, when the old master was looking at the computer and scrolling through Weibo, Qin Ma was calm and collected. Her mental fortitude was off the charts. Qin Zhe wanted to say more, but his sister nudged him with her foot and signaled him to shut up. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone and poked at the screen with her slender fingers. Mom, let me check for you. There should still be tickets for tonight. If it were an ordinary parent, Qin Bao Bao would definitely say, oh, there are no tickets. What a pity. However, this lie could fool Qin Ma, but it couldn't fool the old master. Moreover, Qin Ma just didn't like to use the internet. It didn't mean that she didn't know how to use it. After all, Qin Ma had a high school education. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the heart to study, she might have been able to go to university. University in that era, TSK. Qin Bao Bao poked and poked at the screen. Suddenly, she said, "Oh, Mom, my stomach hurts." Then, her sister threw the phone away and held her stomach. Looking at her round buttocks, she moaned painfully on the sofa. What's wrong? Menstrual cramps again? Qin Ma was shocked. She hugged her daughter and frowned. Did you eat something bad these few days? Qin Bao Bao buried her head in her mother's arms and whimpered, maybe I ate something bad. It hurts, sob sob sob. She peeked out an eye and blinked at her brother. Only then did Qin Zhe know that his sister was faking her illness. He was scared out of his wits just now and subconsciously wanted to hug her. Fortunately, he restrained himself. His mother was still standing there. His sister was really good at acting and scheming. Shall I take you to the hospital? Qin Ma was anxious. No need. I'll go to the hospital if my stomach hurts. It's not that pretentious. Ouch. Qin Bao Bao said, painfully. Then I'll take you back to your room to rest. No, I'm sleeping in your arms. I'm your obedient Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao did not forget to act coquettishly. Qin Ma was distressed and gratified. My scheming girl is really something. It's better to lie in bed if your stomach hurts. Qin Ma helped her daughter back to her room and rubbed her stomach for a long time. Qin Bao Bao said that it was much better, but she did not dare to say that it didn't hurt anymore. She had to act until night time. Mom, how's sister? Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and pretended to be concerned. She's much better. You said that she ate something bad, but she doesn't have diarrhea or vomiting. I think it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Qin Ma was worried. She's not a doll. She's not that pretentious. She'll be fine after a while. Qin Ma hit her son. I'll go check on her. Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and slipped into his sister's room. She was sitting on the bed playing with her mobile phone and subconsciously wanted to shrink into the quilt. When she saw that it was Qin Zhe who came in, she rolled her eyes. Smart. Qin Zhe sat on the bed and gave her a thumbs up. Help me get an apple. Don't just eat by yourself. Qin Bao Bao pushed him. You have a stomachache. Why are you eating an apple? Qin Zhe handed her half an apple. Eat mine. Qin Bao Bao gnawed on the half apple like a rabbit gnawing on a carrot. Soon, she finished the apple. His sister hugged Qin Zhe's neck from behind and breathed in his ear. Stomachache. Aze, can you rub your sister's stomach? Qin Zhe was unmoved. His sister lowered her voice as if she was doing something shameful. Take off your clothes and rub them. Qin Zhe still ignored her. Hey! She shouted unhappily. I want you to pretend to have a stomachache. You can't pretend for 2 days. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will force you to go to the hospital, Qin Zhe said. Why are you thinking so much? Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. She was as charming as she could be. Big sister is rubbing your tummy. Do you want to come? Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. This torturous soy milk machine. Is it very exciting to step on a tightrope? Qin Zhe said angrily. Believe it or not, I'll reward you. Qin Baobao covered her buttocks and looked at him warily. Then, will you pretend to have a stomachache tomorrow? It's useless for me to pretend. Besides, we'll take turns to have stomachaches. Mom is not a fool. Oh, why are you thinking so much? Talk to your sister. Qin Baobao pulled the quilt and covered herself and her brother. Of course, they were just talking. Qin Zhe was used to chatting with his sister under the quilt. They chatted for a while under the quilt. Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller ID, Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 307. Why is Zhao Taizhu calling me? Although Zhao Taizhu had become his first man on top through Sister Ziwei, he didn't have much contact with Zhao Taizhu. After all, they weren't from the same world. One of them was the son of a well-off family. One of them was probably an old driver in bed when he was a teenager. The other had been drooling over his sister since childhood. They didn't have any common topics to talk about, and they didn't have any friendship. Occasionally, Zhao Taizhu would ask him about the origin of the Exploding Heavens faction. Qin Zhe would talk nonsense. Anyway, bragging wasn't illegal. In addition, Zhao Taizhu also gave him an ICBC account. Every month, Qin Zhe would ask the finance department to remit 5% of the company's income to him. Brother Zhao. Qin Zhe's voice was sincere. What's the matter? Sister Ziwei could call him Zhao Taizhu and step on him like a queen. That was because they had been friends since childhood. Qin Zhe couldn't be like Sister Ziwei. His EQ wasn't that low. He regarded Zhao Taizhu as a good-natured second generation who could be managed as a friend. How's my sister Zijin doing? Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. She's eating well and wearing warm clothes. She's in great health. Qin Zhe smiled. Hearing Wang Zijin's name, his sister leaned over. Qin Zhe didn't push her away as usual. For the first time, he hugged his sister's waist. His sister's delicate body collapsed and then relaxed. She snuggled softly in his arms. Zhao Taizhu talked for a long time. He didn't have a main topic. He talked about some interesting things in the system and planned to go fishing with friends during New Year's Day. He asked Qin Zhe if he wanted to go. Of course, Qin Zhe didn't want to go. He declined. Fishing is very particular. Newbies look at the buoy. Veterans rely on their feelings. Sometimes when the buoy sinks and the hook is lifted too early, the fish will escape and nothing will be caught. Am I right? Zhao Taizhu said. That's true. Qin Zhe responded with a smile. However, you can't lift the hook too late. Once the bait is cast, there must be a harvest, right? Yes. All right then, I won't disturb you any further. Brother Zhao, I'm hanging up. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and frowned. This phone call was inexplicable, and the content of the conversation was even more meaningless. This kind of meaningless phone call was something that only middle and high school couples would talk about. Even college students wouldn't do it, let alone Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu. Who would want to talk to a rough man on the phone? But Zhao Taizhu couldn't have called him for no reason. There must be something behind it. Ah, so annoying. Zhao Taizhu had picked up most of the bad habits of the system. Zhao Taizhu had learned most of the bad habits of the system. Qin Zhe thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out for the time being. He planned to go home and ask Sister Ziwei for advice. Qin Bao Bao raised his head and gently stroked his younger brother's eyebrows over and over again with a gentle look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. A friend called. I didn't understand what he wanted to say. Wang Zijin's friend? Yes. Qin Bao Bao said sourly, wow, your circle of friends are mixed. This guy's identity is not ordinary. He works in the system and doesn't have a high position, but the elders in his family are very capable. He is Sister Ziwei's childhood friend. Our Baozi company is now under his protection. Qin Zhe said. After that, he saw the sadness in his sister's eyes. He put his arms around his sister's small waist, put his chin on her head, and said softly, even with Sister Ziwei's relationship, I still have to rely on myself to build my own network. In fact, Sister Ziwei can't help me much. I have to walk my own path. I can't make as much money as she can for me. Qin Bao Bao said softly, yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Instead of wasting my efforts to sharpen my blade, it's better to think about how to stabilize my parents. With my parents' forgetfulness, after today, they might forget about it tomorrow. Who would be so obsessed with a movie? Qin Zhe, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the light footsteps outside the door. He was shocked and said in a low voice, Moan. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao swore that this was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard in her life. It was so ridiculous that her heart was about to explode. My brother asked me to moan. What does he want to do? Oh, I hate it. I have to do this all of a sudden. I'm still at home. Qin Bao Bao's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, she saw her brother's figure bouncing up as if he had been electrocuted. He sat upright by the bed and straightened the quilt at the same time. The door was pushed open and Qin Ma came in with a cup of warm water. Bao Bao, drink a cup of warm water. Let's see if you have diarrhea later. Qin Bao Bao silently loosened her hands on the waist of her pants. A corner of her black lace panties was revealed, but she hid it again. I want to take off my pants. So this is what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She felt that her body was hollowed out. Bao Bao? Sit up and drink some water. Qin Ma's gentle voice sounded. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. He didn't understand why she suddenly looked like a paper flower that had been drained of energy. Mom, I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered her head. Does your stomach still hurt? Yes, it hurts so much. But my heart hurts more than my stomach. Why do you still feel bad? I think you really need to go to the hospital. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? Qin Ma could tell that her daughter was acting coquettishly. She put the cup on the bedside table and told Qin Zhe to talk to his sister. I'll go and tell your dad. He's worried. Why doesn't Dad come and see for himself? Qin Zhe asked. Who knows? He's in the study room slamming the table and glaring. He's very angry, but he just won't come out, Qin Ma said. Of course, of course. If it were anyone else, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. After all, his son saw his flirtatious heart. He would definitely worry about whether his father's image would collapse. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I have to be extra careful today. I don't want my dad to find fault with me. Mom's gone. Stop pretending. After his mom left, Qin Zhe went to pull the blanket, but his sister held on tightly. She covered herself in the blanket and shouted, Little red guy, get lost, sob sob sob. She was acting coquettishly for no reason. Qin Zhe was very annoyed. Seeing that she didn't come out even after shouting for a long time, he simply sat on his sister and pressed her head that was covered by the blanket. Ah! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. His sister began to struggle. Her small waist kept arching upwards. However, no matter how flexible and strong her small waist was, she couldn't lift her brother who was more than 140 pounds. His sister, who was almost suffocated to death, popped her head out. She was panting and her face was red. She was so angry that she cried. "You don't love me at all." It's written in the novel that the younger brother loves his sister very much. Damn, what kind of novel are you reading? "If you're my sister, I'll love you," Qin Zhe said. "Then you can treat me as your sister." Qin Bao Bao twisted her butt in the blanket and pouted. "Sob sob sob." "Your sister doesn't know how to sob," Qin Zhe said in distress. "When I see the word sob 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 on the internet, my mind will think of you." "Then how does your sister sob?" Qin Bao Bao had an expression of asking for advice. "I already said that my sister doesn't know how to sob. My sister will say, 'Oni-chan, you're great, Oni-chan, you're the best,'" Qin Zhe said. "Disgusting, the first and the last one doesn't matter. What the hell is the middle one?" Qin Bao Bao had a look of disdain. "So you're the legendary Siscon?" Qin Zhe seriously considered this question. It felt good to have a cute little sister with a delicate body. When the little sister grew up, the cute little sister with a round face would turn into a beautiful girl with a pair of sparkling clear eyes. She would be like a willow branch that had just sprouted out tender shoots. She would be very, very dependent on you. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe looked at his sister. His sister was lying on the bed and panting. Her huge chest was heaving up and down. The scene was spectacular. Forget it, a sister or whatever, it's just a fleeting cloud. It's good to have a sister. Sister knows how to act coquettishly and act cute. She can also kiss. Sister's figure is very domineering. Sister will occasionally consider her image and give her brother some love. Sister has all the characteristics of a sister. Sister will only have the characteristics of a sister after a few years. No, she might not have them. I'll go out first. You sleep for a while, Qin Zhe said. Sleep for what? I'm not a pig. How can I sleep now? Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. I pretended to be sick for our sake. You can't leave me alone. Then I'll tell you a joke. Qin Zhe touched his sister's head, but she pushed his hand away. A woman went on a blind date. The first one was a lawyer, a proper social elite. But she didn't like him. The second one was a university professor. He had a car, a house, and savings. She still rejected him. The third one was a thief. The woman liked him at first sight. Do you know why? His sister tilted her head and thought about it seriously. Because the thief is handsome? No. Oh, I know. Because the thief is her first love. No. The thief is actually a rich man's tall, handsome, and rich man. The woman found out. Look, where did so many tall, handsome, and rich men come from? Then why? I can't think of it. Forget it if you can't think of it. Tell me, Ace. Please. Call me Grandpa. Grandpa, Qin Zhe thought about it seriously and decided not to tell his sister the answer. He felt that it was not right to tell his sister this kind of joke. I won't tell you even if you call me Grandpa, Qin Zhe said. After saying that, his sister rewarded him with a Foshan shadowless kick. His sister's long legs were very strong. Chapter 308. He always felt that it was too demonic to tell such a story with his sister. Hence, Qin Zhe changed his mind and decided not to tell his sister the correct answer. Anyway, his sister was forgetful. She would forget after throwing a tantrum. If it were Wang Zijin or Su Yu, they might have taken out their phones to search for the answer. That would be awkward. His sister and his mother were the same. They were big-hearted and didn't like to be calculative. They would forget unhappy things very quickly. His mother was the same. Hence, his mother's mentality was very young and she didn't look old. She was about the same age as his grandfather, but she looked at least 10 years younger. His sister had inherited this from his mother. She definitely wouldn't complain about being old in the future. His sister's lifespan was very long. Pfft, he said he wasn't demonic. Oh right, I contacted Li Wei a few days ago. She wants to jump ship to Tianfang, but we have to pay for the compensation. Qin Zhe remembered this matter. How do you have her contact? If she wants to jump ship, she can just contact the company. What's there to talk to you about? Qin Bao Bao suddenly became serious. She turned from a wimpy girl to a professional elite. His sister's aura gradually took shape. When she frowned and thought, if she changed into office wear, she would look like a strong woman in the workplace. This felt good, very good. Seeing his sister transform step by step and her aura getting stronger and stronger, Qin Zhe felt a sense of accomplishment. There was a saying, a flirtatious senior couldn't be compared to a naive junior. This was because the junior also had her flirtatious moments. How could the flirtatious moments of being in someone else's iron rod compare to the flirtatious moments of being in your own iron rod? That was the original saying. But now, to describe his sister, he had to remove the word iron rod. Yes, remove it. It's the contact information we exchanged when we were filming the movie. Qin Zhe said. The image of Li Wei standing beside him appeared in his mind. Her voice was gentle and her lips were curved into a smile. President Qin, can you give me your contact information? Qin Zhe gave it to her without hesitation. The main reason was that Li Wei was a voluptuous and charming 30-year-old woman. His resistance to mature women was always very low. At the premiere ceremony, Li Wei had mentioned this matter without revealing her expression. She was a very smart woman, always leaving a way out for herself. Qin Zhe did not give her a promise at that time, and only contacted her afterwards. Qin Bao Bao took out the phone from her brother's pocket and held his thumb to unlock the screen. She opened the contact list and found the chat history between Qin Zhe and Li Wei. After confirming that there was no ambiguous content, she said with satisfaction, "In the future, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry about it." Qin Zhe felt that even if he became the big boss of the entertainment industry in the future, there was nothing to be happy about. The most important benefit of being a big boss was cut off by his sister. The iron rod was indeed useless. Cut it. What's wrong with this Guling? Qin Bao Bao said angrily. His sister's angry look was very cute. Qin Zhe pinched his sister's cheek, but she retaliated with a karate chop. This was the time to show the benefits of having a sister. If it was his sister, when he patted her head, she would definitely close her eyes in enjoyment and rub her face against his palm like a cat. When he pinched her cheek, she would puff her cheeks angrily. Qin Zhe immediately knew that his sister was looking through his chat software. Speaking of this Guling, he was also having a headache. He did not know how he had managed to seduce her. She would send him greetings every few days, and Qin Zhe would usually reply. If it was more ambiguous, he would reply the next day or pretend that he did not understand. It had been a few months since they came back from Taiwan. Guling's messages had become more and more provocative, and she was using different methods to tease him. What do these two pictures mean? Qin Bao Bao frowned and pointed the phone screen at her brother. A week ago, the phone chat history, Qin Zhe, yes, everything has been good recently. Thank you for your concern. Guling, I saw these two pictures on my WeChat moments today. They seem to be very meaningful, but I don't understand. Guling, send a picture. Guling, Qin Zhe, do you understand? Qin Zhe, winky face. Guling, what about this one? Guling, sent a picture. Qin Zhe, winky face. A brief introduction of the pictures. The first picture, 2 pigeons on a tree, a dead sheep below. The second picture, a wooden house. The window was open, and you could see an empty room. The bed was placed beside the window, and there was a pile of stones on the bed. This girl, Guling, is quite polite. Every now and then, she would send me a message to give me her blessings and keep in touch. She's also quite lively. Look, I don't even know what these 2 pictures she sent me mean. But I can tell that she's a talkative girl who can't stay still, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and thought for a long time. That was indeed the case. Moreover, her brother usually did not reply to the more ambiguous messages, or he would reply the next day. That way, both parties would lose interest. Don't mislead her. Don't give her any hope. Qin Bao Bao's slender fingers lifted her brother's ear. Guling is a very ambitious woman. She's very scheming and cares too much about fame and fortune. I know. Although Guling was beautiful, her temperament and appearance were the inferior version of Wang Zijin. With sister Zijin at home, Qin Zhe really couldn't think of a reason to seduce her. That's a good boy. Qin Bao Bao rubbed his ear and gave him a kiss. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released today. As the sister and brother's debut movie, they naturally attended the premiere. The premiere was held half a month ago. Qin Zhe, the director, and many other main actors stood on a huge stage. The background was a huge picture of the Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. In the picture, Qin Zhe was wearing a black hat and a snow-white scarf around his neck. He was holding a gun in his hand. Half of his handsome face was bright and the other half was hidden in the light. His gaze was sharp and cold. It was explosive. During the ceremony, the reporter even asked a few difficult questions. Qin Bao Bao, I heard that when you played the role of Yun Yan, you didn't use a stunt double. Don't you have any psychological barriers when filming a kiss scene with your brother? Goddess Qin Bao Bao smiled faintly and replied, although I debuted as a singer, I love what I do. Kissing is also one of the essential skills of an actor. Moreover, filming is an art. It doesn't matter who the actor is. I can only say that I work hard to overcome my psychological barriers. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F***ck feeling. When it was Qin Zhe's turn, the reporter asked him about the development plans of Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Zhe gave a simple explanation. Then, the reporter asked again, President Qin, you're not a professional actor. Are you filming this movie for fun? No, I'm putting in a lot of effort into this movie. As for how effective it is, you'll know when you watch the movie. The reporter asked, one last question. Rumor has it that the original male lead wanted to film a kiss scene with Qin Bao Bao but was rejected. The netizens are saying that you don't accept Qin Bao kissing someone else. Because of this reason, you changed the male lead. Is that true? Qin Zhe, that's not true at all. Because of the original male lead schedule, he can't continue filming. The fact that I'm acting in this movie has nothing to do with Qin Bao Bao. There's also no rumor that I don't like her kissing someone else. There were so many people present at the ceremony, so the news couldn't have been kept under wraps. But without the endorsement of the film crew, this news could only be considered gossip. It was just gossip to amuse the netizens. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F***ck feeling. Are this pair of siblings messing with me? Are they purposely looking for trouble? I didn't even know you guys before this. Then it was the director's turn to speak. The director greatly praised Qin Zhe's acting skills and professionalism. He said that he was a fresh stream in the entertainment industry. He started from scratch and was of high quality. Then they watched the movie. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao watched it with great interest. They were the main actors, but when they watched the movie, they still felt that it was interesting and refreshing. It was obvious that the film crew had put in a lot of effort in the post-production editing. When he saw the passionate kiss scene with his sister, Qin Zhe felt a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Qin Bao Bao who was beside him. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She sensed that Qin Zhe was looking at her. Her eyelashes fluttered and she deliberately did not look at Qin Zhe. Or rather, she was too shy to look at him. Thanks to the film crew's strong promotion and Qin Zhe's investment, the promotion was done very well. On the internet. Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach is screening today. I'm hesitating whether to watch it or not. Yes, it's Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's first film. I heard that they will have a kissing scene. I can't wait to watch it. I'll definitely watch it. I'll always support Bao Bao. Come on, the two of them have never acted before. They have no experience. How can they make a high-quality movie? Upstairs, you must be Guo Zhengyu's fan. I heard that Guo Zhengyu was kicked out of the film crew. I'm just a passerby. I want to refute. This has nothing to do with whose fan you are. I think that person is right. How can you act if you don't have any acting skills? You'll just be scolded. Look at those little fresh meats now. How many of them came from professional schools? They either became popular through talent shows or came back from Gaoli to debut as a singer. In fact, those actors who came from professional schools need to hone their skills for several years before their acting skills are good. I'm a rational fan. I'm not going to watch the movie. Just like what the upstairs said, little fresh meats without acting skills are just making up for it with their faces. I don't want Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe to fail in the same movie. I'd better not watch it. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've failed miserably at a very easy task. If only my goddess could sing. I hate those stars who have no acting skills but insist on acting awkwardly. I really hate them. I'm not going to watch it. I don't want my goddess to lose points in my heart. Is there anyone buying a ticket? Waiting for the poison test. The comments on the internet were mixed. Some people refused to watch it, while others couldn't wait to watch it. Chapter 309. The movie was unexpectedly good, very exciting, and very hot-blooded. In the beginning, the protagonist and his childhood friend squatted on the side of the street, biting a grass root, and sighed, "The poorest is begging for food. If you don't die, you will always be successful." When he said this, Qin Zhe spat out the grass root in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and his expression was fierce and unwilling. It was a perfect portrayal of a small character who had no way out. Then, the protagonist and his friend saved a big boss who was being assassinated by a rival gang at night. The big boss was very grateful to the two young people and asked them what they wanted in return. Whether it was evil money or evil beauties, the big boss could satisfy them. But the protagonist didn't ask for money or beauties. In the dim yellow light, he clenched his fists and said with a determined expression, "I want to follow you." Looking at Qin Zhe's determined expression and unyielding eyes, the big boss thought to himself, "This kid will become a great person in the future. The scriptwriter should be writing web novels. Hey, his acting is not bad. I feel that his acting is very good. Is it really his first time acting? It's a bit interesting. It's better than I imagined. Let's watch more. If I don't like it, I'll leave halfway." In the cinema, the audience whispered softly. Qin Zhe's acting surprised the audience. To bring a character to life, it wasn't enough to stand and say a few lines. From the tone to the eyes, any subtle expression on the face was a test of acting skills. Qin Zhe played the image of a small street gangster vividly. Then, the protagonist began his life of licking blood on the blade. All kinds of gunfights, knife fights, and led the minions to occupy one territory after another. In 2 years, he became the #1 general under the big boss. The movie started 20 minutes ago. From the beginning of the small character to the present, it was full of hot blood and fighting. It was very emotional and exciting. At a gathering of the big bosses, the male lead offended a big boss that he couldn't afford to offend. If the territory was stolen, then take it back. All you do is curse. Are you out to mingle? I'm not targeting a certain senior. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. He raised his face and smiled disdainfully. I'm a pheasant. If you're a brother, then come and kill me. He smashed his cup. That arrogant gaze, that inflated mentality, and that supercilious ruthlessness were vividly displayed in the eyes of the audience. Ah, your acting is really good. Who said that Qin Zhe doesn't know how to act? I don't think he's any worse than an experienced actor. In this movie, Qin Zhe single-handedly shouldered all the acting. There's something wrong with the way he speaks. He's definitely not reciting lines. He really brought the character to life. The plot is amazing too. It's very exciting. That night, the main character was hunted down. He was shot in the shoulder and had to cover his wound as he fled to the Yihong brothel, where he broke into the room of the top hostess, Yun Yan. Yun Yan, played by Qin Bao Bao, was sitting in the bathtub with her hair tied up. Her gorgeous face and charming eyes almost instantly stole the attention of the main character. In this scene, the production crew added light and shadow effects to make the bathing scene more beautiful. During the filming, the person sitting in the bucket was actually the stunt double. Under the effect of the main character's halo, Yun Yan helped him escape and the two of them got to know each other. The passionate plot came to an end at this point, and the emotional scene between the main character and Yun Yan began. Surprisingly, Qin Bao Bao's acting was also very good. Her seductive eyes, her casual seduction, and her gentle gaze when she gazed at the main character. When they met for the second time, Qin Zhe had already taken care of his boss's #1 opponent. His momentum was unparalleled. He came to Yun Yan's room and sat at the table drinking. His face was cold and stern. His arrogance and domineering aura had disappeared, and he became gloomy and reserved. Have you taken care of your problems outside? Yun Yan sat by the bed. The curtains were lowered, and her figure was graceful and graceful. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with bullets, Qin Zhe said coldly. Yun Yan lifted the curtains and walked over to the main character. She sat opposite him and rested her chin on her hand. She smiled and gazed at him. Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. How about I accompany you tonight? As soon as Qin Bao Bao appeared, she blinded the eyes of countless male audience members. Her charming face and hot body, especially when she was wearing a cheongsam, were simply too domineering. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up from the table. He held her waist with one hand and her wrist with the other. He smiled wickedly. Tonight, I'll let you see my real skills. The two kissed passionately and seriously. The camera gave the siblings a big close-up. The scene of Qin Zhe kissing his sister could be clearly seen. He sucked on her lips and stuck out his tongue. Qin Bao Bao responded passionately. They kissed until the sky darkened. The kiss was not pretentious. Then, the main character carried Yun Yan in his arms and walked towards the bed. He threw the beauty on the bed and climbed on top of her. He pressed her on the bed and continued kissing her. The camera gave them another close-up. It showed Qin Zhe tasting his sister's lips as if he was tasting the world's best food. During the whole process, Qin Bao Bao kept her eyes closed and her eyelashes trembled violently. During the premiere, Qin Zhe and his sister saw this scene. They looked at each other and had the same thought, we can't let our parents see this. Otherwise, we'll be screwed. Damn, Qin Bao Bao's cheongsam is too beautiful. A beauty with such a figure wearing bubbles is simply a killer. It's so beautiful that it's about to explode. If only I had a girlfriend like her. Bastard, let go of Qin Bao Bao and let me do it. At the same time, the audience also recognized Qin Bao Bao's acting skills. She was a seductive, charming, and flirtatious woman. Through the details in her eyes, she revealed Yunyan's deep love for the main character. The plot was laid out one by one. Yunyan's scenes were 15 minutes long. She could barely be considered the second female lead. Although this character was portrayed well by Qin Baobao, the script had already determined her tragic fate. Qin Zhe played the role of the male lead. He was a vagabond who had no choice but to do as he pleased. During a gang fight, one of the bosses was assassinated. The main character and his companions became stray dogs who lived in fear and were chased all over the place. During this time, they hid at Yunyan's place for a few days and had sex a few times. The charming Yunyan lay in Qin Zhe's arms and said softly, "No matter how good the outside world is, isn't it tiring to hide every day and live in constant danger?" The main character, nicknamed Xianxia, had a cold expression and did not speak. "I've saved some money over the years. Take me with you. Let's go to the countryside and live a peaceful life there." Yunyan really fell in love with him, but she neglected one thing. Xianxia was a wanderer, an ambitious wanderer. He was unwilling to live an ordinary life and longed to be outstanding. He was a man of iron. After that incident, Xianxia never went to the Yihong brothel to look for Yunyan again. He got to know the daughter of a business tycoon and successfully captured the heart of the daughter played by Li Wei during one of his kidnappings. With the help of his father-in-law's money and power, Xianxia began to reach the peak of his life. His power continued to expand. The number of people following him increased from a dozen to a few hundred. He became a tycoon in old Shanghai. On a cold and rainy night, the candlelight danced. "You're getting married." Yunyan sat by the bed. Her beautiful face reflected the flickering candlelight. "Yes." Xianxia stood by the bed and looked at the dreary night. "Will you come?" "No." On the day of Xianxia's wedding, Yunyan threw herself into the Huangpu River. This woman with a bitter past ended her life. In the ending subtitles, a few years later, the Japanese army invaded China. Because Xianxia did not cooperate with the Japanese's orders, he was killed by the Japanese, which ended this ambitious and ruthless man's life of more than 20 years. At the moment of his death, in Xianxia's dazed eyes, a beautiful woman appeared. She stood in the distance and looked back with a smile. The movie ended. I cried at the end. It was so sad and sad. It's surprisingly good. I'm going to recommend it to my friends. It's passionate and emotional. It's like witnessing the ups and downs of a hero's life and the melancholy of death. Qin Zhe is going to be popular. He's the lead, but his acting is only 666. The little fresh meat wants to beat someone up. The audience left reluctantly and prepared to go back to recommend it to their friends and classmates. The next day, Qin Zhe received a call from Su Yu. He reported that the box office on the first day of release was not high, only about 4 million. Among the movies released at the same time, it was below average. From the perspective of an investor, if there was no miracle of a loser's comeback, then this investment was obviously a flop. As the housekeeper of Bao's company, Su Yu did not have to worry about the stock futures for the time being. There were several departments doing it. The movie investment was an additional project, so only Su Yu could follow. Qin Zhe was a hands-off boss. Su Yu did everything, Su Yu did it, and Su Yu still did it. It was also because of his experience in controlling the masochist. Anyway, whenever Su Yu complained, Qin Zhe blinked his sincere eyes. "Su Yu, this company can't do without you. I can't do without you either." Su Yu felt that she was a very important person, an irreplaceable person. The Almighty and the company could not do without her. Her presence was bursting. Her body was tired, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. So she happily threw herself into work again. Is it too low? Qin Zhe frowned. If it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't have the idea of investing in the movie at all, so he didn't think of making a lot of money with this movie. But at least let me recover the cost. As far as the current box office is concerned, it will definitely be taken off the shelves in a month. After deducting the movie theater's share and the share of other investors, he can't even recover the cost. The publicity has been done. The reason why the box office is not high should be that the internet doubts your level as an actor. Suyu said, I've seen the movie. It's not bad. The box office should catch up later. What if it can't catch up? Qin Zhe said angrily. Humph, you're blaming me? Where's your conscience? Suyu said in an aggrieved tone. Then it's a loss. I'll let you know what the price of acting on impulse is. Suyu clicked her tongue and said, other people are angry for a beauty. You're angry for your sister. Little pervert. Little pervert? I'll go. How can you call me little pervert? This is the exclusive nickname of the pervert. Needless to say, she must have learned it from Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 310. You also think my acting is good. I watched the premiere, and it was unexpectedly good. Qin Zhe was enraptured. At this time, Suyu should say softly, well, Qin Zhe, your acting is really good. I like it very much. Then Qin Zhe scolded, get out. Suyu would feel very happy. But at this time, Suyu did not play her cards according to common sense, and said, little red man, is Qin Bao Bao's mouth delicious? Is sister's mouth delicious? Dead pervert. Originally, according to Suyu's plan, at most, more than 10 million yuan was invested, and the original protagonist was the first-year Jianghu, with a large fan base, and a star who had won the film Emperor, and a good reputation. This investment was still very good, but it was disturbed by Qin Zhe, and the male lead was replaced by a ghost brother who wanted to kiss his sister, who had zero acting skills and was an outsider. Therefore, before the movie was released, the keyboard warriors shouted bad drama, hype IP, fun ticket, and all kinds of black. Netizens were easy to be led by the rhythm, so overall, the sense of expectation was not high, and they did not buy tickets on the day of the release. But Suyu would never be angry about this kind of thing. Suyu's tolerance for Qin Zhe has reached the level of, good baby, whatever you want, mom will give you. She was mainly jealous of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's unscrupulous kissing scenes. The great god said that he had never had a girlfriend before, and his first kiss must still be kept. Now, I, fat tiger, haven't acted yet, and you, bear, have snatched Jing Xiang, and then there is a blue fatty beside you. Nonsense, you are looking at the world with colored glasses, and the world is yellow. Qin Zhe said righteously, everything is for art. If you were the heroine, I would do the same. A big light bulb lit up on Suyu's head. Good idea, if it was in the movie, she could openly ask the great god for a kiss. Why didn't she think of it back then? Oh, she wasn't sure that she liked Qin Zhe back then. There was once a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of me, but unfortunately, I didn't cherish it. If God gave me another chance, I would kick baby Qin away and have a French kiss, a Chinese kiss, a Japanese inverted 9, and a full 9 kisses with the great god. Well, let's make a movie next time. Suyu said longingly. You're right. Filming a movie isn't like buying sanitary pads. You just have to go to the supermarket. Of course, Qin Zhe refused. He had never believed in Buddhism, but he always remembered the words of the sign, when I was young, I always liked to make empty promises. Now, I regret my words lightly. Out of a woman's intuition, Suyu said, so you're only filming kissing scenes with Big Sister? Qin Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Motherf asterisk Ker, Suyu's language style was getting sharper and sharper. Hey, I'm going to change your name to the pervert who likes to film kissing scenes with Big Sister. Before Suyu hung up the phone, she muttered, goodbye, Big Sister's little henchman. It was getting harder and harder to control the masochist. Was Suyu too arrogant, or was Qin Zhe unable to lift the knife? What's wrong with being Big Sister's henchman? The guy next door is the Empress's little dog. He kneels and licks the Empress's feet every day. He's even more masochistic than Su Yu and Salter than me. At least I got to kiss Big Sister's little mouth. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and seriously thought about a question. Why did the movie I starred in fail on the first day? Look at the shock maniac next door. He made a movie that everyone supported and easily set a record in China. Was it because he was salty? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe took out his phone and silently searched for the correct way to turn over a salty fish. The next day, there were comments on Tieba, forums, and Weibo. Netizens began to discuss the bloody battle of Shanghai Beach. Some said that if the ending wasn't tragic, the movie would be perfect. Some said that if the ending was tragic, the level of the movie would be lowered. However, the tragic ending was too hurtful and made people feel flustered. There were all kinds of comments, but no one doubted the acting skills of the main actors. A big V account wrote a movie review on Weibo. After watching The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, I don't feel good. I went to see Qin Bao Bao because of her. I can't help it, I'm a hardcore fan. Originally, I didn't have much hope for Qin Zhe's acting skills and was mentally prepared to watch a lousy movie. The result was unexpected and very good. First of all, Qin Zhe's acting skills are online. To be honest, after watching it, I started to doubt my life. I suggest that the little fresh meats watch it. A layman, an outsider, actually has such acting skills. The little fresh meats are not ashamed. Next, let's talk about the male and female leads. Although the female lead isn't Qin Bao Bao, I feel that Yun Yan is the female lead in the movie because she has a soul. Although the character, Shan Ji, is portrayed very well, I don't want to talk about him because there are too many highlights and I don't know where to start. Moreover, I don't like this character very much, because he is a scumbag. Yun Yan, played by Qin Bao Bao, was one of the brightest points in the film. She was a prostitute who was rolling around in the mortal world. Coincidentally, she saved Pheasant, a gangster from a gang. The two of them had an ill-fated relationship. Qin Bao Bao's every look and every expression on her face clearly shows her love. She can't help but fall in love with this cold gangster. She changed from a beautiful woman to a little girl who likes to sit quietly and miss her lover. But in Shan Ji's eyes, what is she? Maybe she is an insignificant brothel girl, or maybe she is a lonely person. Maybe he can sense the love in Yun Yan's eyes, or maybe he doesn't care at all. Because his heart doesn't belong to this woman. From the fact that Yun Yan begged him to elope with her and was rejected, it can be seen clearly. But Yun Yan is still infatuated with this man. In the end, Shan Ji marries a beautiful woman and Yun Yan commits suicide by jumping into a river. Actually, from the beginning, this woman's ending was destined. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. The conversation in the rainy night is very chewy. It is just a few short sentences, but it is heartbreaking. Yun Yan's heart probably died at that moment. Let me give you a spoiler. The ending of the movie is a tragedy. Shan Ji dies under the gun of a Japanese agent. As this gangster is dying, he sees the brothel girl he let down. It is thought-provoking. Maybe he really did love this woman back then, or maybe he felt guilty. But none of this can change the fact that he let her down. Anyway, when I saw the ending, my eyes were red. In the end, I recommend watching this movie. Have some self-respect. Are you serious? Is it really that good? Could it be the Internet Water Army? Of course it's the Internet Water Army. They're trying to boost the box office and attract attention. It's all a trick. But my classmate went to watch it today. He said it's good. The plot is good and there are no flaws. The actors' acting skills are also very good, especially Qin Zhe's. You said that Qin Zhe is a fast shooter. I admit it. I also admit that he is good at trading stocks. But if you say that his acting is good, what a joke. Yi Liangchen, will definitely stand up and criticize him. Let's talk about the box office. You can check the box office online. Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach only grossed more than 4 million yuan yesterday. Deformed Car, which is ranked first, grossed 130 million yuan a day. Pirates, which is ranked second, grossed 90 million yuan. It's a total defeat. There are many people who refuse to admit it, but Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach is getting more and more popular after a few days. The second day's box office, 6 million. The third day's box office, 10 million. A week later, the box office reached 260 million. This is not the limit. After the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, the box office skyrocketed to 500 million. The box office went from the middle to the bottom of the charts to the top 10. Based on this momentum, the box office will be between 1.5 billion and 2 billion in a month's time. It's a scary result. Although it's not as good as some awesome movies that grossed 4 to 5 billion, to Baoza Investment Company, Limited, it's better than trading stocks for a month. What's scarier than the box office is the word of mouth. Qin Zhe is popular again. It's easy for him to shoot a movie or TV series to become famous. This time, it's more popular than him doing live broadcasts or singing. Qin Baobao's popularity also went up a level. She became one of the most popular female celebrities. As the discussion on the internet continues, netizens went to their Weibo and cheered. Get together. Get together. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were so scared that they closed the comments section on the same day. What a joke. Dad is always paying attention to their Weibo. The siblings hid at home and shivered. In the end, they couldn't hide it from their parents. Qin Ma heard from her relatives that the siblings' movie was popular. Fortunately, she only knew that the movie was popular. After all, it's not a romantic drama. Qin Baobao is also not the female lead. The movie's main focus is not the kissing scene between the siblings. It's a hot-blooded mafia drama. Her relatives also won't say, "Hey, your son and daughter kissed happily in the movie." Chapter 311. The information Qin Ma knew was limited to her son and daughter starred in a very popular movie, or they made a lot of money. Moreover, as soon as she saw the movie Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, she knew that it was a hot-blooded action film. Qin Ma's imagination was not so big that she would think of the kissing scene between the siblings. Under the joint efforts of the two maggots, Qin Ma, who did not watch the movie, soon forgot about this matter and began to worry about her son's girlfriend. Yes, it was not a blind date between best friends, but a problem of her son's girlfriend. Her daughter did not change, and Qin Ma was also tired. Anyway, she had a pair of children, and as long as she could get one, she would be at ease. During breakfast, Qin Ma said, "Old Qin, what do you think of Zijin?" "Why do you ask?" Grandpa Qin asked while eating a bun. "The two of them in our family are not quite right." Qin Ma would never say such words. After thinking for a while, she said, "Bao Bao, I don't care. It's too tiring. Ace is 23 years old, and he should have a girlfriend." Grandpa Qin smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Men stand up at 30, and many get married after 30. Don't worry." Qin Ma said angrily, "Don't worry about getting married, but it's time to have a girlfriend." "But he has never had a girlfriend, has he?" "Don't be like Bao Bao." Grandpa Qin smiled and waved his hand. "Don't make wild guesses. It's not that he doesn't have a girlfriend, he just didn't tell you." Qin Ma was stunned and happy. "You mean, he has a girlfriend? Is it Zijin?" Grandpa Qin shook his head. Qin Ma was stunned again, and then she was very disappointed. She liked Wang Zijin very much. If her son had a girlfriend, she hoped it would be Wang Zijin. Is it Jianghu?" Qin Ma's face changed. "Bao Bao's friend just got engaged a while ago." Grandpa Qin shook his head. Could it be the girl with the surname Chen? Qin Ma had a strange look on her face. That girl is only in her 3rd year of high school, right? Qin Ma had a good memory. Her daughter had quarreled with her son because of this matter, so she remembered these 2 girls. It's someone from his company. The old man chuckled. But the old man didn't say who it was. In fact, he only found out yesterday. Yesterday, he sorted out the fund company's information at his school, as well as the industry's information, and sent it to the email Qin Zhe gave him. A few minutes later, the other party actually replied, "You are?" The other party should be his son's employee. The old man replied, "I'm Qin Zhe's father." The old man liked the feeling of being pretentious. Only vulgar people like to be pretentious and slap faces. Cultured people like to show off in front of others. Seeing this reply, the other party must have been very excited and respected him from the bottom of his heart. Soon the other party replied, "Hello uncle, I'm Su Yu, please be familiar with me." The old man didn't expect to receive such a reply. He was stunned for a long time. Hello. The little girl named Suyu then sent an email, "I've been looking forward to hearing your name for a long time. I'd like to see what kind of elder can cultivate such an excellent person as A's. This is my chat software account. Can we add each other as friends?" XXXXX. The old man couldn't help but blush. Such an excellent son was not cultivated by him at all. From the address, the old man noticed that this girl named Suyu seemed to have an unusual relationship with his son. How could she call him A's if they had an ordinary relationship? So, the 2 added each other as friends. Suyu, hello uncle. Smiling emoji, the old man, hello. Suyu, I just roughly browsed the information you sent me. Do you have the industry evaluation data from 12 to 14 years? The old man, yes. The old man chatted with her on and off for an afternoon. He was surprised to find that this girl had a very solid foundation, unique vision, and a strategic understanding of the financial industry. Especially when talking about foreign finance, the old man couldn't even keep up with her rhythm. He was not ashamed to ask, and then he was enlightened and solved a lot of doubts. Suyu had a lot of blind spots and misunderstandings about the domestic financial situation, and the old man would carefully explain it to her. The 2 could be said to have a good chat, and the old man's affection for Suyu rose greatly. Once upon a time, he wanted to cultivate his children into such talents. His daughter was very smart, but she was not interested in finance. As for his son, don't talk about it, he would cry if he talked about it. Suyu admired the knowledge of the old man and flattered him, "Uncle is so powerful. Like father, like son." The old man, "Suyu, I'll leave the company to you. Take care of him." Suyu, "No, it's always A's who takes care of me." The old man seized the opportunity and probed, "Suyu, are you friends with A's? Anyway, it's not an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship." Suyu sent a shy emoji, "A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily." The old man, degree, it's self-evident what they play. The relationship between his son and Suyu is already very obvious. Now the language style of the little girl is so sharp. In our era, at most, we can implicitly say, "Let's enter a harmonious society together." After a long silence, the old man asked, "Suyu, what's your position in the company?" Suyu replied, "Uncle, I'm his secretary." The world of young people is rich and colorful. The old man took a bite of the fried dough stick and showed a knowing smile on his face. His son knows how to play. Qin Ma was stunned. She saw her husband's honeyed smile. She didn't know why, but she had goosebumps all over her body. After so many years, I feel that I haven't fully understood old Qin. Qin Ma thought sensitively. At the same time, at home. After the exercise, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe were already having breakfast. There was a sound of water in the bathroom. It was Qin Bao Bao taking a bath. She ran an event last night and came back too late. She didn't have time to take a bath. Sister Ziwei, do you want to watch a movie tonight? Qin Zhe looked at the girl opposite him carefully. After the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released, Wang Zijin should have gone to see it alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Qin Zhe such a cold face for so many days. Wang Zijin's mouth was stuffed with pan-fried noodles, her cheeks were bulging, and she sneered vaguely, "Watch the movie you and Bao Bao made? If you want to watch it, I don't care." Qin Zhe finished, and Wang Zijin kicked him under the table. Since she made up her mind to treat her best friend, Zijin became less and less like a gentle goddess. In other words, she acted in the details of her life, and her behavior was closer to Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe saw it, but he was embarrassed to say it. He had a toothache. Did uncle and auntie watch it? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes and smiled. When her sister narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, she looked very charming. When Wang Zijin narrowed her peach blossom eyes, she looked very cute. "Yes, my sister and I took them to watch it together," Qin Zhe said. "Really?" Wang Zijin was shocked. "Really? A gentleman reveals his balls, a villain hides his dick. Bah, what nonsense. Sister Ziwei, how's your job in that online media company?" Qin Zhe asked. "It's okay." "Okay?" Wang Zijin thought for a while. Other editors have to start with a picture before they can write the content, but I don't have to. I pick up the keyboard and write all kinds of stories. Some are sad, some are touching, and some are annoying. There are all kinds of stories. I'm not asking you about your professional cultivation as an editor. I'm asking you, isn't the work there boring? The salary is about 10,000 yuan a month, and you have to sit in the office all day and face the radiation of the computer. Qin Zhe covered his face. What else can I do other than work in the office? Move bricks? Wang Zijin kicked him again. Qin Zhe, chatting with Sister Ziwei now felt more and more like doing crosstalk. He felt that if he threw out 100 jokes, Sister Ziwei would be able to handle them. He had to be careful not to do anything in front of Sister Ziwei. "Have you ever thought of coming over to help me?" Qin Zhe asked tentatively. "Baozi Investment or Tianfang Film and Television, you can choose." "No." Wang Zijin wrinkled her nose. "Think about it." Qin Zhe was very confident in Wang Zijin's ability. If she was given a few months of internship, she would be able to grow into a strong independent woman. Regardless of whether she went to Baozi or Tianfang, she would be able to share a lot of his workload. Qin Zhe even thought that if he were to form a female Spartan army one day, he would not need to do anything else. He would just be a salted fish at home. Happy. Wang Zijin rolled her big eyes and smiled. "Then give me the position of Baozi's deputy general manager." Qin Zhe said weakly, "That's Su Yu's." "I know, or I wouldn't want it." "Can you change it?" "Then give me the position of Tianfang's leader to me." "That's my sister's." "I know, or I wouldn't want it." Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, you're the one who's causing trouble, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll flip the table. Qin Bao Bao came out of the shower and glanced at the dining table. She felt wronged. "Ah, you didn't even leave the pan-fried food for me." Qin Zhe was stunned. Only then did he realize that Qin Bao Bao's pan-fried food had been unknowingly eaten by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin burped comfortably. "Did you eat it?" Qin Bao Bao pinched her brother's neck. Her wet hair hung on his forehead. The fresh scent of shower gel mixed with the faint scent of shampoo. The back of her head expressed that she was very happy. She never thought that she would be able to experience the Bao Bao brand facial cleanser like the front face. "I'm going to work." Wang Zijin left. When she passed by the siblings, Qin Bao Bao raised her leg and kicked her little perky butt. Wang Zijin staggered and turned around to glare. What? What are you doing? You're always bullying your sister Ziwei. Qin Bao Bao chopped her brother's head with a knife. Qin Zai, my sisters are not easy to deal with. I can't get hard no matter how hard I try. I'm so useless. Suyu is still better. At least she's obedient. The extent of her trouble is limited to sending pictures. She's not as bad as my sisters. Chapter 312. The box office success of the movie gave Qin Zai a big surprise. With such a huge return, of course he would be surprised. As for personal fame, he didn't think much of it because he wasn't in the entertainment industry. His goal was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. His sister was also very happy. She even said that she would enter Hollywood in 3 years and become famous overseas. Qin Zai picked up one of her legs and slapped it. His sister covered her butt and said, "You're hitting me again." Why? I'm afraid you're getting arrogant, Qin Zai said. Actually, for the celebrities in China, there was no need to consider entering the entertainment industry. It was a thankless job. Putting aside the sensitive topic of discrimination, to be able to do well in China in such a big market, one's hands were already numb from counting the money. If one could get 100 million just by shooting a movie, why bother going to Hollywood? Hollywood couldn't afford such a high salary. China was so good. There was no need for acting skills, scripts, or special effects. Just the face was enough. If one could pick up money, who would want to earn it? What a pain in the ass. One must have a dream. What if it comes true? What's the difference between you and a person without a dream? His sister said disdainfully. Qin Zai equals salted fish? Qin Zai was angry. He picked up her leg and slapped it again. His sister was wearing a pair of white skinny jeans. Her butt was perfect and felt great when he slapped it. After he was done with his sister, he received a call from Huang Yudong's manager, Bin. "Hello, Bin," Qin Zai said, and then slapped away his sister's teasing foot. Hi. Miss Qin, congratulations on the movie's big sales." Bin smiled. Bin, what's wrong? There's a weird sound on your side. Why are you panting? Qin Zai was stunned. Nothing. Bin continued to pant. He seemed to be doing some strenuous exercise. Qin Zai glanced at his sister. Qin Bao Bao noticed that her brother's gaze was weird and creepy. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up," Qin Zai said. "Don't, I have something to do." Bin continued to pant. "Our Yutong is going to release an album. You know that, right? Well, if you have something to say it quickly." The experienced Qin Zai already understood. He was very unhappy. Why am I the one being called? Flips table. I just wanted to ask you if you finished writing the song. I'm not rushing you. I know that you need inspiration and time to compose, Bin said. Qin Zai thought to himself, come on, you must be thinking now, Fast Gunner wants to renege on the debt, right? The whole of China knows how fast you are. Originally, there was no rush, but because of the company's arrangement, Yudong had to release an album before the winter vacation, and then hold a concert at the end of the year. We're just waiting for the album to become famous and lead the concert. Bin's breathing got louder. But among the singers who released their albums at the same time, there is a heavenly king from Hong Kong. Qin Zai understood. That's why I can only trouble you. Who in China does not know Miss Qin? You just need to promote the album, and it will be very effective. Actually, I have already written the lyrics and song. But I am too busy recently and forgot to inform you all. How about this? Tell me your company's address, and I will come over. Qin Zai said. That's too embarrassing. Abin panted heavily. I will text you later and discuss the details. Happy working with you. Qin Zhe said. Oh, although I am doing that while making calls, I hope you will not call me next time. If not, I will fall out with you. Comrade Abin. When did you start writing songs? Qin Baobao kicked her brother with her white and tender feet. I just think about it before I sleep, and the song came out. I am not those artists who have difficulties in childbirth. Qin Zhe replied. You are indeed fast gunner. His sister laughed. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been given this nickname. Baby Qin, you're a heartless maggot. Did sister make you fast gunner? Qin Baobao sneered. Sister only made you reveal your nature as a fast gunner. Qin Zhe, who was speechless, grabbed his sister's bare feet and pulled her over. He flipped her over and raised his hands. Pa! 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 His sister screamed and moaned. After slapping his sister again, Qin Zhe felt refreshed. He put on his shoes and went out. His sister was lying on the sofa with her arms resting on her head. She said sweetly, Uncle, let's play again next time. If Dad heard this, his sister would have to make a trip to Germany. On the other side, Abin heard Qin Zhe's last sentence and was stunned. He did not understand the meaning behind Qin Zhe's words. Why did he fall out with him? He was just jogging. Abin turned off the treadmill and went into the lounge to wash away his sweat. He changed into dry clothes and was ready to tell Huang Yuding the good news. It's really difficult to find a fast gunner for a song. It's more tiring than collecting debts. You still want to talk to me about inspiration? The whole world knows how fast you are. Huang Yuding's studio is in the Huahai Film and Television Building. It is an internal studio. After all, Huang Yuding is not a film and television star. It is much more difficult for him to set up his own studio. The advantage of an internal studio is that it has a high degree of freedom and can enjoy the company's resources. At this time, the two team leaders of the marketing department of Huahai Film and Television, the leader in charge of logistics of the studio, and Huang Yuding, a total of 4 people, were sitting in the conference room for a meeting. Our album already has 9 songs. We are short of the last one, a team leader said. We just need a title song. In fact, the previous song is quite good. It can be used as the title song. Another team leader said. They were arranged by the company to be in charge of Huang Yuding's album. The small leader in charge of logistics of the studio glanced at Huang Yuding and smiled bitterly. Brother Huang is not satisfied. Let's look again. Huang Yuding sat opposite them with a cigarette between his fingers. He frowned and said, Where's Abin? The small logistics leader said, I called him just now, but no one answered. Then let's not care about him. Huang Yuding glanced at the 2 team leaders. That song is okay. Usually, it's not a problem to be the title song. But that Heavenly King just released an album last week. If I release an album now, isn't it obvious that I'm being stepped on by him? It's not good for the concert at the end of the year. Everything, there is no harm if there is no comparison. In the same issue of the album, the sales gap is too big, and the face of the star is not good. This is the same principle as the box office of a movie. Just like concerts, it is rare for the same singer to hold a concert in the same city. In terms of albums, if there is really a Heavenly King level big shot releasing an album, other singers will avoid it. It is a very common phenomenon in the industry. If you ask me, I'll avoid it and release the album in a while. Huang Yuding said. He looked for the 2 team leaders this time to discuss this matter. The album was planned by the company. He himself is not willing to go head-to-head with the Heavenly King. Although he is also a big shot in the music industry, he is still a level lower than him. How are you going to delay the schedule? If you want to avoid the limelight, it will take at least a month. Then it will clash with your concert, the team leader retorted. Then next year, Huang Yudong said. Yudong, stop fooling around. It's almost the end of the year, and everyone is eager to earn more money and do more promotions. You still want to wait until next year, the other team leader said. Then change the song. It must be at least a good one, Huang Yudong said. The company will help you look after it, but a good one is very rare. It's not easy to write it. No one is a fast shooter, right? The small logistics leader's eyes lit up. Brother Huang, doesn't Qin Zhe owe you a song? There's no chance for him. He hasn't finished writing it for a long time. Huang Yudong curled his lips. Chapter 313. At the mention of this matter, Huang Yudong's liver and stomach hurt. When he bought Qin Zhe's products, half of it was to do him a favor, and the other half was an investment. At that time, Qin Zhe's nickname of God of Stocks was not so famous. He invested tens of millions to do him a favor. Wasn't it because he wanted him to help him write songs? According to Abin, at that time, Qin Zhe had readily agreed. Huang Yudong had even been happy for a while. He was indeed a fast shooter, a fast talker. Who knew that this matter would drag on until now? The fast shooter was surprisingly persistent. What do you mean persistent? You're just standing me up. But no matter how unhappy Huang Yudong was, after seeing the return of the investment, he couldn't rush Qin Zhe. If the return of the investment wasn't good, or if it was a loss, then he could just rush Qin Zhe to write a song with the mentality of, I only invested because I wanted your song. But now, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who took advantage of Qin Zhe. The artists in the industry all said that the first batch of people who bought the products were just lucky. In fact, that was indeed the case. Just the profits alone were comparable to Huang Yudong's income for half a year. That doesn't make sense. Qin Zhe's songwriting speed is famous in the entertainment industry. Yudong, you must have been stood up, a team leader said bluntly. Another team leader kicked him under the table and laughed. Maybe he didn't have time. Look at him opening a company and holding a concert recently. After all, he just took over Tianfang Film and Television. His focus is not on composing. He thought to himself that he must have been stood up. The fast shooter was so fast that he could finish writing songs in a short time. But he could not say that. He had to consider Huang Yudong's face. At this point, Huang Yudong was already very frustrated. The company did not look like they would change their mind. The album had to continue. Although they would find good songs for him, after all, not everyone in the world was like the fast shooter, who was high in production and high in quality. The door to the small meeting room was pushed open. Ah Bin, who had just taken a shower, came in refreshed. Where have you been? Huang Yudong said unhappily, have you contacted Qin Zhe? I did. Abin sat down and rejected the cigarette offered by the logistics leader. I just finished running. I don't smoke. What did he say? He didn't finish writing again? Huang Yudong asked casually. He had no hope in his heart. Sure enough, it was difficult to get the work of a fast shooter. Looking at the entertainment circle, it seemed that Su Yunhan was the only one who got the song. That song made her famous and started the second spring of her career. Unable to Fall in Love was already Su Yunhan's signature song. It was precisely because of this that the songs of the fast shooter were so precious. It was not without reason that Qin Bao Bao had become the queen of domestic popularity in just half a year. Any one of her songs could make a small singer famous, and the copyright fees would be enough to eat for half a lifetime. No, he said he's done and will come over later, Bin said confidently. The small meeting room was silent for a moment. Huang Yudong suddenly straightened up and threw himself on the desk. He was ecstatic. He really said that? Yes. Bin nodded. It's rock and roll. Yudong, it depends on whether you can master it. No problem. I can practice. Huang Yuteng was very excited. He was a professional singer of love songs. In these years, he had reached a bottleneck. From the feedback of "Singer," he could see that the audience was tired of his love songs. Therefore, he wanted to change his style. It was very risky for a singer to change his style. It was like a company's transformation or a college student's major. Once they changed to the smelly ditch, they could only shout GG. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Huang Yuteng decided to ask the famous fast shooter in the industry for a song. The fast shooter's songs must be the best, fast and precise. Spring is coming. That's great. Has Qin Zhe finally written it? With his title song, even if the sales are not as good as the King's, the popularity will definitely be higher. Yuteng, get ready to dominate the charts. Everyone was overjoyed. No one doubted the quality of the song. With the fame of the man's shadow, Qin Zhe's song seemed to be able to hit the charts and be popular for a period of time. When Bin announced the news to everyone in the studio, the staff cheered and applauded. The title song is finally available. What rock and roll will it be this time? Will it be a masterpiece like Farewell Song? I don't know yet, but the quality of Qin Zhe's songs must be guaranteed. It's unexpectedly slow. The fast shooter can't even lift his knife. The fast shooter is not fast enough this time. Bad review. In the hubbub, the door of the studio was pushed open. At the door stood the girl at the front desk with a strange expression, and Qin Zhe with an even stranger expression. The address of the studio was not far from where Qin Zhe lived, more than 10 kilometers. It was not the morning or evening rush hour, so it was not a long drive. But he came all the way here to send a song, only to hear such terrible words. The fast shooter was long, the fast shooter was short. It turned out that when the industry talked about him in private, they all called him the fast shooter. Sure enough, this nickname was used for everyone's ridicule. Speaking of which, who gave him this nickname? It seemed to have been around since Singer. It was the crystallization of the wisdom of the netizens. Does anyone still remember my real name? Do you think I won't flip the table? The pretty girl at the front desk tried her best to hold back her laughter. The corner of her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and held it in. Then, she looked at Qin Zhe. The corner of her mouth started to rise uncontrollably again. She said, "Miss Qin, I'll be leaving first." The girl at the front desk covered her mouth, swayed her hips, and jogged away. Her high heels clicked. The gossip in the little notebook was too embarrassing. Life was too complicated. The studio suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the door, their smiles frozen on their faces. Ahem. Bin coughed. Everyone immediately turned their heads and went about their own business. Their backs were straight, and they were all very serious. They looked like they had nothing on their minds. "Miss Qin, come. Bin came up to Qin Zhe and led him to the conference room. "Do you have a demo? Did you bring the lyrics and music score?" Bin said. Qin Zhe's hands were empty. He was very puzzled. However, it was possible that he had taken a picture of it on his phone. In the conference room, the two team leaders didn't leave. They were looking forward to the good news brought by the fast shooter. After Qin Zhe greeted everyone, Huang Yuteng couldn't wait to ask, "Miss Qin, do you have a demo?" "No." Qin Zhe shook his head. Everyone looked at each other. "Oh, I'll remember it in my head. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write it down now," Qin Zhe said. He didn't have a staff at home, so he couldn't write it. The so-called composition was just exchanging songs from the point store. He just had to copy it. Qin Zhe planned to change Huang Yuteng's song to a very exciting rock song. It couldn't be considered a hit, but it shouldn't be a problem for this song to be popular for a few years. Anyway, if the rock sister didn't sing it, he wouldn't sing it either. Miss Qin, it's really difficult to ask you to sing a song. Huang Yuteng was very tired. Qin Zhe smiled and didn't explain. There were a lot of songs in the point store, but the points were limited. Qin Zhe was like a miser guarding his points. Because the system hadn't issued a task for a long time. It had been so long that Qin Zhe couldn't remember how long it had been since he showed his divinity in front of people. The host was a salted fish. He could still be saved. The system was also a salted fish. It was simply a black hole. It was completely hopeless. However, this kind of pace of life was quite good. He had gotten rid of poverty and became rich. His sister didn't need to live under someone else's roof. It didn't matter if the development was slow. One day, he would be able to beat the Eastern Greyhound, step on the black cat in the sky, and have a company under his crotch. Oh, this can't be said, can't be said. Bin called the staff outside to send in a blank staff. She was a curvy workplace beauty with curly hair and an oval face. She blinked at Qin Zhe. Can I stay and watch Miss Qin write a song? You want to see how fast I am? Qin Zhe muttered in his heart. He grabbed the 2B pencil and wrote. In the air, where no one could see, a blue 3D projection appeared. On it was the lyrics and music score of a song. Even the accompaniment music score was included. It was very detailed. Qin Zhe wrote for a while and glanced at it. It was just like plagiarizing the homework of his girlfriend's desk mate. But in the eyes of everyone, the fast gunman was thinking while composing. Every time he raised his head and narrowed his eyes, his deep eyes inadvertently revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made everyone deeply amazed. What forgetting to bring the notebook? It was obviously fake. How could anyone have such a good memory and restore the creation of a work without missing a word? The title of the fast gunman was well deserved. In the afternoon of January 26, in the small conference room, 5 people, including Huang Yuteng, witnessed the fast gunman composing a rock song in just 10 minutes. Many years later, when they were old and full of vicissitudes of life, they would hit the wheelchair with excitement every time they thought of this scene. The attention of the curly-haired oval-faced young woman was not here. She was appreciating Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was her favorite little fresh meat. Since Qin Bao Bao uploaded her brother's photo, she began to pay attention to Qin Zhe. That strong figure, sexy muscle curves, and a waist that looked very powerful. It easily stimulated the young woman's G-point. Only a little sister who doesn't know anything will look at the face. The elder sister with rich experience will look at the nose and abdominal muscles of a man. And the hands, well, Qin Zhe has a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Looking at the posture and speed of the pen, he should be very flexible. This is a man with a strong hands-on ability. It's done. Qin Zhe put down the 2B pencil in his hand and pushed the 5-line notebook to Huang Yuteng. Several people came to see it and were eager to see the creation of the fast gunman. Huang Yuteng looked at it for a moment. He tried to sing, but he was stumbling. Do you have a piano here? I'll sing it once and it'll be a piece of cake. Qin Zhe said. Yes, yes. Huang Yuteng was overjoyed. Come with me. Huang Yuteng was a singer, and there were various instruments in the studio such as piano, guitar, and so on. After turning a long corridor, there was a piano in the innermost room. It was a pity that there was no electronic piano. This song was suitable to be played with an electronic piano, not a piano. The piano was placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window, covered by a blue curtain. When the curtain was lifted, the bright sound of the piano was spotless and could be used as a mirror. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality product. Under the afternoon sun, Qin Zhe sat by the piano. His posture was straight and his whole body exuded an elegant aura. His hands gently pressed the black and white keys, and a loud singing voice floated out from his throat. Love even in death. Not without incisive, not happy. How deep the feelings are, only this is enough to confess. Chapter 3:14. Love even in death. Smile if it's not bitter enough. The heart of the universe is still here. In the instrument room, everyone was startled by Qin Zai's sudden high pitch. Before the piano floated, he was already shouting at the top of his voice. They were not prepared at all. Abin secretly gave Huang Yudong a look, which meant, "What do you think of this song?" Huang Yudong shrugged and shook his head. He had just started singing, so he was not sure if it was good or not. Besides, rock songs were not easy to judge. Many pop songs were inexplicably popular. The singer himself was dumbfounded. So he had to pass the test of the market. But from the first few verses, he felt that it was not bad. The songs written by Qin Zai were good. Love each other as if every day is the end of the world. Every minute and every second is so beautiful that tears fall. Don't care if others are good or bad. As long as you're brave enough to follow me. Qin Zai's voice suddenly became soft. His voice was very sexy and magnetic. Huang Yudong listened and gradually became fascinated. At the same time, the door of the instrument room was not closed. The singing spread into the studio. The employees involuntarily put down their work and looked at each other. Is the voice inside a new song by Fast Shooter? Oh, not bad. It's very nice. I can't hear it clearly. Let's go and take a look. The employees left their positions in 2s and 3s and approached the instrument room. Love even in the end. Not extremely romantic, not happy. Hair will turn white, and soil will bury. Yearning will not corrupt. The piano sound gradually dissipated. Qin Zai shook his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even he found it difficult to sing this kind of high-pitched voice. Huang Yudong looked excited. Abin was enraptured. The two team leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were shining. Love even in death? Good song. Clap 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 clap. Applause rang out. Huang Yudong and the others heard the sound. They turned to the door and found 7 or 8 employees standing outside. Everyone was smiling and clapping desperately. Boss, there's hope for your title track. This song is so hot. Nice, it's so nice. Someone shouted, "Long live the fast gunner." Then, Huang Yudong found that Qin Zai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Get lost, all of you. Huang Yudong hurriedly chased them away. Qin Zai was his boss now. If he angered him, what if he stopped selling songs? Speaking of which, he also sympathized with Qin Zai. He felt that he would never be able to wash off this nickname in his lifetime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Qin Zai asked. Satisfied, satisfied. Huang Yudong's handsome face was full of smiles. I feel that if I want to sing, it will be very exciting. This kind of singing is very cool. If it's KTV, it must be a song. As expected of a big shot in the music industry. He had good taste. Qin Zai also thought so. Hence, he did not sell the copyright of this song. When he returned to Tianfang Film and Television, it would be another source of income. The development of a company could not be like that of an individual. It could not become popular in a short period of time. Instead, it needed to accumulate a foundation and grow slowly. Miss Qin, then let's talk about the song, a team leader said. This song is very good. Although it has not been tested by the market, we believe in Miss Qin's standards. How about this? I will represent the company and buy the copyright of this song. Buy the copyright of this song of mine? Are you kidding me? When did I say that I want to sell the copyright? We can discuss the price. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price, another team leader added. How much do you intend to pay? Within 3 million. Actually, this price is on the low side. You want to buy the copyright of my song for 3 million? If we don't sell the copyright, we can't discuss this, Xianxia said. The two team leaders were instantly disappointed. Both parties had signed a contract. As for the copyright, if it was written in the contract that the buyer owned it, then the copyright would be sold as a bundle. If it was not written, then the copyright would belong to the composer. Other than this album, if Huang Yudong's company wanted to use this song to make a profit, they would have to pay. Then, Miss Qin, give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you now, Abin said. I, Xianxia, will transfer the money. Xianxia felt very good. It was the sweet feeling of being a big shot. When he was writing down the bank account number, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He remembered the 3 conditions he had set with his sister. Or rather, his sister's unilateral demand. The contents of the 3 conditions were, in the future, all of the little red guy's personal income, excluding the company's profits, would be used as his wife's money and transferred to his sister Qin Baobao's account. Qin Baobao would help Xianxia manage his wife's money for 10 years, note, death sentence. If Xianxia forcibly withdrew the money within 10 years, his sister Qin Baobao had the right to deduct 70% of the total amount. At that time, his sister wrote a small note and seriously asked Xianxia to sign it. Xianxia wondered if his sister had been deceived by Ping and Group's saving pocket money trick. That was several months ago. Strange. Why would I think of the past a few months at this time? I should ignore my sister's unreasonable request. Why did I think of it when I was making money? Thinking about it, Xianxia found that he had already written down the bank account number. It was his sister's bank account number. Xianxia, Abin took the bank card and hurried back a few minutes later. Miss Qin, did you write something wrong on the bank card? Xianxia, what's wrong? Abin said, although her surname is Qin, her name shows 3 characters. Xianxia sighed. That's right. That's my sister's bank account number. It can't be wrong. Just transfer the money. Abin, he took a deep look at Xianxia and turned to transfer the money. He felt that Abin's gaze was very deep and meaningful. Forget it. Abin is very experienced. He shouldn't be surprised. After transferring the money, Xianxia said goodbye to Huang Yudong and left his office. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. It was a message from his sister. I just received a notification. It's not my income. Xianxia, it's mine. Sister, I love A's the most. Moi. Xianxia replied, don't give me that. You're the same as our dad. He's a spicy old radish. You're a spicy young radish. Sister, okay, I'll send this message to Dad. Xianxia, sister, please spare me. Sister, huh. At this time, another message came. It was from his cousin, Jiang Cheng. After more than half a month, he finally got the chance to go to the cinema to watch his cousin's movie. High school students didn't have much freedom. Unlike adults, they couldn't watch movies whenever they wanted. Brother, your movies are so good. Many girls in my class are your fans. They want your autograph. Do you want me to introduce you to a few girls? Smirk, do I need you to worry about me? I heard from my aunt that you don't have a girlfriend yet. I've already changed too. Recently, the campus belle of our school has been flirting with me. She wants your autograph. If I work hard, I'll be able to get it. Get it? Get it? Xianxia was shocked beyond words. You've slept with a female classmate? Jiangcheng, don't tell my parents. Smirk, Xianxia, in this society where relationships were as cold as paper, even a big shot's blanket couldn't give me any warmth. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head in front of my cousin anymore. He remembered that day when he came back from visiting his grandfather's grave. He patted his cousin's head and told him not to be angry with his uncle. Xianxia said, I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt. He finally understood the disdain in his cousin's eyes. It wasn't disdain for his father, it was for him. Brother, I've thought about it. When I graduate from high school, I'll be admitted into the film industry and then join your company. I want to make a movie with my cousin too. Why do you want to make a movie with her? I want to kiss her too. You don't know how to spell the word death. Huh, I'm just kidding. Brother, your reaction is so big. You really have a sister complex. I have a sister complex. Does everyone already know about it? Qin Zhe was considering whether to kill him. Even if he was his cousin, he couldn't blame him for being merciless if he knew too much. But sister complexes aren't popular anymore. Most of the people in our class have sister complexes. A sister is so good. She's light and soft and easy to push down. Jianghu sent a message. That's why you're too young. Qin Zhe silently deleted this sentence. He no longer had the right to lecture his cousin with the tone of an experienced person. By the way, my aunt's family is eating at our house today. My cousin is beside me. She wants to talk to you. A moment later. Cousin, I went to watch your movie with Jianghu this morning. Smile, this was from his cousin, Zhang Yunxi. How's your studies recently? It's okay. It shouldn't be a problem to get into Fudan next year. The cutoff score for us locals is low. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the University of Finance and Economics. After a pause, Zhang Yunxi sent a message. Actually, I also want to get into the film industry. You also want to make a kissing scene with your cousin? Qin Zhe was shocked again. His cousin's thoughts were too dangerous. She looked very normal. If you really want your cousin, then I'm sorry, but we'll have to draw our swords. No, I want to make a kissing scene with my cousin. You're so cool as a pheasant. I like it so much. Zhang Yunxi sent a shy emoji. Just like the girls in class, I'm now your little fangirl. Oh, that's good. What's good about it? Sister, your thoughts are even more dangerous. My heart is so messy that it's about to go blank. God, did you forget to arrange it for me? Qin Zhe was very confused. Did he have to add, my problematic sister, after, my sister doesn't want to marry? When he thought of his sister, Su Yu's beautiful face appeared in his mind. If there was anyone among his siblings who was suitable to enter the entertainment industry, it would definitely be his uncle's daughter, his beautiful and cute cousin, Su Yu. She had completely inherited his handsome uncle's genes. She was unbelievably beautiful since she was young. Only Qin Bao could surpass her. If she entered the entertainment industry, as long as her talent wasn't too bad, he felt that he could definitely make her famous with some resources. However, his cousin's singing was average. She was suitable for the film and television industry. If he signed her to Tianfang and made a few movies, she might become popular. It would be easy to raise a celebrity sister. If there was a chance, he could even take her to make a kissing scene. Forget about that, his sister would carry a knife. After receiving Qin Zhe's Love Even If You Die, Huang Yudeng's Huahai Film and Television immediately invested in publicity. First, Huang Yudeng posted on Weibo, "Thank you, Miss Qin, for helping us make the album. I look forward to singing your song." Qin Zhe then the studio also posted on Weibo, "After a lot of hard work, we finally invited teacher Qin Zhe. Good songs are hard to come by. Let's look forward to Miss Qin's new rock and roll work." Qin Zhe finally, all kinds of entertainment information were pushed through mobile phones and computers. Qin Zhe, who never writes songs for others, suddenly has a lot of inspiration. It's actually for him. Huang Yudeng's album, written by Qin Zhe. Fast Shooter's new work, let's wait and see. At the end of January, Fast Shooter's new song Attacks. Chapter 315. Huang Yudeng's album had been promoted on the official Weibo a few days ago. The fans were not surprised, but when they saw the famous fast shooter Qin Zhe joining the production, they were excited. Huang Yuteng's fans rushed to Qin Zhe's Weibo to comment, "Yo, fast shooter, do you have some shady deal with our Yuteng? How long has it been since the concert ended? You have a new song again? In the entire entertainment industry, I only admire you. My grandma fell down today, but I held it in and didn't help her. I told my hands that I will only admire you in the future. The commenter above is funny, huh? I wonder what song Qin Zhe wrote this time. Is it rock? Is it rock like Li Gu? Actually, Li Gu is not really rock. No, there are no strict rules for rock. It was originally non-mainstream music, so it's fine to say that Li Gu is rock." Qin Zhe's fans were very proud. Of course, don't you know who our Qin Zhe is? The fast shooter's title is not for nothing. The fast shooter can be so fast that you doubt your life. The fast shooter is the best. He felt that these guys were not fans, but haters. Guo Wenju's studio. Guo Wenju was a big shot in the music industry, on the same level as the heavenly queen Yang Lina. Oh, Yang Lina was Wales's guest partner on Singer, the one who almost won the championship. The older generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens were mostly past their prime. There was little news about them in the entertainment industry, and they only appeared occasionally. Guo Wenju and Yang Lina belonged to the new generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens. Of course, Guo Wenju and his studio would never call themselves heavenly kings. The times were different, and they would be laughed at by fans. I just analyzed it. If it's just one song, Huang Yuteng's sales will not exceed ours, the manager said. It's not about the sales, it's about the popularity. Guo Wenju rubbed his temples. Now no one is talking about our album on the internet. It's all over there. It's just a matter of a while. It will stop in a few days, the manager comforted. Guo Wenju looked at him. Reliable? The agent stopped talking. If it were someone else, he would have patted his chest and said, absolutely reliable. But what about a fast shooter? A fast shooter was too scary. For other composers, if one song out of 10 was a masterpiece, they would be a gold medal composer. With decades of composing, if they had 10 masterpieces, they could be called a big shot in the industry and be highly respected. But Fast Gunner was different. Every song of Fast Gunner was exquisite. Exquisite was his bottom line, a terrifying bottom line. Every time the Fast Gunner released a new song, the singers in the entertainment industry would have a kind of fear of invading the village. Weren't singers releasing albums and music videos for the sake of fame and popularity? However, as long as he encountered a fast shooter, he would definitely be suppressed to the point where he could not even lift his head. It was a tragedy. We'll see. Guo Wenju sighed. A few days later, Huang Yuteng's album was released under the eagerness of his fans. Due to the good publicity, the sales on the day of the launch skyrocketed. Not only did fans buy the digital album, but many musicians and singers also bought it tacitly. Then, they promoted the single and played the title song, Love Even If You're Dead. Starting with a high pitch? What a joke. Who would sing like that? Was he going to sing a high pitch all the way from the beginning to the end? Many singers and composers were dumbfounded. But soon, the high pitch turned soft and low. It was just a change of the order of the climax of an ordinary song. Needless to say, it was super emotional. If I were to sing this song, it would definitely be super emotional. Many singers had this thought in their minds at the same time. Fast Gunner was really amazing. The fans' thoughts were much simpler. Their appreciation level was the first impression after listening, good and bad. In the comments section of the digital album, after listening to all the songs, let's talk about my personal feelings. The other songs are okay, but they're not outstanding. After listening to them, you won't lose anything. In this album, only Love Even If You're Dead surprised me. how should I put it? This song is very explosive, very emotional, and very exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing this song at the KTV because this song doesn't need to test singing skills too much. It's not like some love songs, where a lyric has several tones, and it's not like some rock songs, where you have to pay attention not to break when you hit the high pitch. But this song is different. You just have to scream as much as you want. The comment got 999 plus likes. Netizens posted below, this song is super exciting and easy to learn. I can sing it after listening to it a few times. And it's very emotional. I feel like I've been brainwashed. My mother looked at me strangely, but I don't care. I'm very high when I sing it. Not bad, not bad. This high pitch is cool enough, and the bass part is quite touching. It's very immersive to sing when you're heartbroken. It's really too high. I admire Huang Yuteng. He sings love songs, but he can also sing a high-pitched song so vividly. I admire Fast Gunner more. Fast Gunner doesn't need to be admired anymore. Just shout 666 for him. See you at the KTV. A week later. Guo Wenju, no one is discussing my album anymore. His agent, Love Even If You're Dead, is popular, and the heat hasn't died down yet. My son sings this song every day. Guo Wenju, don't people hum it every day in our studio too? His agent, MMP, Guo Wenju, I heard that the KTV already has this song. The employees want to go to the party to sing it. His agent, these guys, do you want me to scold them? Guo Wenju, I also want to sing it. Make the arrangements tonight. Let's sing. His agent. Okay. Miss Qin, although this seems pretentious, I still want to thank you again. Huang Yuteng couldn't suppress his laughter. One could imagine that he must be laughing so hard on the other end of the phone. You're welcome. Qin Zhe smiled. I'm going to hold a concert at the end of the year, and I'm planning to use the popularity of the album to promote the concert. This album is very successful. Even if the sales are not as high as Guo Wenju's, the topic and popularity are all on my side. Huang Yuteng couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bao Bao's voice came from the room. A's, help me get the express delivery from Uncle Meng at the concierge. With Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's identities, it was inconvenient for them to have the express delivery delivered to their doorstep. The more valuable things would be sent to the company's address, and some daily trinkets would be sent to Uncle Meng downstairs. Got it. Qin Zhe shouted. A song that was popular all over the country would usually become the hot topic for a period of time. It could be in the top 10 of the hot search list for more than 10 days. These hot topics were the favorite targets of online media companies. Even if no one paid them, they would write some gossip about related topics to attract traffic. Among them, the most famous was the shocking section of a certain browser. In the chief editor's office of a certain online media company. Wang Zijin was wearing a black Dior dress and a pair of slender high heels. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head, and she wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. Her long white legs were crossed, and her oval face was clean and fair. She leaned against the office chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze, chewing gum in her mouth. In half a year and a month, Wang Zijin went from being an editor to the chief editor's position. Her former opponents were all defeated by her. In the 2 months since she took over as chief editor, no one doubted her ability anymore. The rumors that she relied on the unspoken rules in the workplace to get to the chief editor's position gradually died down. It wasn't that everyone's thinking had changed, but that the few guys who spread the rumors were fired by Wang Zijin with a reason. She also deducted their bonuses and commissions. Since young, Wang Zijin had never submitted to anyone when it came to fighting. But even if Wang Zijin was so smart, some things were difficult to deal with. For example, her best friend who was mentally ill, and her prospective boyfriend who was also mentally ill. Qin Zhe, should be considered her prospective boyfriend. Anyway, their relationship definitely exceeded that of ordinary friends. It was just that Salted Fish didn't confess, and she didn't reveal her cards. If it was an ordinary man whose relationship with such a hot and beautiful sister had reached the level of friendship, he would definitely kick her hard and enjoy a blissful sex life. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary man. He was a salted fish. A few days ago, she tried so hard to seduce Salted Fish. As long as Salted Fish was firm, Wang Zijin would agree to be his girlfriend. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary salted fish. He was the saltiest one. So salty that Wang Zijin felt despair. Every time she saw Salted Fish's tempted and conflicted look, Wang Zijin felt pity for him. At the same time, she felt jealous. Why? Why? There's a huge forest outside, but you have to stay by your sister's side. Sister can't give you a blissful sex life. She also said to herself, why? Why? There are so many handsome young men waiting for you to hook your finger, and they will run over like dogs, waiting for the queen to come to you. Why do you keep thinking about Salted Fish from the Qin family? But she, Wang Zijin, had lived for so many years and been proud for so many years. Finally, she met a man who made her want to have a proper relationship. She wasn't willing to give up just like that. Ring, 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 the landline on the desk made a loud sound. The bubbles that came out of her little mouth burst and stuck to her little face. Chief editor, what's the matter? Wang Zijin pressed the speakerphone button. Zijin, the song Love Even If You're Dead has become popular again. Many netizens have revealed that this song is being sung everywhere in the KTV. There are many people complaining about it. We have to seize the time to ride on its popularity. I'm not satisfied with the articles written by those little rascals. I'll have to trouble you to do it personally. Got it. It's done. Wang Zijin was concise. I'm not worried about your writing skills. The chief editor laughed and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin cleared all the distracting thoughts and browsed the relevant information on the internet. Then, she went to forums, Tieba, and other places where experienced people gathered to read some jokes. In order to survive in an online media company, she had to be familiar with Weibo, forums, and Tieba. She had to understand all kinds of jokes and popular online phrases so that the articles she wrote would not be boring. If she wrote something like a press release, who would read it? Suddenly, Wang Zijin saw a post. The person who posted it said that after being married for so many years, he was no longer interested in his wife. The little vixens outside flirted with him all day long. He wanted to move his anchor, but one day, he found that a man was sending his wife home. He realized that he could not accept his wife falling into another man's arms at all. He decided to continue living with his wife. Netizens commented, "The OP is so magnanimous. You still want to continue living like this? Hurry up and do a paternity test for the child at home. It turns out that your wife also wants to use the iron rod. OP, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you just get a divorce for this kind of thing?" Wang Zijin joined in the fun and posted a string of comments, ha ha ha. Then, she closed the page and focused on writing the article. Chapter 316. On Tieba and forums, there were all kinds of funny posts. Regardless of whether they were true or not, they could always make people laugh. After staying in this kind of place for a long time, there would be different kinds of fun every day. After writing the draft, Wang Zijin handed it over to her subordinates to polish and edit. Now that the situation was in a stalemate, she needed to find an opportunity to break out of it. However, this kind of thing was not about fighting for territory. Wang Zijin did not have much experience. As long as the enemy was too strong and the allies were too lazy, Sister Ziwei would be very passive. The phone rang. It was Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao singing Because of Love. Looking at the name of the caller, it was Zhao Biao, Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin picked up the phone. Zijin, Hu Han-san, am back. Zhao Taizhu laughed like an idiot. Why are you in Shanghai again? Wang Zijin never spoke nicely to this childhood friend of hers. Of course, I'm here. Zhao Taizhu laughed and said, otherwise, why would I come all the way to Shanghai? Do you want to die? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. She was not a naive girl who did not understand the meaning of words. On the contrary, her vocabulary was comparable to an experienced driver. Don't misunderstand. The last time I came to Shanghai, I hooked up with a good girl. Her breasts and butt, tsk, made me forget to go back. This time, I took the initiative to go on a business trip and come over to have a good time with her. I just sent her a few ellipses. Zhao Biao laughed. Go away, there are no good men. Wang Zijin scolded, young Master Zhao, you have been flirting with women in Beijing. You came all the way to Shanghai just for this? Are you tired? You don't understand, right? This is called fun. Zhao Taizhu said, in this day and age, it's easy to get tired of everything. Only young men like to do things recklessly. Old people like us pursue fun. Think about it, I came all the way here, bringing my manners and local specialties, and then I shot a few Italian cannons. After dawn, I had to leave because of business. TSK, how interesting. You didn't see that little girl's tearful expression when she couldn't bear to part with me. It's all because I'm good at martial arts. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have a lot of things on my mind. I don't want to bicker with you. No, let's go out for dinner tonight. I have a flight tomorrow morning. All right. 7 p.m., at a rooftop barbecue restaurant. The wind was biting cold, but the charcoal fire on the table was blazing. The roast meat on the iron rack was sizzling, and there was also a steaming hot borscht. Wang Zijin crossed her legs and bit the straw in her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at the night view in the distance. Zhao Taizhu sat opposite her. He used a small knife to cut up a whole piece of streaky pork and spread it on the iron rack. A moment later, the aroma of meat filled the air. We've been friends for so many years. I don't need you to leave with tears. At least give me a smile. Zhao Taizhu rolled up the roast meat with lettuce and put it on Wang Zijin's plate. I didn't see you bring Qin Zhe. What's wrong? Did you have a fight? Wang Zijin ignored him and was thinking about this plan in her heart. Zhao Tieju's eyes wandered around. There was a mature and beautiful big sister nearby who was smiling particularly charmingly. Zhao Taizhu, who was wearing a designer suit that ordinary white-collar workers could only dream of, gave the beautiful big sister a coquettish wink. The mature woman with sharp eyes gave him a wink back. Zhao Taizhu understood and asked the waiter for a note. He wrote down his mobile phone number and gave the waiter 200 yuan to pass to the other party. Before I leave tonight, I can give out a few more ellipses. Zhao Taizhu said to himself. Stallion spirit, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Wang Zijin said in a tone that expected better from him. Sooner or later, I'll die anyway. It's better to die comfortably. Zhao Taizhu was thick-skinned and thick-skinned. As for me, I've accumulated good karma in my previous life. In this life, I've been reincarnated into a good family and have a good father. Since I've accumulated good karma in my previous life, I should enjoy it in this life. No matter how hard and tiring it is, I have to grit my teeth and endure it. That's what a man with a phoenix does. If I don't enjoy it now, I won't be able to when I'm old. Wang Zijin was speechless. This kind of flatterer made sense. She was speechless. If you're unhappy, just tell me. Don't hide it in your heart. Zhao Taizhu lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled. The smoke was instantly blown away by the cold wind. He narrowed his eyes and his expression became much more serious. When it comes to relationships, women are born to be at a disadvantage. I'm a scumbag. I can't deny that. A leopard can't change its spots. Your sister-in-law may not be unaware of my messy affairs outside. She's a good woman. In this life, as long as she doesn't divorce me, I'll live with her. But in the final analysis, I still owe her, and I'm still a scumbag. Although Zijin, you've been smart since you were a child, you'll always meet a man you like. If it was 10 years ago, I wouldn't say a word. Anyone who dares to have ideas about my queen, no matter who he is, he has to die. Now, I just hope you don't meet a scumbag like me. Zhao Taizhu said seriously. He's not a scumbag. He's much better than you. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. He's just too stubborn. Listening to your tone, you won't meet a love rival, right? Zhao Tieju's eyes flashed with the light of gossip. I'm very confident in you when it comes to scolding people. Don't be afraid. Kill her. Any woman who dares to block Sister Ziwei's way will be trampled flat, crushed, and killed. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. The enemy is too strong. She used to think that the coquettish goods at home were just paper tigers, not worth mentioning. Now she found that she had made a serious mistake of underestimating the enemy. Su Yu, this kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry, can be dealt with one hand. The great god at home is her number one enemy. Her sister is sick and can be rescued. Her younger brother is also sick. She feels that Corinne's senzu beans can't be saved. I'm willing to serve the queen, Zhao Taizhu patted his chest. Do you need me to go? Wang Zijin glanced at him. Taizhu, it's not that sister looks down on you. Although you look tall and strong, I feel that Qin Zhe can pinch you to death with one finger. Zhao Taizhu remembered the scene of Qin Zhe tearing the glass with his hand. His heart was scared, but he still said, even so, I can go through water and tread on fire for Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin immediately took out her mobile phone. Then you fight with him. I've wanted to beat him for a long time. Don't, Sister Ziwei. Zhao Taizhu panicked. I just said it casually. If I go back to the capital in a wheelchair, you won't be able to explain it to your sister-in-law. Coward. Wang Zijin coquettishly rolled her small eyes. Let's just break up. Men are all cheap bones. They only know how to cherish something after losing it. Zhao Taizhu came up with a crooked idea. Ding! Your IQ has been successfully recharged. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. She remembered the post she saw in the afternoon. A man who was about to have a change of heart saw his wife and another man walking close together. He immediately became jealous and decided not to leave his wife. Wang Zijin felt that she could cheat Qin Zhe. In the art of war that her grandfather taught her, this move is called false and true, passing off the false as the true. Little red guy, don't blame sister for playing tricks on you. Wang Zijin opened her mobile phone's camera function and took a picture of the fragrant barbecue on the dining table. Zhao Taizhu lowered his head and entered the camera. Do you want to take a picture and post it in your moments? How can you miss my handsome face? Can you get out? Don't show your head. Wang Zijin took the picture again. Hey, don't be so far away. Show your hand. Zhao Tieju's face can't appear in the camera. Wang Zijin hasn't learned Photoshop yet. As soon as he shows his head, he can't cheat the little red guy. After taking the picture, Wang Zijin decisively uploaded it to her moments. Today's dinner was very happy. It was beautiful. Shy, after that, Wang Zijin ate the barbecued meat while checking her social media feed. Soon. Aunt Qin liked it. Uncle Qin liked it. They don't think I'm having dinner with their little red guy. Then. Qin bao bao, applause, 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 hum. The little bitch must be very happy. The wolf, finally caught a rich guy. Suyu, where are you eating? I want to come too. Get out of here. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Suyu, hey, this is not Qinzai's hand. What the hell, what's the relationship between this woman and the little red guy? Even their fingers are so familiar. Wang Zijin's peach blossom eyes burst out murderous intent. Zhao Taizhu on the opposite side was stunned. After many years, Sister Ziwei showed her ferocious fangs again. Just like when she was sitting on the cement slab in the corner of the yard with a small red schoolbag, pointing at a group of followers below, her murderous eyes were full of murderous intent. A pleasant female voice sounded. It was Wang Zijin's mobile phone. She took it out and looked at it. Suddenly, she smiled. Oh, it's the little red guy's phone. Are you anxious? Are you angry? Are you panicking? Are you afraid? Wang Zijin hung up the phone, thinking, I'm ignoring you, I'm not answering your phone. Get angry, little red guy. The little red guy really got angry and kept calling. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. She turned off her phone. Have you finished eating? Let's go. Zhao Taizhu said. This was because he saw that the mature and beautiful big sister had already left. Before she left, she even gave him a flirtatious look. Zhao Taizhu understood and prepared to send Wang Zijin back quickly. Before leaving Shanghai tomorrow, he could send a batch of ellipses to her. Don't worry. Wang Zijin smiled and said, do you think a man and a woman who are dating for dinner in the evening have to get an hourly room or something after dinner? Zhao Taizhu, degree, he was shocked. What did Sister Ziwei mean by this? This playful and ambiguous smile, Zhao Taizhu hesitated and said in distress, Zijin, although you were my girlfriend in primary school, after all, so many years have passed, and I have a family and a career. Even if you regret it now, it's a little late. Alas, this love can become memories, but at that time, it was already lost. Wang Zijin was stunned and sneered, you're looking for death. Zhao Taizhu, even if you're beautiful and excellent, I'm the man you can't get in your life. Wang Zijin sneered again, shit won't be noble because no one cares about it. Even if the charcoal fire was burning, the cold wind was still too cold. Wang Zijin and Zhao Taizhu paid the bill and left. She lay on the driver's seat and rolled down the seat, I'll take a nap for a while. Send me home at 10 o'clock. I've sent the address to your mobile phone. Zhao Taizhu said, oh, and thought that he had a great chance to touch the mature big sister tonight. Set off at 10 o'clock, it would only take half an hour to send her back. The road was not blocked at night, and if he drove faster, he would arrive in 20 minutes. He still had a lot of time to do the things he wanted to do. At worst, he could change the flight. Dawdling until 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Taizhu rushed all the way to Qinzai's community. He didn't know how many speeding photos were taken along the way, but this was not what young Master Zhao cared about. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the community. He woke up Wang Zijin. Just roll down the window a little later. Wang Zijin patted her face and said inexplicably. What are you doing? Zhao Taizhu was confused. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Wang Zijin got out of the car. The cold wind blew on her face, and she shivered all over. According to her understanding of Qinzai, the little red guy must be watching her in a dark place at the gate of the community. Wang Zijin took a deep breath and raised a sweet smile on her face. She went around to the driver's window and waved with a sweet smile, goodbye. Zhao Taizhu shivered, stepped on the accelerator, and left. When Wang Zijin just walked into the community, she heard a faint voice in the dark, Sister Ziwei, you're back. Even if she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. She turned her head and saw Qinzai standing there with his hands in his pockets and his head held high. He stood with a posture of, forgive me for being unrestrained and loving freedom. He was not surprised at Wang Zijin's return at all. A's, why are you here? Sister Ziwei said in a surprised tone. I came down to get the express from Mr. Meng in the reception office. Where's the express? The express didn't arrive. Qin Zhe said faintly, I received a 999 critical hit from a knife. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. Chapter 317. Before doing this, Wang Zijin hesitated because it would be risky to do so. If the little bumpkin was hopeless, he would abandon her and go to his sister's arms, Wang Zijin would cry. But the little bumpkin ran down and waited for her with jealousy. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Senior White, please bless me. The little bumpkin could be saved. Then let's go up together. Wang Zijin smiled and held Qin Zhe's arm. Okay. Qin Zhe quietly took a step back, not letting her hold his arm, and walked straight forward. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. It was the first time she played this trick. Did she use too much strength? She looked at the little bumpkin's angry and depressed eyes. She felt inexplicably distressed. The two kept a distance of half a body and walked side by side into the depths of the community. The community was so quiet that it made Wang Zijin panic. The street lights pulled the shadows of the two people very long. Wang Zijin turned her head to look at him. Qin Zhe's face was very indifferent. His dark eyes, which she usually thought were very deep, were particularly indifferent at this moment. They passed through the street lights and entered the dark area. Sister Ziwei, who are you eating with today? Qin Zhe whispered. Wang Zijin's heart was slightly relieved. Since Qin Zhe asked, it meant that her plan was successful. Although he was temporarily traumatized, as long as she comforted him later, it should be remedied. If she couldn't do it, she could learn from Qin Bao Bao and cry. The little bumpkin liked it the most. Just a friend. Wang Zijin pretended to be perfunctory. What friend? Sister Ziwei, do you still have friends in Shanghai? Qin Zhe asked. Well, I didn't have any before, but I will eventually meet them. Wang Zijin smiled. You've been eating for 5 hours? Qin Zhe stared into her eyes. Wang Zijin sees the deep sadness hidden in Qin Zhe's eyes. She is moved in her heart. The young man is also an experienced internet user. He must be familiar with the story about the goddess having dinner with the tall, rich, and handsome man and coming back late at night. Then her plan must have succeeded. There was no need for too many words. Qin Zhe had already understood. What's wrong? Is A's unhappy that I went out to eat with my friends? Wang Zijin smiled faintly as she stared at Qin Zhe. The little red guy must be very anxious now. A non-existent love rival appeared out of nowhere. He would definitely not continue to be a salted fish. She was ready to accept the little pervert sobbing. Then she pretended to be a big sister and hugged him in her arms. Little fool, I lied to you. Happy. Qin Zhe looked at her deeply and whispered, Sister Ziwei has been away from home for so long. You must be very lonely. There is someone you like who can accompany you. I am also happy for Sister Ziwei. After he finished speaking, he forced a smile and said, It's true. Wang Zijin's mouth was agape, and her face was blank. Qin Zhe took a deep breath. Sister will also be very happy. You are best friends. If a best friend finds someone she likes, her wandering heart will have someone to rely on. Of course, she will be happy. The script was not right. Sister Ziwei considered several possibilities. For example, Qin Zhe confessed his feelings to her because of jealousy. She could explain things clearly and then happily accept the little red guy into her arms. Almost, the little red guy yelled at her and shouted himself hoarse. She could also take the opportunity to tell the truth. The little red guy would still throw himself into her arms, sobbing and saying, Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. But she didn't expect that the salted fish would really give up on her. When they were in the car, Zhao Taizhu asked her, "Aren't you afraid of leaving a crack in his heart by doing this?" Wang Zijin thought for a moment and sighed. "Cut the Gordian knot. You don't know that if I don't use strong medicine, this kind of thing will continue to drag on." Zhao Taizhu wondered, what the hell is going on? Wang Zijin did not say anything. She looked at the night outside the car window and remained silent. I'm out of control. Wang Zijin's heart was in a mess. The two stood in the cold wind, speechless for a long time. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette. He looked very depressed when he smoked, like a defeated dog. It was easy to imagine the image of a defeated man smoking alone. Wang Zijin's heart seemed to be pinched by someone. "I'm really happy." Qin Zhe lowered his head slightly. "Sister Ziwei is so good to me that I almost misunderstood. Although I'm still very unwilling, I must be happy for Sister Ziwei. I can't cause trouble for Sister Ziwei because of my emotions." Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, he lowered his head, shrugged his shoulders, and walked away silently. Wang Zijin stood alone in the same place, her face pale. She watched Qin Zhe walk away. 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps, her mind was in a complete mess. In her life, Wily Six had played many tricks. She had cheated many people, but she was rarely cheated by others. She was smart and proud, but she was helpless against Qin Zhe. After being frustrated, she finally wanted to play a trick, but it went wrong. In front of this man, her cleverness was of no use. Because she cared too much, she became stupid. "Qin Zhe, I lied to you." Wang Zijin screamed. Not far away, Qin Zhe stopped. "Sister Ziwei, what are you talking about? I don't understand." He was a little far away and his voice was not loud, but Wang Zijin heard it clearly. "You have to understand. I was lying to you." "Lied to me? Why did you lie to me?" Wang Zijin, who was mentally and physically exhausted, rushed over. She hugged Qin Zhe from behind, like a woman behind a pervert. She hugged his waist tightly and cried, "Because I like A's, I like him very much." After shouting this sentence, she felt much better. The pain just now made her understand that she could not accept being a stranger with Qin Zhe. "But I don't like you." Qin Zhe tried to break her hands, but he failed. She hugged him tightly. "You can't not like me. You can't not like me." Wang Zijin cried out, "That person is Zhao Biao, not some other man. I didn't mean to lie to you, I was wrong. Is it fun?" Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. "No, it's not fun at all. A's, please forgive me." Wang Zijin sobbed and said intermittently. In the cold wind, the two stood still. Then Qin Zhe quietly took out his phone and sent a message, "It's done." A few seconds later, there was a reply, "Are you crying?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha." Looking at the chat history, the first message was sent at 9:00, from Zhao Biao. "Zhao Biao, what's wrong with you, kid? Did you have a conflict with my sister Ziwei?" "Qin Zhe, you saw her WeChat moments too? She's eating outside with another man, and no one is answering her phone. I want to explode now." "Zhao Biao. That person is me, bastard. She fell asleep in my car and said she would go back at 10:00. Wait, I seem to have seen through something. Qin Zhe, F*ck, I'm so angry. This joke isn't funny at all. Zhao Biao, when young couples have conflicts, the most taboo is to sulk. The longer you sulk, the more you'll think. Look, you forced my sister Zian to use such a crooked move, you unlucky child." "Qin Zhe, I'm F*king confused. What did I do? I didn't quarrel with her." "Zhao Biao, anyway, communicate more." Zijin has never had a boyfriend before. She may be smart, but she's immature in some aspects and can't control herself. If my wife is so angry with me, I'll just write a divorce agreement. A woman doesn't know what a man is thinking. Qin Zhe, got it, I'll send her a message. Zhao Biao, wait, I have a bold idea. A few kilometers away, in the car by the roadside. Zhao Biao sent the 3 words, ha ha ha, and said, Zijin, I can only help you up to this point. How could Wang Zijin hide her thoughts from Tai Zhu, an experienced driver? When Wang Zijin took the photos and didn't let his face show, Tai Zhu knew what was going on. He shook his head in his heart. This method wouldn't work. From a man's point of view, if a woman wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. Oh, he ignored this point. His sister Ziwei didn't know how to cook. The rest of her methods were nothing more than being gentle and considerate, acting cute, winking and shaking her butt. Pretending to have a man outside not only wouldn't capture a man's heart, but would also make him mentally explode. Wang Zijin was smart, but she had too little experience in love. She was too naive. Tai Zhu knew everything, but he didn't say anything. A vicious plan formed in Tai Zhu's heart. Since he was young, it had always been Wang Zijin who tricked him. Student Zhao Taizhu either fell into Wang Zijin's trap or was falling into her trap. In fact, it was the opposite. He immediately sent a message to Qin Zhe. Not only did he clarify Wang Zijin's trap, but he could also make up for the crack in Qin Zhe's heart and trap Wang Zijin at the same time. Qin Zhe, who was full of anger, hit the nail on the head. When Zhao Taizhu returned to the capital, he was going to make a note in a small notebook. On a certain day, Wang Zijin threw herself into the arms of a certain man and cried. She begged the other party not to abandon her and shed tears of regret. Zhao Taizhu started the car and drove into the night. His voice floated in the night sky. How can I not be stabbed when I'm in the martial arts world? You stabbed me, I'll stab you back. His voice was torn in the night wind. On the other side, Wang Zijin cried sadly. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She had never cried so miserably in her life. She sobbed and apologized in a choked voice. This time, it was really out of control. The internet said that Dali creates miracles, but it was all a lie. Sister was wrong. Aze, don't be angry, okay? You can't not like me. Sister likes you so much, she sobbed and sniffed. Wang Zijin hugged Qin Zhe tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, they would forget about each other. After Qin Zhe sent the message, he saw that she was still crying. His arms tightened around her waist as if they were going to break. She wiped her tears and snot on his back as she cried. Sister Ziwei's body was so soft. Her breasts were so plump. It felt so good. Sister Ziwei had never cried like this before. Sister Ziwei did so much to make him confess. If she knew that she was tricked, would she explode on the spot? Would she fall over her chest on the spot? It's so convenient for her to be in this position. I feel like I've gone too far. Qin Zhe hesitated for a while before he summoned his courage. Sister Ziwei, there's something I don't know if I should say. Chapter 318. I'm going to lose this round of emotional manipulation. Qin Zhe's heart was in turmoil. After tricking so many tears, he saw Sister Ziwei's weakest side under her virtuous exterior. There were so many shameful lines. You can't not like me, you can't not like me, I like A's the most, sister was wrong, please forgive me. With such a shameful line, even if it was a shameless sister, she would still give him a death hug or a scissors kick before covering her face and running away. If it was really his sister, he wouldn't be afraid. I, Salted Fish Zhe, am best at coaxing my sister. But how am I supposed to coax Sister Ziwei? I have no experience at all. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Sister Ziwei exploded on the spot, completing a solo kill. Little fool, I lied to you too. Sister Ziwei threw him over her chest, completing another solo kill. He didn't expect Sister Ziwei to have such a big reaction. He just wanted to punish her a little. You pissed me off. It doesn't make sense that you can trick me, but I can't trick you. You can't discriminate between men and women, right? No, in this situation, Sister Ziwei definitely won't be reasonable. She's a woman too. Qin Zhe thought of some funny gifs on the internet. For example, he tricked his girlfriend to see his butt, then after his girlfriend shrank under the blanket, he farted and covered the blanket to prevent his girlfriend from coming out. For example, when he was sunbathing, he took a magnifying glass and aimed it at his girlfriend's bikini-clad butt. For example, when his girlfriend was sleeping, he put a big snake under the blanket. In the past, Qin Zhe was overjoyed and mocked foreigners for seeking death. Unknowingly, I had also dug my own grave like the foreigners. Wang Zijin sniffed and choked, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. You're definitely going to say that you don't like me anymore. I already said that I was wrong, what else do you want me to do? Boo-hoo. She started crying again. Qin Zhe's heart sank. She was going to cry like a fool. She would definitely explode later. Let go of me first, then listen to me, Qin Zhe said. He couldn't give her a chance to fall over her chest. Wang Zijin let go of his hand. Her little face was a mess from crying. Her nose was red, and her eyes were red. She looked at him timidly, which reminded Qin Zhe of his sister's eyes when she cried. It was the same kitten-like eyes. She wanted to be close to you, but she was also afraid of being abandoned. Do you know, when I saw your photo, I almost exploded. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Zijin sniffled. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she almost cried again. No matter how strong a woman was, no matter how smart a woman was, she would still meet a man who made her willing to be a fool. After knowing that it was Zhao Taizhu, I heaved a sigh of relief and felt really happy. Because I also like Sister Ziwei, very much. The sudden confession stunned Wang Zijin. Her eyes lit up with joy, bright and beautiful. But I'm still very angry. I can't accept Sister Ziwei being close to another man. I can't accept it at all. Qin Zhe's expression was serious. Wang Zijin quickly shook her head. Then. I forgive you for this. Qin Zhe nodded seriously. Yes, I forgive you. Wang Zijin was very touched. She threw herself into Qin Zhe's arms and said happily, A's is the best. Ding. Player Qin Zhe received, Sister Ziwei's heart. This item is not tradable. Confess and leniency? No way. I'm a salted fish, not a wooden club. How could I confess such a stupid thing? On one side was Sister Ziwei's chest throw, and on the other side was Sister Ziwei's little girl snuggling. Even a stinky salted fish knows how to choose. Do I have to be a straightforward boy and say, Sister Ziwei, actually, Taizhu and I teamed up to trick you just now? Taizhu was so innocent. Don't sell him out so early. If Sister Ziwei's reaction wasn't so big, Qin Zhe would have confessed to her. If he confessed now, not only would he be done for, but he would also get his teammate Zhao Taizhu into trouble. Wang Zijin's heart was racing. She thought shyly and happily, does this count as his confession? Then are we confirmed to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Sister Ziwei's mind was in a mess. There was a sour smell of love in her nose. Wang Zijin didn't suspect that she had fallen into a trap at all. It was mainly because Qin Zhe's acting was too good. He played the role of a disappointed and sad boy very realistically. Qin Zhe exchanged for the Master of Best Actor. Qin Zhe put his chin on Wang Zijin's head and sniffed her faint fragrance. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it while he could. The proud and intelligent Sister Zijin, the natural and unrestrained Sister Zijin, the black-bellied and black-handed Sister Zijin. Waha, I didn't expect you to cry in my arms today. It's so cool just thinking about it. I'll delete the message later. This can't be exposed. Once it's exposed, I'll sell Brother Taizhu out. Sister Ziwei, will you be my girlfriend? Qin Zhe whispered. Wang Zijin suddenly looked up. Her face was glowing and her eyes were like stars. She said softly, "Don't you want to be a salted fish anymore?" Qin Zhe. Why am I a salted fish? Sister thinks I'm a salted fish. Do you think I'm a salted fish too? Flips table. Don't you regret it? Wang Zijin asked again. I regret, what? Qin Zhe's smile was unnatural. Wang Zijin didn't say anything. She looked at him with a deep gaze. Qin Zhe had a strange feeling. It was as if the secret in the depths of his heart had been uncovered by her and exposed. I've thought it through, Qin Zhe said. After this incident, he had thought it through. If you like someone, you must say it out loud. Love hidden in your heart has no value. He also told him about Zhangya. You're not Yanggua. There's a little Guoxiang who's worried about you and won't marry for the rest of her life. A woman's time flies like water. No one will wait for you forever. I don't want us to end up like, I'm 100 years old when I look back, or, I'm just frustrated at that time. I like you. I like you very, very much. Fortunately, you like me too. Qin Zhe said, so, be my girlfriend. Then bow, don't talk. Kiss me. Wang Zijin didn't say anything because her lips were blocked by Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin was like a heroine in a novel. She moaned and softened in Qin Zhe's arms. Qin Zhe was very experienced in kissing. He had learned it all from his sister. There were 3 steps to kissing. First, lick the other party's lips. The weather is dry in winter. Remember to lubricate first. A lot of things have to be lubricated first. Qin Zhe ate a mouthful of fruit-flavored lip balm. Wang Zijin smeared strawberry lip balm on her lips. Second, suck the other party's lips. Suck hard to achieve the effect of kissing until your lips are swollen. He had personally tested it on his sister. Her lips weren't swollen. How dare you say you love her? Third, stick out your tongue, of course. Kissing without sticking out one's tongue was a hooligan. Sister Ziwei's tongue was soft and shy. She was even shyer than his sister and kept dodging. Night, cold wind, street lights. A couple hugged and kissed under the street lights. If it was a domestic drama or a Korean drama, it would be a touching scene. The audience would applaud. If it was a female novel, the readers would send flowers to celebrate the male and female protagonists finally coming to fruition. But in the normal world, the man couldn't control his hands. Qin Zhe looked at Sister Ziwei's slender waist with his left hand and touched her perky butt with his right hand. Although it wasn't as round as his sister's, his hand was very high and there were no flaws in it. Women who persisted in working out all had great figures. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded the whole time. After the long kiss, Qin Zhe let go of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up. Their eyes met. Even the cold wind at the end of January couldn't blow away the strong sour smell of love. Don't tell Bao Bao about this first, okay? Wang Zijin whispered. Qin Zhe was silent and looked at her. Isn't this what you want? He said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Wang Zijin thought that he was right. He wasn't a fool. Under this salty appearance, there was a very delicate mind. This was what she wanted. At this time, they should go home hand in hand and then show off their love in front of Qin Bao Bao and give her a blow to the heart. The pain would be unavoidable, but then it would be cured. Then, Bao Bao would be able to live a very, very long and peaceful life. But Wang Zijin was afraid. She was afraid that in the end, they wouldn't be best friends. She valued Qin Bao Bao so much. She was the woman who had shared a bed with her for more than half a year. When she ran away from home and drifted outside, Qin Bao Bao took her in without hesitation. For her, Wang Zijin was willing to slap the little brother and sister who grew up with her. For her career to be smoother, she didn't hesitate to call the contacts her angry father left in Shanghai. For her, she didn't hesitate to hook up with salted fish. Oh, that didn't count. She wanted to hook up with salted fish. But her best friend's illness must be cured. She couldn't let Bao Bao sink deeper and deeper. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe. She didn't want to tell him, compared to our newly confirmed relationship, I value our best friend relationship with Bao Bao more. This little chick would probably explode on the spot. Let's go home. Qin Zhe held her hand and walked in the direction of home. Wang Zijin was like a little wife, letting him hold her hand. They walked in silence. When they reached downstairs, Qin Zhe whispered, "Sister Ziwei." She didn't speak for a long time. Wang Zijin tilted her head and stared at him with her bright eyes without blinking. "For the rest of my life, please take care of me," he said. "When I was young, I loved to make empty promises. But now, I regret it so easily. This is the first promise salted fish lake, but I won't regret it." Chapter 319. The door was right in front of them. Qin Zhe held Wang Zijin's hand, stood still, took a deep breath, and took out the key. If he held Wang Zijin's hand and went in, as long as his sister wasn't blind, she would know. Next, domestic violence might happen in my Qin family, but I will live on. When my sister's long legs are 0.1 millimeters away from my neck, my body will tremble, and the aura of a bastard will surge out. Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said calmly, "Open the door." Qin Zhe was stunned. Was she serious about hiding it from his sister? Why? This was very unlike Zijin. But deep down, he was relieved. The lights in the living room were bright, and the TV was playing a certain anti-Japanese drama. Every time his sister watched a drama, Qin Zhe would feel a chill in his balls. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to learn how to tear the devils apart? His sister was sleeping on the sofa, curled up and hugging her chest. She was in a lonely and cold position. After all, it was winter and the air conditioner was on. She would feel cold even if she didn't cover herself with a blanket. She should be watching TV while waiting for them to come home. But she fell asleep while waiting. Don't catch a cold. Wake her up and go back to her room. Wang Zijin changed into slippers and walked over. I'll carry her back to her room. Qin Zhe said softly, "Be quiet. Don't wake her up. Then I'll take a shower first." Wang Zijin hugged her pajamas and whispered. Shower. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Yes, she should take a shower first. He had a feeling that he, Salted Fish Zhe, was going to make a comeback. Tonight would be an unforgettable night. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom. Qin Zhe carried his sister into the room, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Her elder sister was snoring away. Sleeping, she was less charming and flirtatious, and more innocent and cute. Her face was fair and her facial features were exquisite. His sister's eyelashes were strange, long and curly. He looked at his sister's face carefully. Her rosy lips were tempting. Perhaps it was because she was lying flat, but the pressure on her chest made it difficult for her to breathe. She turned to her side, mumbled, and continued to sleep. Sure enough, Big Sister's little mouth attracted me the most. I really can't be saved. But even if there's no medicine to save me, I still want to try. My sister is like a cancer, corroding my body and soul. It's all your fault. You're such a troublesome little demon. Little Guoxiang was ruined by Yanghua for the rest of her life. She rode on her little stove and became a nun on Mount Amei. She was never married. But Yanghua already had his daughter Xiaolong, so his heart could not hold any other woman. His sister was Guoxiang, and Qin Zhe didn't do that because he had Xiaolong as his daughter. He was afraid that Hero Guo would jump into the air and attack him with his 18 dragon-subduing palms. I, Qin Yang, have always loved freedom. Even if you, Hero Guo, know the 18 dragon-subduing palms, I can still take out my great Dharma weapon to defeat you. But this Hero Guo was really vicious. He would also use the 18 dragon-subduing palms on Guoxiang later. Bao Guoxiang was not good enough. She had only learned one move in her life. If she took the 18 dragon-subduing palms head-on, she would definitely die. And Huang Rong, her rolling pin. Dog-beating stick was very sharp. If a man and a woman fought together, even the unrestrained Qin Yang and the cute Bao Guoxiang would not be able to escape death. Then there was the scholarly sage's etiquette, righteousness, honor, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. Even the eternal fire could not save you. In the end, there was also the battle of words from the melon-eating masses, condemning in both speech and writing. It was guaranteed that one's heart would be pierced through. Qin Zhe sat on the bed and thought for a long time. He couldn't think of a reason. He only felt that it was more messy. Forget it. Since Hero Yanghua is useless, I will only worship Master Xiaobao in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin came out of the shower. Qin Bao was sleeping, so she couldn't use the hairdryer. She used a dry towel to dry her hair and turned her head. Why are you still here? Wang Zijin asked. I'm waiting for you. Qin Zhe stared at her. Why are you waiting for me? Wang Zijin didn't understand. She rolled her eyes at him. Go take a shower and sleep later. Yes, take a shower and sleep. This process can't be skipped. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable. Qin Zhe put aside the matter in his heart and happily went to take a bath. He took off his clothes and put a toothbrush in his mouth. His head was covered with foam. He took a shower while brushing his teeth. If he wanted to pee, he could also pee. After taking a shower, he found that his sister's room was closed. He went into his room and saw that the bed was empty and the quilt was neatly folded. Qin Zhe thought, this woman is so pretentious. She even wants me to invite her. He secretly opened his sister's door and sneaked in. Both sisters were lying on the bed. One was asleep and the other was awake. The one who wasn't asleep was shocked and said in a low voice, "Why did you come in?" Qin Zhe didn't say anything and carried Sister Ziwei away. Wang Zijin kicked her little feet and said in a low voice, "Aze, don't mess around." As she spoke, Qin Zhe had already carried her out of the room and into his room. He threw her on his bed. Wang Zijin was stunned. She hugged her knees like a frightened deer and leaned against the bed. She said in a trembling voice, Aze, don't mess around." "I'm not messing around." Qin Zhe was confused. "Didn't you ask me to take a shower?" "I'm taking a shower before sleeping." "Is there a problem?" Wang Zijin stared at him and said, "Don't you take a shower before sleeping?" Qin Zhe. Was this the legendary, playing hard to get? Sister Ziwei really knew how to play around. Qin Zhe started to take off his clothes. Wang Zijin kicked him in the chest. "Okay, this wasn't playing around. Sister Ziwei, you're my girlfriend." Qin Zhe held her feet and said angrily, "Don't you know what a girlfriend should do? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If I don't use it soon, the iron rod will rust. You're my first real girlfriend. You can't be like the previous two girlfriends of dog leading." Wang Zijin retracted her feet but didn't withdraw them. She could only let him hold them and said softly, I'm not ready. Can you not do it? Sister Ziwei looked timid. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. The third time, you took the initiative to sit on me, Qin Zhe said. In the past, he would never have dared to say this. Today, Sister Ziwei kissed and touched him, revealing their relationship. His intimacy with Sister Ziwei increased exponentially. What was the saying? Yes, it was sweet. Now that their relationship was clear, if he still acted like a gentleman, it would be easy to cut the iron rod. Be good. I'm really not ready. Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, are you going to force me? Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin was extremely charming. Her body was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were so charming that they were about to drip water. Sister Ziwei was now a feast for the eyes. Okay, then how long do you need to prepare? Qin Zhe said dejectedly. I don't know either, Wang Zijin said softly. Am I your F***king fake boyfriend? We kissed so passionately just now. Wang Zijin composed herself and tried to put on a dignified posture, although her beautiful oval-shaped face was still red. She frowned. We just started dating, and you want to carry me to bed. Are you that kind of ace? Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin said righteously, you didn't give me flowers, you didn't even have a candlelight dinner, and a movie. Anyway, we can't do it. I'll give you the flowers tomorrow, and we'll have a candlelight dinner tomorrow night. As for the movie, we've watched at least 108 gigabytes, right? Qin Zhe said. Was Sister Ziwei's philandering disease acting up again? Did couples have to have a candlelight dinner with flowers just to have sex? If fireworks were allowed in Shanghai, would he have to line them up in a circle around the neighborhood? Wang Zijin finally retracted her feet. She sat cross-legged on the bed and said softly, I haven't thought about how to face Bao Bao. I mean, it's so awkward to suddenly change from a friend to a younger brother's girlfriend. Also, I'm not ready to have sex with you. Qin Zhe looked at her, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. It's like being in love, but I'm afraid of being F***ked. The corner of his mouth twitched. I'm already very happy to be able to confirm my relationship with A's. Wang Zijin blushed and looked down. She said softly, can we go back to how we were before? I like my current life very much. Before I make up my mind, let's just maintain the status quo. You can't sneak into my room at night. It was hard to imagine that Wang Zijin would say such words. She sounded like a shy and longing little girl. Damn, Sister Ziwei, can you be a little more mature? Who wants to maintain the status quo with you? Qin Zhe felt so tired. What girlfriend? That's all fake. It was so hard to date a beautiful big sister, but the big sister said, A's, be good. You can't have sex with me. Flips table. Degree? Are you happy? Wang Zijin looked at him carefully, and her feet gently poked his thigh. I'm too impatient, Qin Zhe said softly. Sister Ziwei, this is your first relationship, right? Qin Zhe said, did you have a boyfriend in university? Speaking of which, he knew nothing about Wang Zijin's relationship history. Like many men, it was impossible for them to know how many exes their girlfriends had had. No. Wang Zijin shook her head. Before she met Qin Zhe, her pursuers were all handsome young men. After seeing so many outstanding men, it was inevitable that she got tired of them. That was when she ran away from home and came to Shanghai. She settled down in her best friend's house and got along with this salted fish from the Qin family for half a year. Inexplicably, she fell in love with him. She didn't know the reason. Was it because she enjoyed the warmth of a family? Or was it because she had seen so many outstanding men and met a stinky salted fish? She felt that he was different and fell in love. There were many reasons to like someone. Beauty, personality, figure, family background, etc. There were too many reasons and it was hard to explain. F*ck, that little b*tch has a brother complex. Maybe I have a salted fish complex. A salted fish complex for men? A salted fish complex for men? A salted fish complex with a black heart? Although I've never had a serious girlfriend, since we're in a relationship, our relationship should be different from ordinary people. Qin Zhe hinted. I know. Wang Zijin placed her hands on the bed and leaned forward. She pecked him on the lips and rolled her eyes. Are you satisfied? Wang Zijin thought for a while and added, in the future, I'll kiss you every day. Be good. Good night. Another peck. She ran away, ran away. Qin Zhe touched his lips. The sour taste of love. Happiness. Happiness, your sister. I've indeed gotten a fake girlfriend. Why are all my girlfriends so doggy? Satisfied my ass. Who wants to kiss you? Doggy girlfriend, you're not even as good as my sister Bao. But sister Ziwei? That doesn't exist. Tisk, salted fish. The system said. Qin Zhe said, why did you come out? You're also doggy. If the host's determination was just a little bit stronger, the system would have issued a mission. The system said, Tisk, salted fish. Your body is very honest, but your heart is resisting. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at the raised tent. He slapped it down. Why are you raising your head? What does this have to do with you? You're also doggy. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 320. Reality proved that after a salted fish leaped into the air and did a 360-degree flip, it was still a salted fish when it landed. The person who invented the phrase, salted fish turn over a new leaf, was simply poisonous. In the end, Qin Zhe, whose iron rod was still a decoration, was both annoyed and sad. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could have sex with Sister Ziwei tonight. Women were too pretentious. They liked to play hard to get and accept things half-heartedly. Therefore, men should keep acting like hooligans. If they couldn't have sex once, they couldn't have sex twice. After a long time, they really couldn't have sex. After a long time, they would definitely have sex. If a man didn't act like a hooligan, he wouldn't have a chance at all. This was what Qin Zhe saw on the internet. The internet also said that the bottom line had to be constantly tested and broken. Then, they would be able to have sex naturally. In the past, Qin Zhe had all kinds of peerless skills, but he didn't have anyone to spar with. Now, he had Sister Ziwei. It was Saturday. After breakfast, the Qin siblings chose to be salted fish at home. They didn't do anything and just rested for the day. For white-collar workers and gold-collar workers who lived a fast-paced life and had high work pressure, being able to wake up naturally on the weekend was the happiest thing. At 10 in the morning, Qin Bao changed into yoga clothes and practiced yoga on the yoga mat in the living room. Her two long legs were straight and well-proportioned, and her feet were white and tender. She was lying on her stomach with her arms on the ground. This posture was impossible for people with weak bodies. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin sat on the sofa. One was reading a novel, the other was watching a TV series. Sister Ziwei had a true love for TV series. She especially liked family dramas and palace dramas. No matter how melodramatic the plot or shocking the setting, she could watch it with relish. In Qin Zhe's eyes, family dramas and palace dramas were the same. The male lead was handsome and cold. The female lead was naive and had an eye-catching buff. The male lead was deeply in love with the female lead, and the female lead was deeply in love with the male lead. However, in the early stages, the male lead would hate the female lead because of a misunderstanding. In the later stages, the female lead would hate the male lead for various reasons. Both sides would stab each other with a knife. If it was a period drama, then there was no doubt about it. The male lead must be the female lead's father's murderer. Once, Qin Zhe asked her, "They're all the same. Don't you get tired of watching them?" Wang Zijin blinked her eyes and thought, "I'm tired of it, but you have to find the highlights yourself. If you look at it carefully, it will give you a lot of inspiration." Qin Zhe asked again, "What inspiration?" Wang Zijin pointed to the palace drama she was watching and said, "Look, this Guifei pushed her own daughter into the water. Not only she framed her love rival, she also obtained Huangshang's sympathy. Living in the imperial palace was the same as living outside. It taught us that if we wanted to live well, we had to find a way to kill our competitors. Look at her ending. The emperor discovered her sinister and vicious nature and dragged her into the cold palace. This also shows that things that cannot be exposed must be hidden well. Men all liked naive, sweet, and innocent girls. She should never reveal her vicious fangs in front of men." Qin Zhe broke out in a cold sweat. As he read the novel, Qin Zhe's eyes couldn't help but move away from the phone screen and focus on his sister's body. To be more precise, his eyes were fixed on her chest, which looked like a mountain range from the side. The yoga suit was hanging loosely in the air. Her posture was basically revealing her fine hair. Unfathomable, unfathomable. Sister, the scenery is familiar. 36D red surpasses fire, the weapon hidden in the yoga suit. Suddenly, he heard the sound of teeth grinding. He turned his head and saw Wang Zijin glaring at him. "Ayaya, I've been cooped up at home all day. I also want to exercise my muscles and bones. Bao bao, let me try yoga. Bullsh *T, we just finished running this morning." Qin Bao Bao heard this, straightened up, and stretched coquettishly. "Then you do it." She sat on the sofa and nudged her brother with her big butt. "Aze, help sister wash some grapes." Sister's little henchman went to wash the grapes. He did not notice Wang Zijin's resentful gaze at all. Qin Zhe bought her some Jufeng grapes when he was running in the kitchen. Sister only ate grapes and did not eat raisins. She said that she could not spit out the skin of the raisins because it was disgusting. After washing the grapes, Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother and ate. Her red little mouth spat out the skin of the grapes. "Is it sweet?" Qin Zhe asked. "Yes." Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. "Then let me have some." Qin Bao Bao fed her brother a grape. "Is it sweet?" "Sister's grapes." Qin Zhe gave her a thumbs up. "It's sweet." Cough cough. Wang Zijin suddenly felt a pain in her chest and fell to the ground. "Qin Bao Bao, come and help me," Wang Zijin called out. "He's my boyfriend, but why do I feel like I'm being fed dog food? Bastard. Flips table. Help me press my waist." "I can't bend down," Wang Zijin said. "Oh." Qin Bao Bao moved over and knelt on Wang Zijin's back with a thud. She pressed her whole body to the ground and her face was on the ground. My waist, it's broken, ah." Wang Zijin screamed in pain. "Not like this. Don't kneel on me, Aze, help." Sister Ziwei, who was about to fall apart, broke down. Speaking of which, although Sister Ziwei exercised every day, she did not practice dancing. Even when she did a split leg, she felt her thighs burning. Of course, the flexibility of her waist could not be compared to that of Moaning Monster. Moaning Monster knelt for more than 10 seconds before she came to a sudden realization and pretended to be calm. "Oh, Zijin, are you okay? It's all my fault. I didn't know when to stop." Wang Zijin lay on the ground and curled up into a ball. She looked extremely pitiful. Qin Zhe suddenly shuddered. He clearly saw his sister looking at Sister Ziwei coldly, just like how a boss would look at a salted fish or a group leader would look at a newbie. Did his sister know something? Wang Zijin, who was exhausted, climbed onto the sofa to rest. Qin Bao Bao continued to do her yoga. She still did a split. She put the grapes in front of her and ate them while doing yoga. "Aze, help me press my waist," his sister said softly. "Hurry up." Qin Zhe went behind his sister and pressed her down slowly with his palms on her back. "Help me time it." 5 minutes. "Okay." After a while, his sister started to pant. Her face was red, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Wang Zijin also recovered. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something interesting. She got up and crawled to the edge of the sofa. Then, she carefully leaned out and kissed Qin Zhe on the lips. Then, she looked at Qin Bao Bao from the corner of her eyes. Then, she leaned out again and kissed Qin Zhe on the face and lips again. This time, she stuck out her tongue and licked his lips. Qin Bao Bao didn't notice it at all. Qin Zhe was stunned. Damn, Sister Ziwei really knew how to play. So you're like this tissue. So exciting. It was like having an affair behind his sister's back. Something seemed wrong. Wang Zijin learned this idea from the internet. For example, a couple hugged and the girl kissed the other person. Another example was a couple hugging and the boyfriend was holding hands with another man behind their backs. Wang Zijin had an idea and started an experiment on the spot. It was super exciting. It felt so good to be cuckolding your best friend. Is there something wrong with this situation? Bastard, I'm the real girlfriend. Damn. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. Sister Ziwei seemed to have suddenly eaten a dead fly. I brushed my teeth this morning. I didn't eat garlic. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. His phone rang. Is that my phone? No, it's mine. Qin Zhe took out his phone and called someone. It's our spicy old radish. He answered the phone. Dad. Are you free today? Grandpa Shen's deep voice sounded. Yes, my sister and I are at home. It's my day off. Qin Zhe automatically switched to his obedient son mode. Then come to school and help me with a class, Grandpa Shen said. Chapter 321. Class? Dad, what are you talking about? Why do I have to go to class? I don't have a teaching certificate. The police will arrest me. Qin Zhe was confused. I didn't ask you to attend any professional classes. The old man paused and sounded a little embarrassed. I promised the students last week that I would let you attend this week's public class. You're quite accomplished now. The juniors like you very much. Accomplished? Damn old man, you're so stubborn. It's 3 in the afternoon. Don't be late. The old man said, it's just to chat with the students and impart some of your experience. You'll also remember some of the lessons you learned while growing up. Yes, that's the most important. After that, the old man hung up. No, he hung up the phone. I'll go too. I'll go too. Qin Bao Bao sat on the sofa like a duck and raised her snow-white wrist. I want to attend the class too. How are you going to cry? Or how are you going to shake your butt at your brother? Wang Zijin said disdainfully. Qin Bao Bao chopped with her hand. Wang Zijin crossed her arms to block, then turned her palm into a claw and attacked her best friend's 36D. Qin Bao Bao chopped away her best friend's dragon claw hand and stabbed her nose with her fingers like a sword. Wang Zijin tilted her head and dodged Qin Bao Bao's attack. At the same time, she stabbed her vital point, the waist. The two of them kept attacking. Wang Zijin, in an instant, the killing intent was overwhelming. Sword light flashed. Qin Zhe, you guys have fun. I'm going to buy groceries. Qin Zhe sighed. The house fights were no longer enough to satisfy the sisters' growing hatred. Suddenly, he felt that the days ahead were dark. He should hurry up and invite Suyu over for dinner. She was very good at attracting firepower. If he cooperated from the side, the sisters would be able to defend themselves. But wouldn't that be too unfair to Su Tidy? No, Su Tidy might be very satisfied. Ah, the two little bitches hate me every day, so satisfying. Ah, I left an indelible scar in their hearts, so satisfying. His presence was overwhelming. Recently, Su Teddy had been acting coquettishly towards him. From time to time, she would throw him a coquettish wink. She was cold and arrogant in front of the employees, but once the door was closed, she would become an exceptionally delicate woman. However, Teddy Sue might not be willing to come to their house for dinner. She said that her two sisters were like wolves and tigers, and she was afraid of being bullied. Teddy was also a coward. She liked to cause trouble from afar. She took photos to disgust Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin, but in the end, she was the one who got the cold shoulder, and he was the one who took the blame. TSK, these little bitches are not easy to deal with. Qin Zhe left home in melancholy and went to the nearby vegetable and fruit supermarket to buy vegetables. At the University of Finance. Today was Saturday, but some elective classes were still held as usual. In the office, the old man was drinking wolfberry tea while waiting for the public lecture in the afternoon. He had promised the students that he would invite his son to give a lecture today. Senior Qin Zhe's name was like thunder in the ears of everyone in the University of Finance and Economics. Everyone knew him. In recent months, the students had always asked about Qin Zhe during class, especially the female students. The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student A asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Qin Zhe has been so outstanding since he was young? Why did I hear from the seniors that they didn't know about Senior Qin Zhe before?" The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student B asked, "Miss Qin, can you help me get Senior Qin Zhe's autograph? If you agree, I promise that I will never skip your class." The old man asked, "This student, do you have any questions?" Female student C asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Qin Zhe has a girlfriend? If he does, then I can only skip your class every day. After all, every time I see you, I think of such sad things. Can't I just focus on class? F***CK. As for similar questions, the male students rarely spoke. The male students were more interested in their goddess, baby Qin, as well as their sexual interest. The students all knew that Professor Qin was a spicy old radish. Who would be stupid enough to ask his daughter's private matters in front of him? The female students could be shameless, but the male students didn't dare to ask. "Miss Qin, does your daughter have a boyfriend? Miss Qin, is your daughter 34D or 36D? Do you want to take the makeup exam? Do you believe that I won't let you pass the makeup exam again and again?" But after a long time, the old man found that it was quite good because the attendance rate of his classes was higher than before. His classmates liked to get close to him, and then the teachers in the school admired him. They praised him as a good teacher and a good father who took 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. He was a role model in the teaching world and an inspirational emperor in the father world. The old man was a scholar in his bones, and he liked flattery that didn't cost him a single cent. The reason he agreed to invite his son to his classes was not only to satisfy his own vanity, but also because the University of Finance and Economics had a lot of talented people. Every year, many financial talents were sent to society, and his son happened to run an investment company. These outstanding elites would prioritize his son's company. "Old Qin Zhe is coming to the school to lecture?" Professor Li walked in with a cup in his hand. "How did you know?" The old man was stunned. "I heard it from the students." Professor Li put down his cup and sighed. "When he completed the mathematical model on his own, I said that this kid is not a fish in a pond." Although the line was a little embarrassing, the old man enjoyed it very much. "I'll also inform my students to come and listen and let them gain some experience," Professor Li said. "Keep a low profile. The old man chuckled. Understood, understood. Professor Li smiled. A moment later, another teacher walked in. After greeting Professor Qin and Professor Li, he sat down and read quietly. The old man waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't speak, he coughed. Xiao Zhang, do you have classes this afternoon? Yes, they're behind you. What a coincidence. My son is coming to help me teach. You can let your students come and listen. If they're willing, they can come. If they're not, I won't force them. Ah, your son is coming to school? My goodness, I've even taught him before. I'll let those brats listen. They'll definitely benefit for life. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li. A moment later, another teacher came in. She said, Professor Li, let me refer to your lesson preparation materials. Professor Li, okay. The old man, Xiao Su, you don't have classes today, right? No, I still have a few topics to prepare. I'll stay in school to work overtime today. My son is coming to class in the afternoon. You can let your students come and listen and learn. Your son is coming to give a lecture? That's great. My daughter likes your son very much. I'll ask for a seat for her. I'll also inform the students. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li, Teacher Xiao Zhang, what a low profile. Thanks to the low-profile publicity of a certain role model in the teaching world, as well as word of mouth among the students, the news of Qin Zhe is coming spread like wildfire on the school forum and between the male and female dormitories. It spread like a prairie fire. There were all kinds of screams in the female dormitory, as if a young male celebrity was coming to school. Qin Zhe is coming to his alma mater to give a lecture in the afternoon. Wow! Qin Zhe is lecturing. How exciting. Is it that Qin Zhe, the fast shooter Qin Zhe? Yes, he's our senior, Professor Qin's son. He's coming to give a lecture in the afternoon. I like him the most. He's handsome and talented. What time is it in the afternoon? Which teacher is it? It's 1:30 now. Let's go and get a seat. There won't be any left if we're late. The male dormitory, which was filled with the sound of typing, was also discussing this matter. Qin Zhe is coming back to give a lecture. So what if he's coming? It's not like he's Qin Bao. I don't like him. It doesn't matter. Idiot, he's a big shot in the stock market. Don't you guys invest in stocks? I can guarantee that if we attend this lecture, we'll definitely gain a lot. And I heard from some students that he's a big boss. He opened his own investment company, which is in line with our major. Ask him for a business card, mobile phone number, or something. After graduation, you can apply for an internship with him. That makes sense. I've lost 2 months' worth of living expenses by investing in stocks. I've been borrowing money these days. Let's go. Let's ask Senior Qin Zhe how many stocks he wants. At 2:00, the old man's phone kept ringing. He opened the chat app and saw nearly 100 messages. Professor Qin, there are no more seats. We didn't get a seat. What's going on? Oh my God, Professor Qin, the seats in the classroom have all been taken by students from other classes, and from other departments, and people from outside the school are here too. Is my son's lecture so popular? I'm so jealous. Professor Qin, I didn't even get a seat. Those flirtatious sluts are really fast. I want to listen to your son's lecture too. Moi. Which female student is this? How dare she send me such a message? The old man went to the class chat group again. They were all complaining. The students who didn't get a seat were cursing. Today was a Saturday. Most of the students were very free, and the seats were all taken early. Letting his son come to the class was just a small promise to the students. Considering that it was a weekend, he was afraid that his son would be embarrassed if there were too few students, so he did his best to promote it. He didn't expect it to be so popular. Other classes, other departments, and people from outside the school were also joining in the fun. They should be from a nearby school. The old man was caught off guard and had to apply for a large open class. The school approved without hesitation. The procedures were simple, and the university was happy to see it. Xianxia was an intern. After he graduated, he would be an outstanding alumnus. The most important thing was his fame. Although he wasn't an artist, he was more famous than many artists and had countless fans. These days, it was common to hire singers to teach music, movie stars to teach acting, and celebrities to be university professors. And Xianxia didn't need the school to pay for it. It was a big win. As the class approached, people kept pouring into the large classroom. Professor Su is here. Professor Zhang is here too. Hiss, almost half of the professors in our department are here. Everyone in school is here. There are also professors from other departments. I suddenly feel that these professors are here to listen to Xianxia's stock promotion. The students whispered to each other. The group of professors not far away looked at each other and blushed. Chapter 322. That's right, we want to freeload on stocks. What's wrong with being a professor? Don't professors need to support their families? Professors don't earn money from whatever they buy. The professors complained in their hearts. Recently, old Qin always liked to show off in front of people. The professors also had times when they failed. They lamented, this stock clearly has a lot of potential, but why isn't it rising? This stock is not bad, right? It's a pity that I sold it too early. Recently, I've been duped by hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm wondering if I should sell my meat. Every time this happened, old Qin would say casually, the stock market has been doing well recently. I've earned tens of thousands again. You have to be more careful when you choose your stocks. There are too many bankers. A bull market cannot be predicted using normal methods. I actually touched the upper limit of 2 stocks today. The professors felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart again and again, and their hearts were cold. They asked him, Old Qin, share your experience. You're getting better at trading stocks. Old Qin would laugh and say, I don't trade stocks. I'm just a porter of the stock market. The stocks are all chosen by my son. The professors, F***ck. So what if you have a son? So what if your son is a god of stocks? Your son is also a fast shooter. The professors were sick of it. They didn't talk about stocks in front of old Qin anymore. As long as he came, everyone tacitly changed the topic. Everyone liked to act cool. However, the vulgar people acted cool, while the cultured people acted cool in front of people. The professors were envious, jealous, and hateful, but they couldn't ask about stocks. Old Qin had a rule. He never helped others to trade stocks, nor did he help others to push stocks. Now, the opportunity was here. At 3:00, the students were looking forward to it. Outside the door, Professor Qin walked in. He pressed his hand, and the classroom instantly quieted down. During the class week, I promised the students that I would let Xianxia come over to talk to everyone and talk about his personal experience. It will be helpful for you when you enter society in the future. But I didn't expect him to be so popular. To be honest, I'm jealous of him. Every time I have a class, you either take sick leave or skip class. How dare we? We don't dare to skip your class. The students laughed. Old Radish. He never informed them about the test. He fought a surprise battle and then deducted their credits. The students who skipped class would cry. Cut the crap. Otherwise, you'll hate me. The old man looked at the door. Xianxia came in. He didn't dress up too formally. He was dressed casually. Before he went out, his sister had meticulously combed his hair and styled it. "Aze, can you bring me along? I always feel that lectures are very fun." Qin Bao Bao said as she shook her butt. "What are you going to do? You're a celebrity. Your appearance fees are in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why should the University of Finance and Economics benefit?" Qin Zhe said. "Then I'll wear sunglasses and a big brimmed hat." His sister hugged his neck from behind and acted coquettishly. "You've messed up my hair." Wang Zijin slapped her buttocks. After that, her sister stayed behind to argue with her best friend. After Qin Zhe came in, there was a commotion in the office. Screaming and cheering. Qin Zhe looked at the black mass of heads. In the corner of the room on the left, there was a group of bespectacled professors. He was a little surprised by the scene. At the same time, he was a little dazed. It turned out that in front of his sister, he was a salted fish. But in the eyes of others, he was a real big shot. "I'm a big shot. Salted fish, get rid of my dad. Professor Qin called me this morning and asked me to come over and chat with his students. I really thought it was just a chat." He glanced at the vast crowd. "I'm really proud of my dad. TSK, they're all his students." There was a burst of laughter. The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Then let's chat. There's no need to introduce myself. Everyone should know me." Qin Zhe said, "I'm also studying at the University of Finance and Economics. I'm currently doing an internship and haven't received my graduation certificate. When I first started my internship, I was cooped up at home trading stocks. When I had time, I wrote songs for my sister. She accidentally became famous." The students listened with great interest. "Later, when my dad found out that I was trading stocks, he almost beat me to death. He said, 'If you don't take the wrong path, you'll be useless for the rest of your life.' I had no choice but to find a job. At first, I wanted to work peacefully, trade stocks, and write songs. But in the end, I accidentally started a company." There was a lot of booing. The students laughed. "Now I want to ask, Dad, is your son promising?" Qin Zhe smiled and looked at the old man sitting below. The old man's mouth twitched. "Ha ha ha. You're insulting me the moment you come up." This time, the laughter was even louder. The girls realized that this senior Qin Zhe was a very interesting person in real life. The boys also smiled more. "I don't know how to make a long and messy speech. You don't like to hear it either. If we want to chat, I'll give you a chance to speak." Qin Zhe said, "If you have any questions, raise your hand." Whoosh! Pairs of hands went up. "The girl in the blue down jacket, you're the prettiest. You ask." The delicate girl with long hair stood up and smiled. "Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to meet tonight?" Qin Zhe gave her a look full of electricity. The long-haired girl blushed. She was about to muster up the courage to answer when she heard Qin Zhe say, "I'm just joking. Regarding the matter of a girlfriend, yes, I just got one yesterday." There was a lot of booing. The girls were very disappointed. The long-haired girl said, "You have a girlfriend, we have hoes." There was a lot of laughter. The second question. "That girl, you come. Senior, how did you become so outstanding? Everyone knows your talent in songwriting and your ability in trading stocks. You opened an investment company and an entertainment company during your internship for half a year. Can you tell us about your experience?" Qin Zhe thought for a moment. This is probably talent. The students booed loudly. They were all smiling. This senior was too funny. "Next, I'll give you some chicken soup. Listen to what you want to hear and forget what you don't." Qin Zhe said seriously, "Actually, I've not been smart since I was young. My dad can testify for me. There's always a feather duster at home. It's not used for dusting, but for hitting me." Before he finished, the students below burst out laughing. My dad can testify for me. I was beaten by my dad since I was young. I actually hate him for this. As the old saying goes, a filial son is born under a rod, but it also produces a talent. This sentence may not be completely correct, but it's definitely true. I know that with my talent, if it wasn't for his rod education and the rules he set for me, I would not only not be able to get into the university, but I would also have given up on myself. Compared to this useless son of mine, my sister Qin Bao Bao has been smart since she was young. She has a lot of pressure. Let's not talk about songwriting. Everyone has talent, but you haven't discovered it yet. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how trashy you are. No, how outstanding you are. Laughter rang out again. The students could tell that he was deliberately saying this. Senior, are you a crosstalk artist? Let's talk about my personal experience. Let's talk about studying. Everyone is tired of hearing that. Whether you study in school or work outside, you have to remember one word: research. The era of heroes was over. In the current era, knowledge was wealth. The quality of one's studies was not dependent on one's grades. Instead, it was dependent on whether one knew how to do research. With grades obtained through rote memorization and a diploma, one's starting point was higher than others, but one was destined not to go far. The CEO who marries a rich and beautiful woman will definitely be those who are willing to research and work hard. It won't be those who play games every day. Everyone has seen the small blackboard that I've been circulating. I've written an entire blackboard's worth of analysis for a stock. But you didn't see it. I've written 3 blackboards before. This is research. I started learning how to trade stocks at the beginning of July. Other than eating, sleeping, and occasionally writing songs, I locked myself at home. Every day, I studied and recharged. This is research. To solve a question, to analyze its inner mystery and the way to solve it. This is research. But many people will research the small details, but not the big questions, such as studies or work. The students were deep in thought. Okay, next question. This female student, you're here. Senior, in the video online, you said that you wanted to make 100 million yuan a month. Did you really achieve it? A girl who was dressed especially gorgeously looked at him expectantly. That was my starting capital. With it, I started a company. Qin Zhe nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Hiss. The students were not the only ones who gasped. The professors who were listening also sat up straight at this moment. It was not a joke. It was real. Did he really earn 100 million in just 1 month? Oh my God, it was a sum of money that ordinary people could never make in their lifetime. At first, there was silence. Then, the atmosphere became heated. In particular, some of the girls looked at Qin Zhe with eyes that had changed from implicit liking to aggressive covetousness. This kid, he just loves to show off. The old man's face was glowing. He felt proud. Next question, protest. Someone shouted, Senior, you keep asking girls to answer questions. You're too biased. The boys immediately echoed the protest. Qin Zhe said, Okay, this student, you do it. The boy who raised his hand in protest stood up excitedly and stared at Qin Zhe. He was Qin Bao Bao's fanatical fan. There was a question he had been holding back for a long time. It was a gossip from the internet. Now, he finally had the chance to ask. If he didn't take the opportunity today, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. This student? Qin Zhe said, Is there a problem? Yes, I was just thinking about it, he said. The internet said that Jianghu quit the cast of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach because he forced Qin Bao Bao to do a kissing scene, and Qin Bao Bao refused to do a kissing scene with anyone. So, you kicked him out of the cast. The boy pushed his glasses up, and a sharp light flashed through his lenses. Then, Senior, why did Qin Bao Bao agree to do a kissing scene with you after you became the male lead? And why didn't you use a stunt double? Senior, please answer directly. Chapter 323. You didn't even have the slightest bit of defense, nor did you have the slightest bit of hesitation. Qin Zhe didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill coming from the top of his head. His scalp went numb, and the hair on his back stood on end. As it went further down, his anus tightened. I'm done for. That was the only thought in Qin Zhe's mind. Then, there were many more thoughts that came one after another. It was especially complicated. Why did I agree to teach? As expected, being a salted fish is the best way to survive. If I just stay at home and be a salted fish, everything will be fine. I'm afraid I've lost my mind at that time. This little pervert, what a vicious knife. I, Qin Zhe, have brought my sister around for so many years, all kinds of kissing and occasionally having sex. Finally, the boat capsized. The students noticed that after that guy asked this question, the light smile on Senior Qin Zhe's face suddenly disappeared. There was a small noise in the classroom, and the students' eyes were shining as if they were gossiping. However, different from the students' happy attitude, Qin Zhe was keenly aware that a strange orange light flashed in the old master's glasses. He was shocked. That's murderous intent. No, I have to save myself before the old master's murderous intent locks onto me. In just a few seconds, various countermeasures floated through Qin Zhe's mind. If his brain was compared to a CPU, he was already overloaded. This matter was no longer a secret on the internet. It had been spread by people inside the crew. Guo Zhengyu didn't refute it, and many netizens took it as a tacit agreement. At the premiere, the reporter asked the siblings why they didn't use a stunt double for the kissing scene. He remembered that his sister was very generous at that time. Filming is an art, regardless of the subject. He remembered that he was also very open at that time. There's no such thing as a kissing scene with Qin Bao Bao. It's all for the sake of art. Why the F***ck did I have to pretend? Just deny it and say that it's a stunt double. Now I'm finished. Most importantly, with the old man's intelligence, he might be able to connect it to the incident where his children tried to stop them from watching movies. Combined with this rumor, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't explain or argue about this matter. What I need to do now is to dispel the suspicion in my grandfather's heart. My mother was already suspicious. If my father was suspicious too, then there would be no point in playing this game. Sister Bao and I could only raise the white flag and say GG, praying for a better death. This question is very good, very good. Qin Zhe involuntarily raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Advanced Acting Mastery, activate. After the skill was activated, the haze between Senior Qin Zhe's eyebrows disappeared. The corners of his mouth were relaxed and his complexion was normal. Eggy smiled. At that time, it just so happened that my investment company was expanding its business. I don't know if anyone has noticed the entertainment news, but during that time, the production team's funds ran into problems. I know. I've seen it before. They said that the investor withdrew their investment, a classmate said loudly. Yes, that was Qin Bao Bao's first time acting in a movie. I quickly contacted the production team and planned to invest in the production team to film the movie. Qin Zhe said, my father said that blood is thicker than water. Broken bones are connected by tendons. Family members should help and support each other. When he said this, Senior Qin Zhe's expression was very excited. It was as if he was praising socialism. From his uncontrollable expression, it could be seen that he deeply respected his father. The students were in awe. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He was also gratified by his son's performance. He temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. After hearing this, the old man quickly analyzed 2 key points. 1. My daughter doesn't act in kissing scenes. 2. My daughter only acts in kissing scenes with my son. F***ck, I don't even dare to think about this. Perhaps out of professionalism, Jianghu rejected the substitute for the kiss scene. However, it was Qin Baobao's first time acting. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she definitely couldn't adapt to this kind of kiss scene. There was a small stalemate. Coincidentally, Jianghu's schedule changed, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the production team. It wasn't like the rumors online that I kicked him out of the production team. After discussing it with the director, I decided to act as the male lead. Qin Zhe said in a casual tone. During the filming, I asked her, "Sister, do you plan to go into the film and television industry in the future?" She thought for a long time and nodded. Yes. I said that you can't always use a substitute. Acting skills need to be honed, not relied on a substitute. So there was this kissing scene. Actually, there was a big psychological barrier to acting in a kissing scene with her. However, since I chose to act as the male lead, I could only accept it. After all, I couldn't find a suitable lead in a short period of time. She resisted even more and didn't do it well several times. But in the end, she succeeded. For her, it was a qualitative leap in her acting skills. Yes, it was also a leap in my kissing skills. From the beginning to the end, Qin Zhe's words were reasonable. His expression was calm and composed. His frank and nonchalant attitude was very persuasive and convincing. First, I didn't want to act in a kissing scene with Qin Baobao. It was because I couldn't find a male lead for the time being. Second, there are no father and son on the battlefield. There are no siblings on the stage. Everything is for the sake of art. Anything that is covered in the cloak of art will instantly become high and mighty. So that's it. The students thought. So that's it. The old man thought. So that's it. It's all for the sake of acting. Moreover, my son and daughter were very resistant. I was thinking too much. Then, Senior Qin Zhe, will you still act in movies in the future? I really like the movies you act in, a girl asked. We'll talk about it in the future, Qin Zhe said. Next time, I definitely won't act in a kissing scene with my sister. He thought to himself. This fog had to be erected properly and could not fall over. Next, he answered a few more questions and talked about his company with his classmates. He boasted about the strength of the company and encouraged his juniors to come to the company for internships. They would be treated well. He looked at his watch. It was about time. Finally, I'll answer one last question. This time, no one raised their hand. The students shouted, "Senior, recommend a few stocks." "Senior, we want high-quality stocks. Please. Senior, take us to show off and soar." The professor's lenses flashed sharply in unison. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and looked at the unactivated camera on the ceiling. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll recommend a few stocks that I'm more optimistic about. Those who invest in stocks can use it as a reference. Those who don't invest in stocks can just treat it as a show." He opened a private equity company. It was not like the public equity company that was restricted everywhere. This was not a public platform like Weibo. In fact, it was not a big deal for an individual to recommend stocks. Securities companies also recommend stocks to their clients every day. Qin Zhe picked up the oil pen on the podium, turned around, and wrote on the blackboard. Groups of eyes stared at the blackboard. Senior Qin Zhe is going to write stocks. Quick, take a notebook and write it down. Whether we can make a fortune or not depends on this wave. It's really a wise decision to come to the lecture today. It's not a loss. Some students wrote it down on paper. Some students directly took out their mobile phones and opened the stock trading software. They saved the stocks that Qin Zhe wrote down in the self-selected stocks. The professors whispered to each other. Are these stocks okay? A few of them are inflated, right? Who cares if they're inflated or not? Write them down first. Later, we'll pick better stocks from them. Yes, yes, quickly write them down. This time, we'll earn back the capital and interest. Look at old Qin. He's not writing. Why should he? He's not investing in stocks. He's a porter of the stock market. Hey, this old guy. Qin Zhe wrote down the names and codes of 10 stocks on the blackboard. There were military stocks, infrastructure stocks, agricultural stocks. These were the stocks that he was interested in recently. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. After a long time, no one knows what will happen, he said. The students nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks or mobile phones. A short period of time, a week at least, half a month at most. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The first reaction of the students was not to pack up and leave the classroom. Instead, they swarmed over and touched Qin Zhe up close. He was surrounded by people, all of whom were girls. The boys were green with envy and jealousy. Qin Zhe, what's your mobile phone number? Qin Zhe, on the day you come back to get your graduation certificate, you must not sneak away. Qin Zhe, I love you. The girls screamed. Senior Qin Zhe, I love you. Suddenly, there was a rough voice. Damn, who is it? Their view of love is too skewed. He looked around. There were too many people and he could not find the guy who shouted just now. Then, the female students pestered him for autographs. Qin Zhe signed them one by one. Those who wanted to write on their faces were ignored. Those who wanted to write on their breasts. Of course, he ignored them. In private, he would agree, but in public, he had to be careful. Unless he made a mosaic. After getting rid of the students, he followed his old man to the office. Along the way, the old man looked at him strangely. Qin Zhe could not understand the strange look in his father's eyes. He began to make wild guesses. This salted fish has really made a comeback. My son is so outstanding. There must be something wrong with this salted fish and sister's kissing scene. When they reached the office door, Qin Zhe's expression was unnatural. Dad, what are you looking at? The old man glared at him. What's wrong with looking at you? Qin Zhe was speechless. Well, you're the old man. You can look as you wish. You didn't let me down. The old man said. Qin Zhe grinned. For the first time in so many years, his father praised him to his face without being pretentious. Qin Zhe, who had been whipped by his father for many years, felt sour in his heart. This cheat was worth it. But I'm still not satisfied. The old man glared at him. Still not satisfied? Do you have to force me to punch the greyhound of the east and step on the black cat of the sky before you reluctantly accept me, this good-for-nothing son? I'm very good. Even my mother praised me for being promising. I'm very good. My mother knows, but my father doesn't know. You and Suyu have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. But even if she is wholeheartedly devoted to you and helps you manage the company, you haven't clarified your relationship with her until now. The old man tapped his son's head with his finger. In fact, you still lack a sense of responsibility. If you hadn't calmly disclosed your relationship today, I would have beaten you to death in front of your mother the next time we go home. Beat me to death in front of my mother, Qin Zhe? What's the situation? Suyu and I have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Did you read the wrong script? Qin Zhe was stunned. He felt that something had happened that he didn't know. So flustered. My father. When did he know Suyu? Oh my God. Chapter 324. Suyu, she. When did she hook up with my dad? Qin Zhe had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered that he personally gave Su Yu's email to the old man, and he personally opened a door for Su Yu to make trouble. Although I don't know what Teddy said to my dad, the old man obviously regarded her as my girlfriend. Dad, my girlfriend is Z. Qin Zhe stopped fiercely. According to my dad's temper, once I say this, he will beat me up without saying anything, and then listen to my explanation. I can't be beaten for nothing. Dad, how do you know Su Yu? Qin Zhe asked. Didn't you give me her email last time? Speaking of Su Yu, the old man showed a satisfied smile. Su Yu is a sensible girl, smart and capable, and knowledgeable. I am very relieved to have her help you take care of the company. Dad, how do you know that Su Yu is capable? Bah, now is not the time to complain. Dad, in fact, Su Yu and I, the old man patted his son on the shoulder and interrupted him. It doesn't matter if men like to play, Dad was. Anyway, you know it. But you have to know how to take responsibility. Bao Bao said that you like Zijin. Dad knows that Zijin is a good girl, beautiful and virtuous, but Su Yu is not bad either. So you want me to marry both of them? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Pa! A scalp hit Qin Zhe's head without warning. The old man's eyes widened, and for a moment, he suddenly sighed. Dad still understands your idea. Young people always think about it. But the ideal is very full, and the reality is inevitably thin. Since you have a relationship with Su Yu, you have to be responsible for her, you know. My God, what did Su Yu say to my dad? Can I explain it clearly? And Su Yu is also beautiful, no worse than your sister. Such a beautiful girl, it's really cheap for you. The old man smiled. Su Yu is really beautiful, and her appearance is 666, but I always feel that something is wrong. This, your sister, should be changed to Zijin, right? That was the right style. No, Dad, you haven't seen Su Yu. Qin Zhe was stunned. If he remembered correctly, his dad only knew Su Yu at most. He even knew that Su Yu was beautiful. Grandpa Sheng took out his phone from his pocket. I've seen her photo. He opened the chat software and showed his son his chat with Su Yu. In the chat history, there was a beautiful selfie of Su Yu, with long black hair, a delicate face, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and a peace sign. Other than the fact that her body wasn't as sexy and seductive as her sister's, her looks weren't too far off. Qin Zhe was speechless. At the same time, he saw the chat records of the old man and Su Yu. Uncle, Qin Zhe has been ignoring me for the past few days. This brat, I'll teach him a lesson another day. Uncle, Qin Zhe doesn't play with me at night. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Uncle, can you help me build a model someday? Okay. Qin Zhe was speechless. He didn't know what to say. I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have given Su Yu a chance to be a demon. I'll go to the company tomorrow and let that witch know the power of my iron rod. Punishing evil and promoting kindness like a Buddha. Grandpa Sheng took back his phone and said, bring her home for dinner someday and let your mother see her. Your mother will be very happy. Dad, you didn't tell Mom, did you? Qin Zhe was taken aback. If Mom knows, Sister will definitely know. If Sister knows, Sister Ziwei will definitely know. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Hey, that's not right. Why am I guilty? I'm fine with Su Yu. I might as well reveal this to Mom and dispel her doubts, and then explain it to Sister. Killing two birds with one stone. When you bring her home one day, it's not too late to tell your mother. Give her a surprise. Grandpa Sheng laughed. That's fine. Qin Zhe said goodbye to his father and left the university. In a luxurious office. It was a European-style layout, a full set of Armani furniture, abstract oil paintings hung on the wall, but the coffee table was made of handmade yellow rosewood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The few gadgets on the coffee table were even more amazing. The teapot was a Yongjing butterfly-patterned lid of the Qing dynasty, and Gu Jingzhou's Yixing clay teapot, revealing a majestic aura. However, the overall feeling was a combination of things, like drawing a tiger or a dog, which was neither. Behind the desk sat a man with a dignified aura, handsome, thin, and spirited eyes. Chao Bing, my ex-husband. Chao Bing looked at the information in his hand. Qin Zhe, male, born in 1995, he and sister-in-law didn't know each other for a long time, about half a year. In 2 months, he frequently went in and out of sister-in-law's house. I checked and found that he was a tutor for Dong Lai. For the time being, I didn't find out that he has a close relationship with sister-in-law. As for the investment company, there is a woman named Su Yu. She is sister-in-law's friend, or because of this relationship, she invested in Baoza. The man in a suit stood in front of the desk and reported. But this can't explain the transfer of shares of Tianfang Entertainment. Nan Man has invested a lot of money and manpower in this company. With her stubborn character, she will never give up without making some achievements. And she doesn't lack 1 or 200 million yuan. Chao Bing put down the information and looked at his subordinate. Baoza and Tianfang are not fat, but they are not thin either. Moreover, have you seen your sister-in-law so closely tied to a business person for so many years? Ah Dong was silent. The relationship between sister-in-law and this guy named Qin Zhe was not ordinary. At least, it was not as simple as a business partner. Boss was on a long journey to reconcile with sister-in-law, and the destination was still far away. At this time, any man who had a close relationship with sister-in-law would be on the list of targets to be killed. He took out a small pistol and started shooting. That day, I shamelessly stayed at Nan Man's place for a meal and happened to meet this guy. Dong Lai and Ziki called him uncle. Guess what Nan Man's reaction was? Chao Bing pursed his lips. She didn't object. Ah Dong, you have been with us for more than 10 years. What do you think this means? Ah Dong hesitated. It means sister-in-law doesn't dislike him. You don't have to be so reserved. Not only does she not dislike him, she has a good impression of him. Chao Bing clicked his tongue. This guy is really outstanding. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't be compared to you, boss. Although Ah Dong said this, he was worried for his boss. A young and outstanding man who was also handsome and had a rising career. He felt that he would be a strong rival for his boss. Most importantly, the other party was very young. A 23-year-old guy. TSK, a 23-year-old's waist was much better than a 32-year-old's. Chao Bing's finger pointed at Qin Zhe's information, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart. This kid's family background was mediocre, and after following the vine for a long time, he still couldn't find any big information about his background. His mother was a housewife. His father was a university professor. His sister was a popular singer. He ran 2 companies himself. As for the investment company, it only dealt in stocks and futures. Other businesses that relied on background and connections were not doing well. This meant that he was really speculating in stocks and made a fortune in the bull market. Such a young man must be arrogant, but his IQ should not be below average. How did he become tough in front of Nan Man and himself? What was his confidence? It should be known that many young men who were worth more than Qin Zhe could not be tough in front of Nan Man. I want to arm wrestle with this young man, Chao Bing said. Let's see if he is tough or if I am tough. Ah Dong perked up. Boss, do you want to go in the light or the dark? Doesn't he have 2 companies? I want to compete with him first. Chao Bing said. After the discussion, Ah Dong went out to do some work. Chao Bing leaned on the office chair, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. He became a disciple of a big boss in the north when he was 10 years old. That spring, when the peach blossoms first bloomed, he saw a girl with 2 braids in a deep courtyard hidden by layers of flowers and trees. She was 7 years old that year. Many years later, when Chao Bing recalled the scene, he felt that the only thing missing was an old Cantonese song as the background music. Later, her father was caught and killed because he was involved in too many shady businesses. He single-handedly supported the Pei family's business and gave Nan Man Pei and her sister a backing. The story of a senior brother loving his junior sister had a perfect ending. That was the woman he loved. He thought that he would live a peaceful and happy life with the woman he loved. Later, he became Chen Shimi and destroyed his marriage with his own hands. He watched Qin Zai's movie, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. When he finished watching the ending, his ex-husband sat in the movie theater and smoked a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist, Shanji, had the same experience as him. However, Shanji did not know who his true love was until he died. He was different. He only loved one woman from the beginning to the end. However, this woman was too unique. He had tried so hard to win her heart back then. After so many years, he was not confident that he could make Nan Man Pei stay by his side without any status. He had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Most of his businesses were in the north and he had a listed company in Shanghai. He stayed in Shanghai for a few months in the name of a business trip and only returned to the north on weekends. What really made him feel hopeless was not the sudden appearance of a local from Shanghai, but Pei Nanman's attitude towards him. She did not hate him, nor did she hate him. She was not sad, nor did she beat her chest with her little fists and scolded him for being a heartless person. It was like they were strangers. Maybe they were friends. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to stay for dinner. But this was what scared his ex-husband the most. I treat you as my true love, but you treat me as your friend? Did she really fall in love with someone else? His ex-husband thought of this sad possibility. Chapter 325. On the way home, Qin Zai was bored, so he pulled out the salted fish system for a chat. System, can you give me a discount on those super awesome skills of yours? It's common sense to leave your sweet dreams for the night. Then give me credit, just like a credit card, and I'll pay back the points slowly. Sorry, this system doesn't have a credit program. A system like you is an obsolete product from 300 years ago. Other people's systems can do whatever they want, completely ignoring the rules. The system simply ignored him. Look at you, you're scared again, Qin Zai said in distress. We've been tied up for so long, and it seems that other than changing a few songs and eating a few skill books, there's not much use. The system was not convinced and retorted, in fact, the things in the point store are enough for you to easily hang on until you have no friends. But your points reward is so little, exchanging for things that are so awesome that you have no friends costs 999 plus points. Are you blaming me? As long as you keep doing missions, you can quickly accumulate a huge amount of points, but why are there so few missions? There was a long silence. Qin Zai and the system sighed in tacit understanding. Let's not hurt each other. Agreed. When a salted fish meets a lowlife, this is a sad story. Host, do you have a dream? The system's voice was doubtful. Yes, to be a CEO, to marry a beautiful and rich woman, to reach the peak of life. Qin Zai laughed. This dream is not a dream at all, the system said. If the desire in your heart is a dream, then I've actually discovered your real dream long ago. I don't even know myself, who are you lying to? Your dream is to be your own brother-in-law. Qin Zai, he really wanted to kill the system to silence it. The weekend passed smoothly, and on Monday, he drove his sister to work. According to his own wishes, he would first go to Baozi to invest today, find that little bitch Su Yu, and spank her until she blossoms. But on Tianfang's side, they had just negotiated a contract last week. The female lead of Shanghai Beach, Li Wei, had already terminated her contract with her management company and jumped ship to Tianfang. Other than Qin Bao, she was the most famous artist in the company. Since Qin Bao wasn't involved in the film and television industry for the time being, Tianfang's connections in the film and television industry were all tilted towards her. This was much more generous than her original management company, so Li Wei wanted to treat Qin Zhe and Qin Bao to a meal before she went to the set. This was the agreement after the contract was negotiated last week. The siblings walked into the company side by side. Qin Bao was very careful about her image outside. Occasionally, she would hold her brother's arm. Most of the time, she didn't dare to be too close. You never know how many paparazzi were hidden around you. Even if they were siblings, if they were too close, it would easily attract rumors. On Weibo, they ridiculed Qin Bao as a brother fanatic and a brother complex. It was just a joke and teased her, but too much was as bad as not enough. They couldn't let the paparazzi catch too many fox-tails. The two entered the office. Qin Zhe sat in the office chair, turned on the computer, and checked the business situation of Tianfang Film and Television. You haven't taken on many commercial performances recently, and you've only shot 2 commercials. Qin Zhe looked at his sister who was sitting on the sofa, boiling water and making tea. Qin Bao was dressed in a British style today. Plaid high-waisted trousers, a white lace shirt, a short dark red windbreaker, and a pair of small riding boots. Both enchanting and heroic, coupled with her flawless face, her whole person was exquisite like an oil painting by a master. Really? I feel like I've been working all the time. Qin Bao swayed her hips as she walked over. She took a look and found that her workload had indeed decreased. After winter, people felt especially tired and couldn't muster up any energy. Although our songs bring in a stable income for the company, as a top artist, you have to work seriously. Qin Zhe reprimanded his sister. His sister hugged his neck from behind, twisting her body and acting coquettishly. I've been so tired recently. I just want to sleep and don't want to do anything. According to the normal development path of a singer, singing, releasing albums, holding concerts, shooting music videos, these are the main businesses that both make money and increase their fame. But the real money is from commercial performances, commercials, and participating in variety shows. In terms of variety shows, the era of singing dominating variety shows is almost over. Only I Am a Singer is still relatively strong, and you've participated in it. As for the other average variety shows, the company has helped you reject them. What you can do now is to take on more jobs. Qin Bao blinked her long eyelashes, her almond-shaped eyes, and said coquettishly, "Then what about the abnormal development path?" Don't tell me you want to sleep with me? Qin Zhe chuckled and said, "I think sleeping with Li Wei is not bad. TSK, a 30-year-old woman is especially attractive. That figure, that temperament, TSK, it's a must. Why would I want you?" Qin Bao gave a series of karate attacks. "You black-hearted maggot, let me tell you, if you want to sleep with me, I'll clean you up on behalf of Dad." Stop it. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's wrist. He would not say such things in the future. Whenever he said it, his sister would explode. It's just a joke. The abnormal development path, of course, is to go against the heavens, the earth, and the aircraft carriers. We have to go against all industries and if necessary, even the SARFT. We can let you rush out of the country in minutes and go against the whole world. But this kind of technical work can't be done by ordinary people, unless it's a big shot like me. You're the one who's going to be attacked, right? Qin Bao said disdainfully. Qin Zhe poked her waist with a finger, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. There was a delicate fragrance. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qin Bao immediately got up from her brother's arms and looked at him coquettishly and said, "Come in." The person who came in was her manager, Li Yanhong. During work, the manager and the artist had an inseparable relationship, so Qin Zhe and his sister were almost caught fooling around several times. Therefore, Qin Zhe set a rule for Li Yanhong that she had to knock before entering the office. Something happened. Li Yanhong whispered, something happened to Li Wei. I heard that the SARFT is going to ban her. The siblings looked at each other. Qin Bao Bao frowned. What happened? What did she do? Where did this news come from? It was Li Wei's manager who said it. Her classmate works at the SARFT and saw the name list, but it hasn't been announced yet. It's an internal ban list. Li Yanhong clicked her tongue and said, now they're going around begging for help, looking for connections to settle this matter. Qin Bao Bao frowned. The company also has connections in the SARFT. Have they gone to settle it? Yes, but there's no news yet. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and looked at her brother. Ace, let's go over and ask about the situation. Qin Zhe nodded. To poach Li Wei, the company had paid a large sum for the breach of contract. If she was banned, it would be a huge loss. The siblings knocked on Li Wei's office door. Li Wei and her manager were on the phone, looking for connections everywhere to ask about the situation. They wanted to use their own connections to try and settle this matter. On Tianfang's side, Nan Man Pei had a small number of connections. They knew people in the SARFT, but as to how deep these connections were, they were not clear for the time being. Tianfang's general manager, Zhang Fu, had already contacted them, but the outcome was still unknown. What happened? Qin Bao Bao asked directly. The SARFT wants to ban me. Li Wei's face was filled with anxiety and shame. She was a mature woman, and her every frown and smile had a unique charm. At the beginning of the year, there was a rumor that I was a mistress of a director and was slapped by his wife on the set. I had a quarrel with the netizens on Weibo, Li Wei said. That's it? Qin Zhe was stunned. He did not know about this. Although it was quite a big deal at that time, it's not to the extent of being banned because of this, Qin Bao Bao said. Li Wei's pretty face flashed with embarrassment. Also, in the middle of the year, there was news of a charity being embezzled. In a moment of impulse, I called on the netizens to boycott this charity. Qin Zhe knew about this matter. At that time, all kinds of news had been pushing the news for a few days. Not to mention whether the charity embezzlement was true or not, Li Wei's actions had crossed the line. Which celebrity did not establish their image on Weibo? Very few celebrities dared to butt in on sensitive topics. This was a minefield. It could not be said or done. Although I deleted the Weibo post very quickly, the fan effect caused this matter to fester for a long time. Li Wei looked disheartened. Now I might be punished. Her agent said anxiously, but this kind of thing is not to the extent of being banned. It's not like it's related to pornography. The nature is very light. Why would they ban you? Then what have you received so far? Qin Bao Bao asked. Li Wei and her agent shook their heads. They had connections in the SARFT, but they might not be very powerful. Banning an artist required a set of procedures and the signatures of various leaders. Unless one was in a very high position, it would not be easy to deal with. Give Zhang Fu a call. Qin Zhe instructed his sister. Okay. His sister obediently took out her phone and dialed the number of the general manager, Zhang Fu. After that, she hung up the phone. Her expression did not look good. I got the cold shoulder, she said. Li Wei's face turned pale. Her agent's face was ashen. Qin Bao Bao whispered into her ear, Zhang Fu said you should try to find the big boss. The big boss is Nan Man Pei, right? With Sister Man involved, this is not a problem. Qin Zhe said. Li Wei's ears twitched. If Nan Man Pei was involved, it would definitely be settled. She was the sister-in-law of a big boss in Shanghai. She had been in Shanghai for so many years, and her connections were very deep and wide. But was it worth it to owe Nan Man pay a favor for Li Wei, who was impossible to have sex with? Qin Zhe noticed Li Wei's watery eyes staring at him. She seemed to want to say something, but she was hesitating. The little pervert's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it was not impossible to have sex with her. As long as he called Sister Man and asked her to settle this matter, he would then smile at her balls and say, "Beautiful girl, how are you going to repay me?" He might be able to have sex with Li Wei, this pretty sister. Sigh, recently, the iron rod has been restless and always has some dirty thoughts. This is not my dream. Qin Zhe pondered and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'll settle it for you." Li Wei's face was full of gratitude. She looked like she wanted to repay him with her body. Chapter 326. Qin Zhe and his sister returned to the office. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and thought about how to deal with it. He was used to biting on a cigarette when he was thinking. If she becomes a band artist, we will lose a lot. Qin Bao Bao wanted to sit on the sofa, but she felt that it was too far away and inconvenient to talk. She sat sideways on her brother's lap, hooked one hand around his neck, and fanned the smoke with the other hand. She frowned and said, "Didn't you investigate carefully before you poached her? As long as she's not involved in pornography, drugs, or betraying the country, everything else is not a problem." Qin Zhe said angrily, "You didn't even ban her for having an affair, but you banned her just because she insulted a charity? I feel that this matter is very fishy. Yuan Fang, Bao Bao, what do you think?" Qin Bao Bao could not stand the smell of cigarettes and put out the cigarette but in the crystal ashtray. Speaking of which, although his sister nagged him not to smoke, she bought a Versace crystal ashtray and put it in the office. Women really did not mean what they said. Although she said she did not want it, her body was very honest. How can there be so many fishy things? She's just unlucky to have met a narrow-minded person who wants to mess with her. Qin Bao Bao twisted her butt and said, "Hey, little red guy, what are you going to do?" To be honest, winter clothes were too thick, and it affected the touch. Qin Zhe thought about it. "I'm asking you a question. If you can't do anything, I'll deal with it myself." His sister bent her white and slender fingers and flicked him on the forehead. "What are you going to do?" Qin Zhe was interested. As long as he was by her side, Qin Bao Bao would turn on the role of an elder sister. If she had something to do, she would do it with her brother. If her brother was not willing, she would cry. Look for Wang Zijin. She has a lot of connections in Shanghai. If not her, who else can I look for? His sister said. Can you even ask? Nonsense, she eats and lives on my money. My brother even washes her clothes. What's wrong with looking for her? Qin Bao Bao said righteously. Qin Zhe, she really is my sister. Qin Zhe thought the same. Looking for Nan Man Pei might not be as effective as looking for Wang Zijin. Shanghai was Nan Man Pei's territory, and Wang Zijin's territory. For Qin Zhe, between asking his friends for help and asking his girlfriend for help, of course, he would choose the latter. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll talk to Sister Ziwei, so that you won't be embarrassed to argue with her in the future, Qin Zhe said. Aze, you're the best. I love you. Qin Bao Bao winked at him and kissed him. Qin Zhe enjoyed it very much. He got up and left the office. Sigh, I really can't be saved. At this time, if his sister owed Sister Ziwei a favor, there wouldn't be so much scheming in the family. However, he instinctively rejected this kind of thing. He didn't want his sister to be unable to fight because she had helped him. Actually, Qin Ma was right. Half of Qin Bao Bao's bad temper was spoiled by her and her husband, and the other half was cultivated by Qin Zhe alone. That was why Qin Bao Bao relied so much on her brother. Unknowingly, the beautiful sister was raised by him. I'm a professional who likes to raise younger brothers. I only charge 998 yuan for my classes. In the bathroom, he checked every cubicle to make sure there was no one. Qin Zhe dialed Wang Zijin's number. Sister Zijin, I miss you so much. I want to kiss you and have sex. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Sister Ziwei slowly shivered. Let's talk like a normal person, Sister Ziwei said. Sister Ziwei, it's like this. An artist under my company is going to be banned by the SARFT. Qin Zhe went straight to the point. I heard it from an insider through a special channel. I didn't want to trouble you with this at first, but that artist is the female lead of A Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. If she's banned, the movie will be taken down immediately. What's the reason? Wang Zijin asked. Sister Ziwei's personality was more upright. If an artist was involved in prostitution or drugs, she wouldn't be willing to help. It's because she criticized a charity on Weibo for corruption. Someone wants to mess with her. They want to mess with her, Qin Zhe said. Oh, then I'll help you ask about the situation. If the situation isn't serious, we'll withdraw. It hasn't been announced anyway. But Wang Zijin said playfully, how will A's repay you, sister? I'll treat you to chicken tonight. Qin Zhe laughed. If it was Qin Bao Bao, she would happily say, A's chicken is the best. But Wang Zijin wasn't Qin Bao Bao. She was called Zijin. No, it was, new driver Zijin. Sister Ziwei snorted. Then I'll cook noodles for you tonight. Okay, you eat chicken and I'll eat noodles. Moi. Moi. After Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin's relationship was clear, he could say mushy things without pressure. TSK, this phone call was so sweet. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Caller, Su Teddy. What's the matter? Qin Zhe answered the phone. Qin Zhe, come to the company, Su said. I'm just about to settle accounts with you. Now my dad treats you as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Zhe said, yes, I'll come in the afternoon. Come over now. Su hurriedly said, our company was investigated by the CSRC. They froze our account on the grounds of suspected manipulation of the stock market and insider trading. They'll talk to you soon. They want to take me back to the dark room? Qin Zhe was stunned. Baoza Investment didn't do anything illegal. Qin Zhe was sure of this. Then why was he targeted for no reason? Thinking of Li Wei being banned because of some trivial matter, it was easy to come to a conclusion. Is someone trying to mess with me? Who did I offend? Damn it, I'm not a big shot. I'm just a salted fish. How did I offend anyone? Why didn't I know anything about it? Don't worry, I told Sister Man about it. She'll help, Su said. Okay, I'll come over first. Qin Zhe hurriedly hung up. He returned to the office, put on his coat, and said to his sister, there's a situation at Baoza Company. I'll go over first. His sister frowned, what's the matter? Qin Zhe said, someone wants to mess with me. I'm going to see what's going on. Don't follow me. Wait for my news at the company, or I'll talk to you when I get home. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and watched him leave. After Qin Zhe came to Baoza, he met two comrades from the CSRC in the conference room. He chatted with them and listened to some warnings. Then the other party left. Qin Zhe and Su sent them downstairs and said, when will my company's account be unblocked? The two comrades said faintly, today is a preliminary interview. The specific situation will be clear after follow-up investigation. Wait first. If you have a clean background, others can't find trouble with you. TSK, the ability of a thief to shout, stop the thief, has been practiced for 68 years. Qin Zhe nodded, okay, then I'll wait for your news. Su gritted her teeth and said, it's too much. If you don't agree with me, you will freeze the account. How can it be like this? There's no evidence to catch a thief and catch an adulterer in bed. I've studied abroad for so many years, and I've never seen such a thing. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette. The national conditions are different. Su Yu said angrily, give me one, too. Qin Zhe gave her one, just bite it. You can't smoke. I'm depressed. Su Yu stubbornly took out the lighter from his pocket, lit it for herself, took a deep breath, and spat it all out. The two stood by the trash can downstairs. One smoked and meditated, and the other frowned. The smoke didn't reach the lungs. Passing by the small white-collar workers, they all looked sideways at the tall and beautiful Su Yu. Such a beautiful woman, even smoking is a moving scenery, but in the eyes of male chauvinism, they can't help but feel distressed. Hey, little red man, did you offend someone? Su Yu looked at him and pursed her lips. Smoking made her mouth dry. Don't call him little red man. That's not what you call him. Qin Zhe said. Do you want to call him great God? If it's so shameful, it's better to call him in private. Su Yu's eyes were soft. Don't worry about this first. I have something to talk to you about. Qin Zhe blew a mouthful of smoke at her small face and looked down at her condescendingly. Did you say something to my dad that you shouldn't say? Unfortunately, Su Yu was not standing by the wall. Otherwise, Boss Qin would give her a cabotin and a sharp and majestic look. The masochist would confess everything. No, I just talked to your dad casually. Su Yu's eyes flashed. You don't admit it. Do you believe that I will slap you? Qin Zhe threatened. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Qin Zhe said, believe it or not, I will ignore you. Su Yu immediately compromised and made an aggrieved expression and a pitiful posture. I didn't say anything, really. Qin Zhe stared at her. She took out her mobile phone from her small pocket, unlocked it, and handed it over. Then look at it yourself. I didn't say anything. Qin Zhe opened the chat software and looked at her chat history with the old man. Hello uncle, I'm Su Yu. It's Su Yu. Su Yu, please be familiar with me. A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. Uncle, I'm his secretary. I don't know why, my brain is trembling. Su Yu guiltily quibbled, I didn't say anything. Do you play games with me every night? Qin Zhe said angrily, where is the word game? Was it eaten by you? Su Yu said weakly, it's a rounding. What the f***ck are you talking about? Who helped you press the coffin lid of your math teacher? Qin Zhe raised his hand. Don't hit me. Those who hit women are bastards. Su Yu covered her head. Which woman was not afraid of being beaten? She was also afraid, but even if she was afraid, she never thought of escaping from the claws of the little pervert. The palm fell on her head. Qin Zhe gave her a smiling and touching dog head, and said helplessly, explain it to my dad yourself some other day. Oh. Su Yu reluctantly looked aggrieved. Well, when I'm free, I'll take you to my house for dinner, and you can tell my dad yourself. Qin Zhe added. There was a bright light in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, the ex-husband sat in the office and listened to the report of his #1 follower, Ah Dong. It's all done. To what extent is the boss going to do? Ah Dong said. The ex-husband crossed his hands in front of his chest. Give him a warning first. I'll ask him out to talk in a few days. Ah Dong hesitated. Sister-in-law has urged you several times. When will the boss go back? After all, it will be the new year in a month. This sister-in-law was not Nan Man Pei, but Chao Bing's current wife. After dealing with this matter, Chao Bing's expression was impatient. As he was talking, the phone on the desk rang. The caller, Man. The impatient expression of the ex-husband disappeared immediately and was replaced by a gentle smile. He picked up the phone. Man. Come out and meet me. Nan Man Pei's cold voice came. The ex-husband was overjoyed. Well, see you in the evening. I'll make a reservation immediately. It's your favorite Hunan restaurant. Nan Man Pei, you're mistaken. I'm not here to have dinner with you. I'll come out now. I'll wait for you at the tea house on Yuanhui Road. The ex-husband still wanted to speak, but the voice in his ear had disappeared. She hung up. Chapter 327. In a tea house on Yuanhui Road. Outside the private room, Dong, who was 1.78 meters tall, had a strong body and sharp eyes. He gave the waiters a lot of pressure. The tea house was very quiet. There seemed to be a faint tea fragrance in the air. Dong's face was very serious. At the same time, he was also a little nervous. When he was 18 years old, he followed Boss and Sister Man. At that time, they were not married. But the brothers knew that Boss was deeply in love with Sister Man. Of course, the ending was very good. But this kind of life only lasted for a year. The next year, Boss and Sister Man divorced. The next year, he married the daughter of a big official in the north. Sister Man also left the north and settled down in Shanghai. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. To be honest, Boss had indeed let Big Sister Man down. Everyone knew that, but they also knew that Boss had always loved Big Sister Man. In Dong's opinion, other than letting Big Sister Man down in this matter, there was nothing wrong with Boss. Boss had courage, ability, and was deeply in love with you. Even if she didn't have a status, she was still the most important person in his heart. Dong cheered for Boss in his heart. In the private room, Nan Man Pei and brother ex-husband sat face to face and drank tea. Didn't people say that you, Chao Bing, are broad-minded? Why are you arguing with a little boy? Nan Man Pei blew on the tea and laughed. No man wants to see another man get close to his woman. Chao Bing said. After a long silence, both of them drank tea patiently. It's said that a good horse does not go back to the old grass. Why are you different from others? In the end, Nan Man Pei was the first to speak. She sighed. If you were a grass, you would be the sweetest in the world. Chao Bing looked at her affectionately. It's almost Chinese New Year. Let's go back. Nan Man Pei sighed. Your son is 6 years old today. Children at this age are always calling for their father. But they are also the most forgetful. After a long time, your son will drift away from you. Don't blame me. Unless you forgive me and we reconcile, I will let that kid go. Chao Bing looked straight into Nan Man Pei's eyes. The response was boiling hot tea splashing directly on his face. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Nan Man Pei seemed to be really angry. Her gentle and virtuous temperament suddenly became fierce and flamboyant. She seemed to have changed into another person. Reunite? So that I can be your mistress in peace? Chao Bing, do you think you're Long Outyin? Long Outyin heard it from Qin Zhe. It was said that he was a top-notch romantic man. He was surrounded by beautiful women and lived in harmony. At that time, Nan Man Pei had sneered and said that this kind of man was seducing shallow women because he was rich. Qin Zhe said, no, Long Outyin's women are all outstanding beauties. There is no difference between them. Nan Man Pei made a mental note of this man's name, Long Outyin. Chao Bing's handsome face twitched, but he wasn't angry. He quietly took out a tissue and wiped his face. Give me 3 more years. Chao Bing gritted his teeth, his cheekbones protruding. 3 years later, I'll divorce her and marry you. Man, after so many years, my feelings for you have never changed. Love is not something you can buy just because you want to. Nan Man Pei said lightly, when you divorced me and hooked up with the golden branch of the Lu family, our relationship was completely broken. You've been living well all these years, and I'm happy to be alone. Why do you keep pestering me? After all, she gave birth to a son for you. Don't let her down. He looked at the woman in front of him who was supposed to be with him for the rest of his life. He didn't get angry from embarrassment, nor did he hate her because of love. He only felt melancholy and annoyance. But I can't let you go, really. Chao Bing said, you said that I'm uncultured, but I've changed. All these years, I've worked hard to become a cultured person. I even took the Peking University diploma. I've read many books over the years, and there's a sentence that left a deep impression on me. It's enough for a man to have an unforgettable woman in his life. He loved her, so he took the Peking University diploma for her. She felt that if this spread out, it would become a trending term on the internet. Nan Man Pei shook her head. She felt so tired. But I can't have children. You chose to leave me, a hen that can't lay eggs. Now you have an egg in your pocket, and you're back with me. Chao Bing, do you think it's possible? Although so many years had passed, Nan Man Pei still felt a little sad when this topic was brought up. Infertility was the cruelest thing for a woman. My son is very obedient. You'll definitely like him. Chao Bing said. Don't say such impossible things. I'm looking for you today because I don't want to fall out with you. You've cleared your name, and I'm not as angry as before. Let's sit down and talk. Nan Man Pei twirled the teacup with her fingers. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to find trouble, then let him go. Come at me. Although I don't have a good relationship with my brother-in-law, I'm still his sister-in-law. I'll bring Ziki and Dong Lai to the Li family. You don't have to stay in Shanghai anymore. The northern side is your territory. But my father has a few friends there. I'll be thick-skinned and beg them. I'm sure they'll be willing to find some entertainment for you. Nan Man Pei crushed the porcelain teacup. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. For the first time, he felt resentment. You care so much about this kid? Speak of the devil. Nan Man Pei's phone rang. The caller was Qin Zhe. Good. Let's talk things out. Nan Man Pei answered the phone and put it on speaker. Sister Man, you might not believe me, but I suspect that your ex-husband is trying to mess with me. Qin Zhe's voice sounded. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes. Nan Man Pei chuckled. Your reaction is fast. That's true. Qin Zhe was silent for 3 seconds. I don't care. You'll settle this for me. You said it yourself. This is Sister Man's fault. Don't worry, leave it to me. Nan Man Pei apologized. I knew Sister Man was the most considerate. I'll go to your house some other day and cook a good meal to thank you. Qin Zhe smiled. There's no need for another day. Let's do it today. Dong Lai has been wild recently. Come over and help me discipline him. Nan Man Pei said gently. Okay. Qin Zhe's voice was light and cheerful now that he had lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. His man's tone was so gentle. She took the initiative to invite him to her house. Chao Bing and Nan Man Pei grew up together, so he knew her character best. Maybe this man called Qin Zhe did not enter her heart, but it was undeniable that Nan Man Pei treated him differently from ordinary people. She even valued him more than ordinary friends. If this man was not eliminated, he would become a big problem. After becoming a cultured person, Chao Bing, who had read a few novels, couldn't help but think of this sentence. Qin Zhe, if you're a man, do you dare to play with me? Chao Bing sneered. Nan Man Pei frowned. There was silence on the other side of the phone. After a while. Oh, brother ex-husband is here too. Nan Man Pei said softly, find him and talk to him. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Qin Zhe sighed. Brother ex-husband, sister man and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand. We're all businessmen. Harmony breeds wealth. You blocked my company's account and blocked my artists. You've gone too far. Let's sit down and talk. I'll give you 5% of the shares. How about we shake hands and make peace? This young man seemed to be softer than expected. But from a businessman's point of view, Chao Bing admired his attitude. Only such a person could make his business bigger. Chao Bing said, Qin Zhe, do you know how animals compete for the right to mate? Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. Qin Zhe was speechless. F***ck, brother ex-husband, are you going to talk about something forbidden? I'm young. Can you take back what you said just now? Chao Bing continued, in the animal kingdom, the right to mate is a very important right, second only to territory. Male animals have to pay the price of blood and life. Only the winner can enjoy the right to mate. The survival of the fittest can also be explained here. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhe said, I think I understand what you mean. I've stepped into your forbidden zone, right? So you have to show your claws and fight with me, regardless of whether Sister Man and I are really having an affair. Chao Bing sneered. You can understand it that way. Why bother? I'm just a salted fish. How can I be worthy of such a big fight? Suddenly, a suppressed voice came from the other side of the phone. F***ck, system, why are you joining in the fun? Don't give me a mission at this time. System, are you stupid? Chao Bing? Nan Man Pei blinked. Is it because I, Qin Zhe, can't lift a knife, or is your brother ex-husband too flirtatious? Qin Zhe's style suddenly changed. Okay, you want to play? I'll play with you. Sister Man, don't interfere in this matter. Nan Man Pei was stunned. Chao Bing snorted. Very good, I was waiting for you to say that. Ah, brother ex-husband, what do you think of Sister Man? Qin Zhe asked abruptly. Chao Bing glanced at her. What do you want to say? 2 sentences, Qin Zhe said. Cute, I want to F***ck you. You want to F***ck me? You're welcome to F***ck me. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. The veins on Chao Bing's forehead throbbed. Somehow, it became a declaration of war between the two men. Pei Nanman was confused, but since the conversation had already reached this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. She looked at Chao Bing deeply, stood up silently, and walked out of the room. Chao Bing sat there with a gloomy face. When the door opened, Ah Dong saw Nan Man Pei with a frosty face. He turned his head and saw Boss sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. He knew this conversation had ended unhappily. Sister Man, Boss really wants to reconcile with you. Nan Man Pei ignored him and walked straight. Ah Dong followed a few steps and said, Sister Man, after all these years, you are too heartless. Nan Man Pei turned around and kicked him. The 1.8-meter burly man was kicked a few meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground and curled up into a ball to complain. Back in her Maserati, Nan Man Pei turned around and dialed Qin Zhe's number. Can you do it? You'll know if I can or can't. From your tone, it sounds like you're blaming me. Nan Man Pei sneered. I said that if Chao Bing wants to play tricks, I'll deal with it. You have to stretch your neck and get closer. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the other salted fish. Qin Zhe sighed. Sister Man, now that I think about it, you've been wanting to teach your ex-husband a lesson for a long time, haven't you? You want to use me as a pawn and test my limits? Nan Man Pei was silent and didn't deny it. I've been hanging out with people like you for a long time. I'm really done for. I'm tired of being pestered by him. After today, I plan to uproot his influence in Shanghai. Out of sight, out of mind, Nan Man Pei said softly. I gave you a chance to retreat. But you gave someone an opportunity to stir up trouble. Now, I can't retreat even if I want to. I don't understand, Nan Man Pei said. Keep your backup plans. I'll play with your ex-husband. If I don't kneel down, you'll come out and clean up the mess. If I win, TSK, how are you going to thank me? Nan Man Pei smiled charmingly. Cute. You want to *CK me? Qin Zai, Nan Man Pei, you're welcome to do it. Qin Zai. Chapter 328. Qin Zai chuckled dryly, don't take my words seriously, I'm just trying to piss off your ex-husband. Sister man, I'm hanging up. I'm going to find my friends. By the way, send me a copy of your ex-husband's information. The more detailed, the better. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call. Qin Zai didn't think he was a troublemaker. At most, he would show off in front of his sisters. It didn't make sense for him to offend anyone. How could a salted fish make enemies everywhere? It didn't make sense at all. After thinking about it, only Nan Man Pei's ex-husband had the motive to make trouble for him. At first, he didn't think of it because he and Nan Man Pei really didn't have an affair. But perhaps in his ex-husband's eyes, that lunch was so cold that he hated him. Male animals would often pay the price of blood and life for the right to mate. *CK, it was simply a saying. Since ancient times, whether it was humans or animals, it was just three things: food, clothing, warmth, and sex. Therefore, it was reasonable for his ex-husband to think that he was an enemy invading his territory. If there was a man who was close to my sister and often came over to cook for my sister, then there was no need to say anything. Even my salted fish's big knife would be unable to endure the thirst. After thinking about it for a long time, he was almost clear about it. Sister man probably wanted to fall out with him for a long time. TSK, he didn't know what kind of grudges they had. Coincidentally, he accidentally entered the battle circle. Sister man was very curious and always wanted to find out more about salted fish Zai, so she pushed him out. Seeing that she didn't use him as a tool in the end, Qin Zai didn't care. He also wanted to ride on Sister man's coattails. He took advantage of Nan Man Pei in the establishment of Baozi Company and the transfer of shares of Tianfang Film and Television. She was very loyal, wasn't she? But after being bullied, he turned on his salted fish mode and talked nicely, but the other party still didn't let him go. A salted fish also had anger. At this time, the system popped out. Just as he was on the phone, the system issued a mission, ding. A real man shouldn't be afraid. Just do it. Please fight back against Chao Bing and make him admit his mistake. Success will reward 2,000 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. He felt that the system's voice was very light when issuing missions. 2,000 points was almost all of his savings. Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei sent Chao Bing's background information to his mailbox. Chao Bing, 32 years old, was a famous entrepreneur in the north. When he was young, he was a disciple of a big shot and married the big shot's daughter. Later, he became Chen Shimi and married the daughter of a high official. Although he was clean, he still had some gray businesses. On the surface, there were 3 listed companies and several other industries. It seemed that he was not a big shot that Qin Zai could afford to offend. Since that was the case, he could only summon his companions. It's decided to be you, Zhao Taizhu. Brother Zhao, have you been busy recently? Qin Zai asked with a smile. I'm just waiting to die. Zhao Taizhu laughed. Why did you call me? The company ran into some trouble today. Someone was looking for trouble and froze my company's account. Brother Zhao, do you know Chao Bing? Which Chao Bing? It's from the north. Zhao Taizhu thought for a long time. I don't know him. Did he offend you? Then I'll send you the information. Help me think about it. Without hanging up, Qin Zhe packaged the email Nan Man Pei sent him and forwarded it to Zhao Taizhu. There was silence on the other side. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Taizhu said, "He's not a tough one, but not too troublesome either. Actually, it's better for you to ask Zijin for help. The Wang family is more powerful than the Zhao family. Sister Ziwei and the Wang family are in a cold war. How can I help?" Qin Zhe said gloomily. "All right then. We're in the same boat after all. I took a look just now. There are 3 listed companies. The composition of the companies is very complicated and involves a lot of areas. However, the gray areas of the industries are not a problem. It's fine even if they cry for their parents." "Thanks." Qin Zhe smiled gently. This was the advantage of being tied to a big shot. When the interests were the same, many things could be solved by just mentioning it. At the end of the month, he would give brother Taizhu an extra drumstick and more money. Then, he would not betray him about the text message. Sister Ziwei's back door was very useful. After returning home from work, Qin Baobao couldn't wait to ask him what was going on. Why were they being targeted for no reason? Qin Baobao cared more about her brother's matters than she did about herself. The only son of the Qin family was finally not a salted fish anymore. She didn't want him to be strangled in the cradle. Qin Zhe explained the matter in detail. His sister's eyes were immediately filled with resentment. "Are you also having an affair with Nan Man Pei?" "Impossible. Sister Man is my friend. We're not just friends in business. Since we're friends, it's inevitable that we'll get hurt. Otherwise, friends wouldn't take the hit for you, right?" "You're right, but I don't want to hear it. Go to hell, you black-hearted maggot." His sister lay on the sofa and gave him a kick. Thus, Qin Zhe pressed his sister down on the sofa and rubbed against her fiercely. Not only did her slippers fall off, but her belly button was also exposed. Satisfied, Qin Zhe went into the kitchen to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner. Qin Baobao was left lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her chest was heaving up and down. The lock clicked. Wang Zijin came back from work. She changed into her slippers and glanced at her best friend who was like a dead fish. "What's wrong? Did the devil enter the village?" Qin Baobao was lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her hair was messy. One of her trousers was rolled up and the other was wrapped around her foot. Her lace shirt was crumpled and lifted up to her belly button, revealing her soft and curvy belly. Qin Baobao sobbed. "A's bullied me again. I want to buy a house. I want to move out." Wang Zijin was overjoyed. "Okay, I'll support you. I'll support you from 365 degrees without any blind spots." Qin Baobao sat up and pulled her clothes. With a straight face, she said, "I'm joking." She kicked her best friend's butt. "Go to the kitchen and wash the vegetables. I'm hungry." Wang Zijin bent forward and chopped Qin Baobao's head with a knife. She took revenge and then fled into the kitchen. Wang Zijin closed the kitchen door. She didn't close it properly. If she closed it properly, the little b** tch outside would be suspicious and might come in. If she didn't close it properly, it would be fine. This was called a mixture of deception and truth. Wang Zijin knew that Qin Zhe would definitely take advantage of her. Sure enough, Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin and kissed for 3 minutes. Sister Ziwei was gasping for breath. "Stop it. Your sister is outside." Wang Zijin pushed Qin Zhe's chest with both hands. "Chao Bing wants to deal with you." "How do you know?" Qin Zhe was shocked. "Taizhu told me," Wang Zijin said, "and I asked him to investigate." "Chao Bing is Nan Man Pei's ex-husband, right?" "Yes. It's not good or bad to act on impulse. It's good for a man to be calm, but he can't lose his temper. Wang Zijin blinked. As long as you and Nan Man Pei don't have an affair, I'll support you. If I say that I'm friends with Sister Man, will you say, you're right, but I don't want to listen? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. In fact, without the system's mission, he would definitely back off. If Sister Man wanted to teach her ex-husband a lesson, he would at most help her. He wouldn't be in a "let go of your ex-husband and let me do it" state. How do you know? Wang Zijin was taken aback. She pouted her lips. Do you understand me so well? Then. She felt that she was a little scheming. Would it make him unhappy? Because Qin Bao Bao said the same thing. She's like a mother, watching over me, Qin Zhe said. If that was the case, Wang Zijin was relieved. It was just like the mentality of everyone is scheming. As for her best friend's perverted desire to control her younger brother, it was actually a manifestation of her lack of security. Wang Zijin could see it. If a man with a net worth of 2 to 3 billion couldn't hold back his restless heart, who could stop him? However, Qin Zhe had always been a salted fish. Like other men, he might have messy thoughts, but he wouldn't be like other men, indulging in sensual pleasures. He was young and promising enough to beat those so-called top 10 outstanding youths, but he had been a salted fish for 23 years. Before her, he didn't even have a decent girlfriend. It was unbelievable. This perseverance, or rather, stubbornness, was what Wang Zijin admired most about him. Let me tell you something. Wang Zijin murmured in a low voice, actually, I'm your fan. Qin Zhe hugged her slender waist tightly and whispered in her ear, Sister Ziwei, I want to become your fan. Wang Zijin slapped him lightly on the head and said, Go cook, idiot. Hey, the salted fish was flirting again. Speaking of which, other than the first day when he took the initiative to come in and take her away, he didn't do anything like that again. Sister Ziwei was in a dilemma. She was relieved and disappointed. After 3 peaceful days, the investment company's account was unfrozen on the second day. It was Zhao Tieju's doing. Li Wei's ban didn't come either. It was Wang Zijin's doing. Wang Zijin didn't need to ask her father for help. She had stayed in Shanghai for 3 years and visited her father's uncles. Who didn't know the little princess of the Wang family? But yesterday, she received a call from Nan Man Pei and learned from her that her ex-husband had rushed back to the north to deal with some matters. I heard that most of the gray industries in the north were closed within a day. TSK, he's probably in a terrible fix now. Qin Zhe, how did you do it? Nan Man Pei was surprised. My power is beyond your imagination, Qin Zhe replied. Your business doesn't overlap. If he wants to mess with you, he can only do it through the government. But in Shanghai, we have the power. It's just like the old saying that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, Nan Man Pei said, be careful. He suffered a big loss and will definitely have a backup plan. You mean he will play dirty? I won't rule it out. Of course, this matter wasn't over. He had to stand firm until his ex-husband gave in. Otherwise, the mission wouldn't be completed. Even if his ex-husband wanted to stop, he wouldn't be willing. Then, Qin Zhe waited for a few days. He was prepared to deal with whatever came his way. However, he didn't see his ex-husband's big move. But today, as the year was approaching, something happened in the stock market.